5,000 years ago, Ming was given a harsh sentence by his mentor. Despite his great talent, his body was bound by an ancient curse that blocked the path to true power. The elder predicted that the young man will forever be stuck at the initial stage of body tempering. The higher realms will remain only a dream, because his physical shell will not accept the energy of heaven. Despite the prophecy, Ming did not give up. Humbly looking at the teacher, he declared his unwavering will. If 10 years is not enough, he will devote his entire life to training to change fate. Smiling, the teacher affectionately calls the guy a stupid tomboy because their bond has long become stronger than kinship. But the hour of separation is near, and the great master is preparing for ascension. The elder has discovered the last secret, and only the mythical core of the continent will allow the young man to break through the shackles of fate and step beyond the limits of what is possible, despite all laws. In the glow of the heavenly light, the teacher goes to other worlds. Ming can only believe that at the end of a long path of cultivation, they will definitely meet again. Without leaving a trace behind, the spirit of the mentor disappeared into the heavenly heights, leaving the youth alone with a hopeless dream. 5,000 years passed in a flash, and the world of cultivation was replaced by the era of megacities and technology. Time had erased the ancient paths, but not the memory. And in the neon jungle, Ming, who had gained immortality but not power, kept the legacy of his order hidden from the eyes of ordinary mortals in Yuanjia Villa. The boy appeared before the mortal descendant of his order. The old man repented of the insignificance of his achievements in front of the ancient ancestor. The immortal only smiled sadly, accepting the inevitable loss. Closing his eyes, Yuanjia felt a chill run through his skin. An ancient ancestor whose strength was legendary standing in front of him. His voice ringing in the guy's head made his heart beat faster. Dressed in a formal suit, Ming looked at the departing descendant with indifference. To die of old age at 110 years old is a gift that he, cursed by immortality, will never be able to receive. The blue aura that flashed around the guy spoke of his incredible power. 5,000 years of cultivating his body, reaching almost 10,000 levels, but he was still unable to take a step into the new world. For thousands of years, Ming had watched his loved ones either ascend to the heavens or sink into the earth, and he was the only one who remained unchanged, trapped in the eternal cycle of time. The last hope was the core of the continent that the mentor had once talked about. But in 5,000 years of searching, he had only managed to find a barely perceptible trace of the artifact. At the gate of the manor, the relatives of the dying old man froze in bewilderment. They did not understand why, in his last hour, the head of the family wanted to be alone with this young man. The father and daughter were at a loss. Their investigation revealed that the mysterious guy was just a lowly intern. They didn't understand why grandfather entrusted him with the fate of the Wan family. The tension is building. All eyes are on the door. When the young man finally comes out of the house, his impassive appearance only fueling the curiosity and anxiety of those waiting. Impatient, Yuan Shude rushes to the guy with a question about Grandpa, but he, maintaining an icy calm, passes by, as if not noticing her, her eyes full of anger, following him. A heavy silence hung in the air. The youth coldly uttered the fatal word, and the girl covered her mouth in horror. Yuan Zhentian froze in disbelief. Her thoughts were confused and her heart ached, and she knew that this day would come one day, but the reality was too bitter, and her grandfather was gone. A sharp exclamation brought him to a halt, and he turned to meet her determined gaze, the tension between them growing with every second of silence. Looking at the guy, the girl strongly reminded about the last will of her grandfather, to obey him in everything. In her eyes, there was a challenge and a thirst for answers. Why the old man entrusted her fate to him? The young man's response was merciless, calling her just a random passerby whose life meant nothing to him, and the cold indifference hurt her ego. Rage flared up in her soul instantly. The beauty wasn't going to let him go so easily and let him mock her. A loud order to the guards cut through the quiet air. The Wen family was one of the greatest in Qingzhou, and the girl was not going to back down. She demanded a clear explanation, because the grandfather died right in front of the young man. In response, the guy only laughed cheekily, noting that the grandfather would be enraged by the behavior of his granddaughter. His mocking tone foreshadowed the appearance of uninvited guests. A group of black-clad men led by a confident man appeared on the horizon, his voice sounding mocking as he came to confirm the rumors of the old man's death. The man with the cigar narrowed his eyes slyly at his niece, his voice dripping with mock concern as he asked why she had kept the news of her grandfather's death from him. Unable to contain her anger, Yuan Shude reminded her uncle of the shame. His grandfather had banished him a long time ago for betraying him, and now he had no right to even cross that threshold. Wen Biao only scoffed at the young heiress's impudence. The old man's death had untied his hands, and now he was ready to take what he considered his own. regardless of any restrictions. After boldly claiming power and blowing smoke from his mouth, the man announced that from now on, he was the one taking the reins of the Yuan family into his dirty hands. Unwavering in her position, the girl rejected any claims of the scoundrel. She would not allow the traitor to desecrate the legacy of her grandfather and take a place that he did not deserve at all. Intervening in the argument, Yan Zhentian appealed to the remnants of Biao's conscience, reminded him of the blood relationship, and sternly ordered him to retreat before he made a fatal mistake. Yan Biao only laughed at the old man's words. He thought his brother was crazy for daring to contradict the new master, who has brute strength and power behind him. The air around the villain trembled as he summoned his magic energy. He mockingly asked if the old man really hoped to defeat the second-level base master. Biao's eyes flashed fiercely behind the lenses of his glasses, and a snort of contempt escaped his lips, heralding the beginning of a brutal reprisal against anyone who got in the way. With one powerful push, the man rushed forward, intending to crush the opponent with his aura. The scoundrel did not doubt victory because his level of strength seemed unattainable to him. The energies collided in a fierce dance, the green vortex and orange flames converging in the center, crushing space, the power of this strike threatening to grind everything around it to dust. The sudden thrust hit the target. Yan Zhengtian didn't have time to dodge, and the magic beam pierced through his body, the dull sound of the impact marking the end of this long battle. The powerful blow sent the old man flying backwards. The man's attack was devastating, knocking the old man down and causing him to roll helplessly in the air. The purple-haired girl screamed in horror, her face contorted into a grimace of fear for her father, and a desperate cry of pain and anxiety escaped from her chest. Rushing to the injured old man, Yuan Chudi tried to help. The man was panting and coughing up blood, barely able to stand up, his face distorted with pain and despair. The man's predatory gaze was fixed on his brother. He was finally showing his true face and strength. The tension in the air was growing, and he confirmed that he was now a level 3 master. With a slight grin, the scoundrel said that he had become Liu Qinglang's disciple, and since Yuan Jue was dead, he was now the new ruler of the Yuan family. Confidence in his victory was evident in every word. The cold order broke the silence. Those who disobey will pay for it. His cruelty knows no bounds, and there will be no mercy for anyone who dares to go against him. Wen Zhentian is furious and defies his treacherous relative, who has sworn to protect his grandfather's legacy at all costs, preventing the enemy from taking over their ancient family. In desperation, the man apologizes to his daughter for his weakness, but the girl shows perseverance, promising her father to fight for the honor of their family name until the very end. Losing his patience, the villain unleashes dark energy, ready to deliver a fatal blow, determined to finally destroy all who dare stand in the way. A sudden voice breaks the tense silence, and an unknown youth calmly asks to be let through, causing genuine amazement on the faces of Biao and a frightened Yuan Chudio. The red-haired henchman in a rage shouts insults at the daredevil. He is amazed at the audacity of the guy who dared to get involved in such a dangerous and serious conflict. A swift and ringing blow catches up with the impudent man faster than he has time to finish. The air is pierced by the sound of a slap in the face, forcing the aggressor to silence from a sharp shock. With one easy movement, the young man sends the bully flying. He only coldly asks why they tried to stop him, because he did not even intend to provoke anyone. Biao watched in complete shock, unable to believe that this frail-looking guy had managed to throw away a 100-kilogram fighter so easily. The silver-haired hero only snorted arrogantly as he straightened his tie, his calm and overwhelming aura causing the surrounding enemies to freeze in a dumb daze. An enraged Yuan Biao tried to intimidate the stranger with his name, demanding to know where this arrogant youngster came from, who dared to interfere with the affairs of his powerful family. The guy calmly stated that he was from Happiness Avenue, and with a bored look, he made it clear that he wanted to leave as soon as possible if the bandits had no important questions left for him. Hidden behind his glasses, the scoundrel's eyes were filled with suspicion. The villain was trying to recognize the mysterious fighting technique and understand which secret sect this master belongs to. Zhuan Yuanming carried himself confidently. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he announced to the enemies that he was working as a simple teacher at the Happy Street College. But was he that simple? Upon learning that this was only a teacher, Biao flew into a rage, surrounded by an aura of flames, and ordered his men to mercilessly cripple the impudent guest. His brother tried to stop the impending massacre, reminding Biao that Xuan Yuanming was their guest of honor, invited during Yuan Joi's lifetime, and the tension was growing. Taunting the guy, the scoundrel considered him unworthy of a personal duel. With a contemptuous grin, he gave orders to his henchmen to kill him. The three black-robed bandits charged with screams of death, unaware that their opponent was far from the helpless teacher he appeared to be. The hero's gaze flashed gold. With one lightning-fast movement, he sent the enemies flying. The power of his blow left no chance. The attackers were defeated. Biao was terrified. His men were down in an instant, and he was feverishly wondering who was in front of him, a master of body tempering or an elite warrior equal to the strongest fighters of the pass. Keeping calm, Zhuan Yuanming walked forward, his voice cold, reminding the opponent that he didn't seek a quarrel first, but now it was too late to retreat. When the hero came close, he glared at the scoundrel with an icy gaze, asking only one question: why did the scoundrel continue to go against him? Knowing about the colossal difference in strength, trembling with fear, Biao tried to intimidate the youth with his third-level body tempering master rank, but his words sounded like a desperate plea, not a threat. The youth's gaze turned icy and said, "Level 3, did he really think it was worth anything?" His voice carried a power that suppressed the opponent's will. The ground cracked under his feet from the excess of energy, and he took up a fighting stance, preparing to prove the insignificance of his opponent's titles with a single blow. With a powerful blow, the guy sent the villain flying. The villain's glasses were broken, blood spurted out of his mouth, he was defeated in one move, and his bravado instantly disappeared. The unflappable youth revealed his mind-boggling secret. He is not some newbie, but a warrior at an incredible almost 10,000 body tempering level. Such power is impossible to comprehend. The hero was about to leave, but the old man calls out to him, begging him to stay. The hero turns around with a mute question on his face. What else does this person need from him? Unwilling to listen to excuses, Zhuan Yuanming coldly interrupted the conversation. He announced his departure, leaving the family completely confused by his abrupt refusal. Perplexed, Yuan Shude watched the guy leave. She was outraged by his audacity and asked her father why he allowed the guest to leave without even listening to the rest of them. Shocking the beauty, the father revealed the secret, saying that the grandfather before his death ordered to please the guest at all costs. In this strange assignment, there were clearly hidden secrets that they did not even know about. The head of the family was in a panic, realizing that their clan was on the verge of annihilation, desperately looking for a powerful ally, his last hope to win over Zhuan Yuanming. Not understanding the rush, his daughter doubted that the death of the family was so inevitable that her father was ready to humiliate himself and urgently seek protection from the first patron he met. No matter what, Yuan Zhengtian was adamant. He recognized that even though their family dominated South Island City, they were nothing compared to a formidable force like the Lord of Green Wolf Mountain. Understanding the deadly threat, the old man realized that his family was powerless against Yuan Biao and his teacher, and only the intervention of the mysterious Zhuan Yuanming could save them now. After gathering her strength, the girl told her father a shocking detail. This seemingly all-powerful master works as an ordinary teacher in a simple college on Xingfu Avenue. Despite the absurdity of the situation, Yuan Shude was determined. The beauty declared her intention to immediately go in search of this man. The girl firmly promised to save the Yuan family from the impending disaster and that she would get help from Zhuan Yuanming no matter what the cost. After learning about the college where Min works, the old man instantly made a plan to get closer to the target. He decides to buy out part of the shares of this educational institution. The plan was set in motion. While Yuan Zhentian was dealing with the deal, his daughter would have to infiltrate the college under the guise of an ordinary student to find a common language with the guy. The Eastern Vocational School appeared before the eyes. Its vast territory was surrounded by bright greenery, promising students peace and new knowledge. The quiet staff dorm area looked cozy in the sun, and the blooming trees at the entrance provided a peaceful atmosphere for teachers to relax after a hard day's work. With a determined look, He Mei spoke to her father on the phone. The young teacher asked to leave her alone, dreaming of a quiet and simple life within the walls of this academy. On the other end of the phone, the man insisted on protection, considering the new school a dangerous place. He told his daughter that he had secretly assigned a master bodyguard to her for complete safety. With annoyance, the beauty accepted his terms. Wanting to end this conversation as soon as possible, she promised to fulfill his request and abruptly ended the call, clutching the phone. In the shade of the trees, He Mei was being watched by a mysterious stranger who was reporting to his boss on the radio that the target had been detected and was now under their close watch. The path of the girl was blocked by the bold Zhao Shilong with his retinue. The gang leader mockingly noted that the beauty should not have made it so much easier for them to search on the spot. The smug youth was fuming as he recalled how he had been ignored earlier. He had declared his superiority after all. He had to personally chase after her here. With icy disdain and coldness in her eyes, He Mei looked at the intruder. She directly stated her lack of interest in him and demanded to get out immediately. The impudent Zhilong ordered his men to surround the girl. He said that her opinion does not matter, because since he showed interest in her, then she is already a lucky girl. In indignation, the beauty screams, reminding the bandits that they are on the school grounds. She is shocked by their audacity and tried to appeal to their prudence. The girl warned that teachers live here and help is close, At this moment, a stranger's foot appeared, who was ready to intervene in the dispute. Unexpectedly, a striking youth with silver hair appeared, looking unperturbed and slightly bored, quietly urging others not to make a mess in this place. As he strolled past the conflict, the guy straightened his tie and pretended that school and the problems of this company did not concern him, while maintaining complete composure. Shillong only scoffed at the girl's words for help, calling the teachers cowards and trash, confident that no one would dare interfere with the young master's affairs. Thoughtfully holding the sharp key in his hand and watching its quiet, rhythmic blinking, the silver-haired youth stood among the flowers and listened to the conflict. Xuanyuan Ming silently held the shining key in his hand, the artifact sparkling, heralding the beginning of a new chapter as he considered his next risky move. Standing in front of the door, the hero looked extremely annoyed, wondering why he was being accused again, and could barely contain his anger at such an injustice. Suddenly noticing the man standing behind the bastard, the girl looked at him carefully. Xuanyuan Ming's sudden appearance on the horizon caused everyone present to wonder if he had come to the rescue. He King Mei is delighted to recognize the new arrival as a bodyguard sent by her father, and she waves her hand in relief, knowing that she is now completely safe. Desperately appealing to the guy for help, the girl demanded to drive away the insolent offenders, but he froze in confusion, not understanding why he was dragged into this noisy conflict. The leader of the gang began to rage and shout threats against the young man. He was confident of his superiority and promised to quickly deal with anyone who dared to stand in his way. With a sneer, the villain pointed at Xuanyuan Ming, calling him a pathetic loser. He convinced the girl that this weakling was not even able to protect himself, let alone her. The bandit roughly grabbed the girl, stopping any attempts to resist. He mocked her hope of salvation, saying that the guy was too cowardly to help. The gang leader suddenly froze at the cheeky question from the stranger, his face contorted with rage as he realized that someone had dared to challenge him. Losing patience, the villain gives his henchman the order to immediately attack. He pointed his finger at the guy, demanding to erase the impudent young man from the face of this earth. Enraged bandits simultaneously rushed at the young man, showering him with curses. They intend to severely punish the daredevil who dared to interfere in their dark affairs. The guy remained absolutely calm in the face of danger. With one elusive movement, he was preparing to strike back, shocking the enemies with his speed. Xuanyuan Ming's powerful moves scattered the opponents in different directions. The attackers scattered like skittles, realizing that they had made a fatal mistake by attacking him. In a rage, the gang leader pointed at the guy, promising to finish him off in one blow. He was furious that some upstart dared to interfere in his dirty business. Coolly cracking his knuckles and ignoring the empty threats of the enemy, the hero measured everyone with an icy look that did not express a single drop of fear in front of the angry bandit. With a single movement, he brought the impudent man to his knees, gripping his wrist tightly, and calmly stated that he did not tolerate anyone who provoked him for no particular reason. Xuanyuan Ming's gaze flashed with fire, revealing his extreme rage. He could no longer contain his anger, and the aura around him turned white-hot. The bandit gripped his wrist roughly, shouting death threats, the villain furious with defiance and ready to punish anyone who gets in his way. A sharp slap in the face interrupts the scoundrel's threats, and the brave young man strikes, causing the villain to stagger and realize that he's messing with the wrong guy. The enraged bandit goes berserk, burning with humiliation and anger, and shouts death threats at his audacious opponent. The youth threw a series of lightning strikes, his movements so fast that they merged into a single vortex, leaving the enemy no chance to defend. The aggressor's pride broke along with his will. Covered in bruises and tears, on his knees he begged for mercy and recognized the complete superiority of the mysterious hero. King Mei boldly intervened in the situation. While her companion maintained an icy calm, she promised that the fun for the defeated one was just beginning. Instantly turning into a violent whirlwind, the warrior unleashes a barrage of crushing blows on the enemy. Her partner only watches in horror at this scene. The defeated bully begs for mercy in a panic, admitting his blindness and swearing never to get in her way again. In the midst of a tense moment, there is a sharp crack. The girl's heel breaks, not keeping her balance. She screams, falling towards her defender. Xuanyuan Ming, with a lightning-fast reaction, catches the beauty. The couple freezes in an awkward but close embrace, looking at each other in surprise. Even in this situation, King Mei kept her composure, pointing her finger threateningly at the fallen enemies, promising them a harsh punishment next time. The attackers fled in terror, shamefully admitting defeat, the girl and her loyal defender following them with stern glances, enjoying the moment of silence. Beaming with delight, the young lady sincerely praised her partner. She was glad that her father had finally found her a truly reliable and strong bodyguard. Despite her sprained ankle, she kept her spirits up, asking the young man to help her up the stairs, promising him a generous reward for his excellent work. The cold, handsome man suddenly pulls away, ordering the girl to let him go. She freezes in complete disbelief, not expecting such a sharp refusal from her savior. Unperturbed, the young man declares his lack of interest and opens his hands, losing his footing. The lady falls awkwardly to the ground, shouting curses after the departing bodyguard. Left alone, an angry Hikingmei shouts at the guy's back, promising to complain to his father, but he only silently walks away into the distance, ignoring the threats of dismissal. In the quiet of his room, Zhuan Yuanming held the last spiritual herb. He was aware that the Earth's energy was being depleted, and without new resources, his warrior path would be stuck. He decided to change his tactics. Instead of searching the wildlands, he planned to exchange herbs from the ancient clans. He started the ritual by summoning streams of magical power. With a sharp cry of condensation, the youth concentrated colossal energy into a glowing sphere, magical light filling the space, completing the complex forging process. The cultivation process was completed successfully, and a radiant azure pill materialized in Zhuan Yuanming's hands, the result of his skill and long concentration. Carefully studying the created artifact, the guy noted its purity. Despite the shortage of herbs, it managed to achieve a high quality, which gives hope for a breakthrough. Without wasting a second, Zhuan Yuanming swallowed the pill, a powerful stream of spiritual energy instantly flowing through his body, starting the process of profound transformation of his powers. After centuries of hard training, the hero finally reaches the impossible, dazzling energy enveloped his body. He conquered the peak of the 99th level. Hiding his true grandeur, he headed to the Eastern Technical College, where the walls of the school would become a new battlefield for the ancient master. Millennia of practice gave him eternal youth, but left him alone. He wanders through the corridors, remembering eras that have long been erased from the memory of people. In order not to draw too much attention to his immortality, every 20 years he changed his name and appearance. A new life is just a way to stay in the shadow of humanity. His golden eyes reflect the infinite sadness and wisdom of the ages, and he remembers the dawns and sunsets of empires that have become dusty legends to ordinary people. In the old days, Zhuan Yuanming was a great hero and strategist who changed the course of history, leaving behind secret teachings and victories, always disappearing when the world was at peace. Now, as a regular college intern, his simple job and quiet life allow him to practice in silence without revealing his true, frightening power. The silence of school days was broken by the glitter of expensive cars, each of which cost a fortune, clearly hinting at the visit of very influential and dangerous people. Students froze in bewilderment before the luxurious motorcade, who could arrive at their modest college with such pathos. Word instantly spread throughout the school that Yuan Shudi herself, the heiress of an influential family, had arrived at the college, and the students couldn't believe their ears as they discussed the arrival of an important guest. Why the rich heiress chose an ordinary technical school instead of an elite university, people around wondered if this was a joke while the hand opened the car door. A spectacular beauty came out under the gun of hundreds of eyes, perhaps. Life in luxury bored her, and she came here to find something more valuable and real. The girl paused in the middle of the courtyard, scanning the crowd with her eye. She wasn't here to study. She was being led by a secret purpose, and she seemed to have already sensed someone's presence. The faint shadow on the balcony made her heart beat faster. It was him, she thought. The ancient master had been found, but did he know they were coming for him? The idol was broken by an arrogant young man with a crowd of bodyguards. The local young master is used to everyone giving way to him, not suspecting who is standing in front of him. Qin Xiao, the second son of an influential clan, confidently approached Yuan Shude. He clearly did not expect to meet a girl of this level here, and did not hide his excitement. The lady was furious. She knew about this guy's bad temper and stubbornness. The Qin family is rich, but their manners and reputation only disgust the heiress. Smiling, the guy insisted on a tour and a noisy party in honor of her arrival. He was used to getting what he wanted, not noticing that his presence here was unnecessary and annoying. Without concealing her disdain, for her, the blonde man was just an annoying obstacle. Yuan Shude coldly rejected his offer, because her mind was completely occupied with something else. While the impudent man was trying to attract the beauty's attention, she noticed Zhuan Yuanming in the distance, his gaze calm, long used to the hustle and bustle of ordinary mortals. The atmosphere was heating up. Qin Xiao wasn't used to rejection, and the presence of a mysterious trainee on the balcony was starting to annoy him. Two worlds colliding is coming. Taking a step forward and not even deigning to look at the impudent youth, the Yuan heiress walked away. She was used to seeing people like him as just a noise against the background of her true and important goals. The young man's gaze turned cold. He immediately saw through the intentions of the uninvited guest. The hidden truth came out. Abruptly turning around, the hero left the girl in complete confusion, The cold refusal sounded the final chord, and there was no longer a connection between them. Shen Yuanming remained adamant. The status of the lady as a descendant of Yuan did not affect him. The descendants of his acquaintances, darkness, he thought, she would not get any favors from him. From public humiliation, the impudent man was enraged. The public refusal hurt her ego. The fierce look promised the hero a cruel revenge. The account was opened. A mysterious guy attracted the attention of a local gang. The leader, seething with anger, ordered his henchmen to immediately find out who this audacious upstart is. Qin Xiao was furious. He wasn't used to losing, and the thought of some upstart taking his woman made his blood literally boil. Suddenly, the silence of the hallway was broken by a sharp, deafening sound from the speaker, and a loud announcement echoed through the school, drawing the attention of every student. The henchman hurried over to the leader with the news. The brash guy turned out to be Shen Yuanming, the new trainee teacher who had just arrived at their school. The news of the transfer stunned Qin Xiao. Knowing that his opponent was only a teacher, he couldn't believe the coincidence. It was a game changer, and he was ready to act. The words of the accomplice ignited the flame of revenge in the guy. A simple teacher dared to cross the road of a young master. The scoundrel's anger knew no bounds, and the reckoning will be cruel. Frozen with surprise, the blonde realized that she was standing in the doorway. The cause of his troubles and passion, the unexpected appearance of the girl, instantly changed the atmosphere, making his heart beat faster. Wen Chu stood in the doorway, determined that if that upstart Shen Yuanming dared to ignore her, she would give him hell right in his class. The angry beauty was about to explode, her cheeks flushed with anger that this teacher would do such a thing to her. What he would do to her, she raged inside. After giving the scoundrel a scornful look, to say that she was not happy about this meeting is an understatement, he waved his hand smiling. The girl resolutely put the book on the table, refusing to go with the guy, who froze in confusion, not expecting a rebuff from the proud beauty in the classroom walls. With a tight smile, the guy hid his annoyance. His mind was swarming with suspicions, and he was trying to figure out if the new acquaintance was connected with the mysterious Shen Yuanming. A vicious grin twisted the blonde's face as he swore to himself to humiliate the opponent in front of Yuan Chude at all costs in order to regain his superiority. Two students sat in an empty lecture hall while a blonde man in a red jacket tried to attract the girl's attention. A smirk twisted Qin Xiao's face, his eyes burning with the anticipation of revenge. He was playing a devious game, deciding to give a humiliating surprise to the teacher. Leaning back in his chair in a relaxed manner, the impudent man grinned with satisfaction, while his loyal assistant nodded in response. The plan of revenge was ready, and the loyal henchman would not fail. With a soft chuckle, the guy took out a piece of chalk, anticipating how his little mischief would turn into a huge scandal and make the enemy look ridiculous in front of everyone. The bully rubbed his hands together contentedly, confident of his success, gloating in his eyes, believing his plan to be flawless, and waiting impatiently for the victim's reaction. There was a bold insult on the blackboard, and the second son of the Qin family was admiring his work defiantly, thinking that this gift would finally finish off his rival's reputation. The girl carefully listened to the report about the impending attack on Shen Yuanming. She hesitates, not knowing if she should step in and stop the impending skirmish. Despite her father's advice, Yuan Chude decided to stay away because she was curious, and this was the perfect chance to see Master's true power in real combat. Doubting that the young man would stand up to the Wolf Lord, the beauty thought about finding more experienced masters so as not to waste time on a weak practitioner. Rumors of Qin Xiao's elder brother's cruelty surfaced, and this master was famous for mercilessly crushing enemies, destroying their strength and crippling anyone who got in the way. The blonde gloated about the opponent's weakness. He was sure that if he was afraid to challenge, he could just be used for the benefit of the Yuan family. 2 hours later, a mysterious figure appeared in the doorway of the auditorium, a light gait and confident step that heralded a new development in this intense game. Unaware of the trap, Shen Yuanming entered the classroom, his calm appearance contrasting with the tense atmosphere that his detractors had created. The conspirators watched him from above, looking forward to the show. They were sure that the inscription on the board would be the beginning of the end for the reputation of this confident newcomer. Standing in front of the blackboard, the young man read the insolent insult. There was no fear in his eyes, only cold bewilderment and the question of who dared to do such a stupid thing. Mocking, bullying, insinuating that Mr. Shen Yuanming was incapable of anything. The air was filled with cheap provocation and a desire to see someone else's shame as soon as possible. The student ironically reminded the teacher of his popularity. He predicted only abuse and beatings, because in this place, no one was waiting for the mentor in peace. A firm hand came down on the object, cutting off the empty arguments. Whoever was behind this prank, it didn't matter now, retaliatory measures would be taken. It looked like the young teacher had failed, but with hope, He quietly said that he had hope it wouldn't happen again next time, but the class silently watched the disgrace. A riot was brewing among the students. A defiant voice was heard from the back rows shouting at the teacher that he was a jerk. The surrounding people looked back at the intruder, whose face was distorted with anger and disrespect for the mentor. The cheeky Qin Xiao smiled mockingly. With a triumphant voice, he addressed the class, saying that he could teach the lessons much better, and laughed loudly. His audacity intrigued the audience. The students happily picked up the taunts, feeling the taste of victory. They praised the new mentor with might and main, trying to hurt the feelings of the current teacher more strongly. The teacher's face was hidden behind his bangs, but his gesture was eloquent. He silently waved his hand, erasing the traces of someone else's audacity, and tried to preserve the remnants of his dignity. The class erupted in derisive laughter, students mocking the fact that the teacher obediently and without a single word fulfilled their whim, completely losing face. Stunned, the beauty didn't understand how a man could tolerate such taunts, and why Xuan Yuanming was so calm when anyone else would have exploded long ago. The teacher's voice cut through the silence and silenced the student, telling him that he would only forgive them this time because they were his students. These words, full of hidden threats, silenced the class. The young man's eyes were frozen, silently turning away to the blackboard. He uttered one short but weighty demand that students get out their textbooks. The lesson officially began. Keeping his calm, the hero calmly began the lesson, his voice steady as he opened the textbook and began recounting the ancient battle, ignoring the recent chaos. As she watched them all in disappointment, she couldn't believe that this man was so obedient. Could it be that her father had made a mistake in giving him such a high rating? The Yuan family heiress made the bitter conclusion that Master was simply afraid of powerful enemies and therefore didn't dare to defend himself. In her eyes, Xuan Yuanming now looked useless. The golden-haired man at the table only gets more heated. He called the teacher trash and a jerk, confident that he would never dare to respond to an impertinence. The teacher's patience snapped, and with a lightning-fast movement, he launched the blackboard sponge across the classroom, the improvised projectile flying straight at the target, cutting through the air with a whoosh. The sponge stuck firmly in the mouth of the startled bully. The booming laughter instantly stopped, replaced by coughing and shock, and now the classroom was truly silent. Concentrating again, Xuan Yuanming calmly continued the lesson as if nothing had happened. He told the student to spit out the sponge and sit down, reminding him that new measures would follow. The girl looked at the teacher in confusion, looking for answers in him. Wondering how the youth could do such a thing if Yuan Chudi never lost sight of him for a second, she was at a loss. The poor fellow turned blue from suffocation as the heavy sponge got stuck right in his throat, and he only made indistinct grunts as he desperately tried to spit out the object. His friend jumped up to him in horror. Not understanding how the washing machine ended up in his mouth, he froze in shock as he watched Qin Xiao struggle for every breath. Panic was building, and the unfortunate boy clutched at his throat. Feeling like he was choking, his eyes filled with deadly fright, and the strength was rapidly draining from his body. Rushing to the rescue, the accomplices tried to pull out the unfortunate sponge. They surrounded their leader, acting together to quickly free his airways from the trap. The situation became critical. The guy's jaws clenched convulsively, not allowing him to pull out the object. The comrade pulled with all his strength, resting his feet, but the eraser stuck too tightly. The attempts failed and panic gripped everyone present. Qin Xiao was on the verge of fainting when a sudden icy voice ordered everyone to immediately step aside. Resolutely stepping forward, Xuan Yuanming pushed aside the confused crowd, his gaze cold and confident, saying that he would do it himself. The teacher's eyes focused on the target, and the air around him seemed to become electric. He accurately calculated the moment for the blow, not allowing for a single possibility of error. With a lightning-fast movement, the hero delivered an accurate blow, and the ill-fated sponge flew out of the bully's mouth like a bullet. Salvation came instantly, leaving all witnesses in a stupor. The second son of the Qin family was sent flying backwards by the powerful impact and crashed right onto the steps of the auditorium, a loud crash echoing through the hall, causing everyone present to flinch. The guy was lying in a complete blackout, and thick clouds of chalk dust poured out of his open mouth. He made only strange pululu sounds, completely losing touch with reality. Calmly putting his hands in his pockets, looking down on the fallen enemy, while his friends called out for the scoundrel in panic, Xuan Yuanming maintained absolute and icy composure. The school's dorms shone in the sun, and inside one of the buildings, far from prying eyes, a serious conversation was brewing that would change everything. In disbelief, Hu Qingmei let out a cry of surprise, stunned by what she said, and froze in shock, demanding an immediate explanation from the cheeky fellow passenger. Furiously pointing a finger at the man, the girl demanded to confirm his words that he was her bodyguard, who was sent to her by her father. A venerable old man with a thick mustache vigorously introduced himself as Peng Hai. The girl only pointed at him in a puzzled manner, not expecting to meet such a bodyguard. Peng Hai seriously declared his loyalty. The patriarch instructed him to protect young Lady He. Because alone she is in danger, he promised to become her reliable shield. Hearing the old man's pompous speech, the girl took an awkward look. She only let out a heavy sigh, clearly doubting the strength of her new and overly noisy companion. Resignedly putting her hand to her face and accepting the inevitable presence of the intrusive guard, He Qingmei gave a brief agreement, not wanting to argue any further. The lady was grumbling at her father's overprotection, but suddenly she noticed something in the window, and her eyes froze, and her face was filled with utter amazement at what she saw. The girl's eyes were fixed on a passerby on the street. She is shocked because this mysterious guy, the same person who once saved her life. An excited beauty stood at the window and pointed at the mysterious passerby, demanding that the bodyguard immediately find out the identity of this young man. Peng Hai rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he carefully studied the stranger, noting the guy's extraordinary calmness, which gave him away as a very cautious person. An experienced master made a serious conclusion that this young man is not so simple. His gait and bearing said that he probably also knows martial arts. The girl in a rage remembered the last meeting. That guy dared to pretend to be her bodyguard and rudely threw her to the ground. Such an offense she is not ready to forgive. Peng Hai's face changes when he learns of the stranger's audacious act. He can't let anyone who dared to insult his young mistress so rudely go unpunished. The loyal defender resolutely declared that he would teach the impudent man a lesson. He intends to teach the guy a harsh lesson so that he will forever remember the price of the insult inflicted on the lady. At the last moment, the girl calls out to the bodyguard, forcing him to stop. She looks confused, as if in her soul anger suddenly collided with another feeling. The guard turned to the lady with a silent question. He is ready to carry out any order, but he wants to understand what exactly made her change her tone so abruptly. After asking him not to overdo it, He Qingmei admitted that this guy had once saved her life, and now she only wanted to teach him a lesson, not harm him. The mistress made the last condition that the guy must learn a lesson. He must understand that she is not to be trifled with, and her anger is very expensive. Respectfully promising to finish the task in a moment, the mustachioed master assured the lady that she could sleep in peace and hurried to do her will. Unaware of the threat, Zhuan Yuanming strode carelessly down the alley with a book, stretching sweetly as he enjoyed the quiet summer day. Noticing the unexpected guest, the young man froze, his gaze expressing a slight confusion and wariness. The air was tense, foreshadowing an important conversation. An elderly man in rich clothes appeared in front of the guy. The stranger introduced himself as Peng Hai, maintaining an icy calm while a light breeze ruffled the leaves around. The old man proudly stated that he was guarding Lady He Qingmei. As a third-rank martial artist, he exuded a powerful aura, making others feel powerful. Squinting, the white-haired master assessed the hero's stance and told him that he too had spent a couple of years studying Kung Fu, trying to see the potential in the guy. The old man continued, his voice filled with pride, as he told the younger that he should realize what kind of power is hidden in a third-rank martial artist. Not everyone gets to that point. With an icy calm, Zhuan Yuanming ignored the master's words. He turned around and walked away while the old man stared after him, unable to hide his extreme surprise. The bodyguard's rage flared up, waving his hand. He shouted after the guy, how dare he ignore the elders? He was still talking to him. Let him show respect. Pointing his finger at the youth's retreating back, the man gave him an ultimatum to apologize to Lady He quickly, otherwise he would have to teach him a lesson. Peng Hai's threats had no effect. His stride remained steady and calm, and the tiles under his feet only creaked slightly, emphasizing his determination to ignore his anger. Feeling the heavy gaze on him, Zhuan Yuanming turned around slightly, his golden eyes showing a cold indifference, and there was a distinct sense of increasing friction in the air. The boy's complete disregard infuriated the master, who flared up in anger as the young man continued on his way without saying a word. The old man's face was contorted with rage, and a vein stood out on his forehead. "Kid!" he growled through gritted teeth, his patience completely exhausted, and he was ready to move on to action. The air shuddered with the sudden movement, and the guard made a lightning-fast lunge, concentrating all his energy in one blow, aimed precisely at the opponent's back. Enraged, Peng Hai shouted that the opponent had asked for his own death. Raining down on Zhuan Yuanming from above, his body enveloped in a golden glow of might, leaving no chance of escape. The beautiful girl froze in amazement as she watched the scene unfold, her eyes wide with fear and surprise as the situation spiraled out of control. In amazement, He Qingmei watched from the window of the courtyard as Peng Hai made his move. She whispered, seeing the master attack the guy. It was going to be a great show, she thought with a grin. The beauty was looking forward to an exciting fight and was glad that she would not miss such a moment. The peaceful picture of a clear sky with clouds was suddenly broken. A sharp and deafening impact shook the air, as if someone had used an incredible destructive force. The white-haired guy threw a crushing kick. A powerful wave of energy literally knocked the opponent off his feet, causing the old man to fly helplessly toward the sky. Frozen in horror as blood spurted from his mouth, the bodyguard's eyes widened in shock and pain, clearly not expecting the youngster to possess such monstrous strength. Pichingmei watched in a daze as the final battle unfolded, and in the background of bright flashes and shadows, she realized that the balance of power had changed forever. The girl stood over the fallen bodyguard, her face filled with anger and fear. While lamenting his problems, Zhuan Yuanming took a deep breath. He understood that life in this city was getting more dangerous, and he seriously considered moving to another place. The girl looked after the retreating guy. She was amazed at his abilities and strength of mind. As she angrily chastised the old man for losing to the boy, Beauty doubted if he could protect her, if he couldn't even defeat a child. Peng Hai, who was shocked, made excuses for being careless, claiming that the guy had no skills and his base was weak. The old man confidently declared that Zhuan Yuanming was no match for him in a fair fight, but the girl looked away in embarrassment, doubting his words. The exasperated brunette ordered the old man to return, but he did not dare to contradict her, standing with his head bowed, and there was an authority in her voice that brooked no argument. The spacious lecture hall was filled with flickering lights, and students were sitting at rows of desks, discussing something in a voice that echoed in the audience. The blond man with a band-aid on his face crossed his arms over his chest. His face flushed with rage and his gaze filled with hatred was directed at nothing. He was seething with anger, thinking about revenge. Trying to reason with the leader, the accomplice reminded that Zhuan Yuanming actually saved his life, but the guy blinded by resentment did not even want to listen to reasonable arguments. His friend's face twisted in fright as he heard the sharp order to shut up, and he realized that Qin Xiao's rage had gone beyond all bounds and was now truly dangerous. The scoundrel's eyes were bloodshot, and a fierce anger appeared on his face, and through his teeth he roared an oath of vengeance, promising to kill his enemy at all costs. The furious guy pointed a finger in his direction, promising a cruel retribution. He swore that he would make the enemy regret what he had done and pay in full for the humiliation. Touching the band-aid on his cheek, the bastard remembered yesterday's disgrace, which happened with an eraser and a slap in the face. Lost in thought, the white-haired youth walked down the bright school corridor, oblivious to the sparkling dust around him, while a dangerous plot was brewing behind his back. Zhuan Yuanming's calm appearance and confident gait always attracted everyone's eyes, but he maintained an icy silence. A sudden sharp voice made the teacher stop. Someone called his name, breaking the silence, and the boy turned around, his golden eyes showing only bewilderment. It was Yuan Chuda. She resolutely blocked his path, tightly gripping the book. "I need to tell you something," she blurted out, looking straight at him. Zhuan Yuanming's cold gaze pierced through the silence and cut her off that he wasn't interested. He clearly made it clear that the conversation was over, but the girl didn't give up. She was filled with anger. "So what?" the hero asked indifferently. He didn't care who this Qin Zhao that the girl had told him about was. His indifference was worse than any insult. Turning around, the young man fixed an icy look on the beauty, saying that he did not waste his precious time on completely unnecessary people, including her. The girl froze in impotent rage, her fists clenched, and only a contemptuous snort flew after the guy who left. She could not accept his indifference. The beauty continued to provoke him, accusing him of being a coward in front of his enemies. But Zhuan Yuanming only glanced at her, not at all hurt by this pathetic attempt at resentment. Yuan Chuda's heart was filled with disappointment, and she decided that her father had made a mistake, and they didn't need someone who was fleeing the conflict. The city needed a true master, not this strange young man. After entering the classroom and standing still, Zhuan Yuanming had a premonition that someone would try to break his calmness again with a stupid prank. The center of the auditorium was a mess, furniture overturned and things scattered, and there was a rough sign on the blackboard that was clearly addressed to him. Someone had tried very hard. Looking at the wreckage, the teacher realized something, and a cold fire flashed in his eyes. He quietly asked who did this. It seems that someone's patience has finally come to an end. Suddenly, the silence was interrupted by a cheeky voice, and one of the instigators with a band-aid on his cheek snidely addressed the teacher, clearly enjoying the mess in the classroom. With a grin, the impudent man said that the table fell by accident. He behaved defiantly, sticking his thumb up, and showed complete impunity with all his appearance. The three of them burst out laughing as they mockingly advised the teacher not to forget to erase the writing, hinting that something worse might appear on the blackboard tomorrow. Sighing, Zhuan Yuanming closed his eyes, This farce was tiring him out. He was tired of the endless provocations and stupidity of others who didn't understand who they were dealing with. But then the teacher's gaze changed abruptly. A dangerous light flashed in his golden eyes, and he asked in an icy tone, "It seems that yesterday's lesson was not enough for them." Enraged, Qin Xiao slaps the table, not hiding his disdain, furious that someone dared to lecture him and openly challenge his authority. The teacher's icy calmness and confident posture created an oppressive atmosphere, making those around them feel a hidden threat. The blonde bully taunted his opponent. Considering him weak, he was sure that the teacher would not have the strength to fight back and continued to pour out bold threats against him. The hero gave the opponent one last chance to leave without a fight. In a cold tone, he ordered to immediately restore order. Otherwise, the consequences for the bully would be fatal. Bursting into loud laughter and making fun of his teacher's demands in front of his friends, Qin Xiao didn't believe that anyone was seriously forcing him to wash the blackboard and fix the table. The bully came close to Xuanyuanming, hurling insolent insults at him, thinking that the teacher was just a cute talker whose words weren't worth a damn in a fight. The guy's patience is exhausted. With a sharp movement, he delivers a crushing blow, forcing the bully to silence. The surrounding people froze in horror at such an incredible speed. The young man's gaze remained cold and indifferent even after the blow. Not a drop of sympathy in his eyes, only a stern warning that the jokes were over. The silence of the classroom is broken by the steady sound of drops falling, the blood on the floor becoming a mute witness to the fact that every rotten word in this world has to be paid for. Holding his hand to his bruised face, the bully couldn't believe what had happened, and he was muttering words of hatred through his teeth, realizing that his vaunted strength was worth nothing against the teacher. The friends rushed to Qin Xiao's side in horror, looking at his bloodied face, and the bully himself, trembling with rage and pain, cannot realize that he was humiliated in front of everyone. Standing with his back to the fallen enemy, Xuanyuanming maintained an icy majesty, only dryly reminding them of his condition that the board should be clean, and this is not discussed. The mad gleam in the bully's eyes betrays his intention to go all the way. He finally lost his mind from shame and rushed into the attack, wanting only one thing: revenge. He takes off like an arrow, and the bully puts all his hatred into this rush, trying to wipe out the arrogant teacher from the face of the earth. The bully's fist bursts into fierce flames as Qin Xiao attacks from above, using a forbidden technique to finish off the opponent in one crushing blow. At the last moment, Xuanyuanming puts out his palm. An icy vortex swirls around his hand, which easily extinguishes the flames of the attack and stops the deadly blow. The clash of the two elements, the white-haired youth's icy aura suppressed the enemy's fierce flames, and the powerful hand grip bound the enemy, giving them no chance to escape. The impudent young gentleman in red was seething with anger. He was pouring out threats, demanding freedom, but the hero with the cold eyes only tightens his hand, preparing his answer. Instant payback. With a series of lightning strikes, the teacher unleashes a barrage of icy energy on the enemy. The impudent person does not even have time to cry out, getting what he deserves for arrogance. A lightning-fast leaping kick descended from above. The red-robed opponent didn't have time to react as the crushing force knocked him back at breakneck speed. A crushing fall, the blonde fighter slammed into the ground, sending up a cloud of rubble. The force of the blow was such that he was down, and his opponent only watched him coldly. Threatening that brother Qin Xiao will take revenge, the henchman shouted, but Xuanyuanming only silently turns around and gives him a ringing slap in the face, silencing him forever. The white-haired youth's cold gaze pierced through, and in a tone that brooked no argument, he ordered the hooligans to clean up the classroom and wipe the blackboard. The impudent bullies who until recently were letting go of their hands are now terrified. Clutching their heads, they quickly agree to obey the order, just to get out of here as soon as possible. Surprised, Yuan Chude watched on, her eyes filled with mute amazement, and the one she thought was weak made the hooligans tremble in fear. Standing in the audience with his hands in his pockets, Xuanyuanming was thinking about something else. The beauty was dumbfounded that he really won, and the loser bully was now forced to wipe the board in humiliation. His mysterious acquaintance watched him from the sidelines, her mind swarming with questions. Did he change for her? Did her words of yesterday affect him so much? Noticing the girl's gaze, the teacher closed his eyes for a moment, keeping a straight face, as if to let him know that this conversation wasn't over yet. The flustered lady tried to call out to the youth, but he deliberately ignored her. He just walked past with his hands in his pockets and didn't turn around. Xuanyuanming resolutely left, leaving her behind, and the beauty followed behind, determined to catch up to him in the empty school corridor. Yuan Chude was fuming, her exasperated face saying that she would not tolerate such an attitude. The hero had gone too far in his indifference. The flustered girl ran after Xuanyuanming, apologizing for provoking a fight with Qin Xiao and begging him to immediately find a place to hide. Warning about the deadly danger, the beauty said that Qin Zhao, Xiao's older brother, was incredibly dangerous. But at that moment, a sharp sound rang out, and the young man stopped abruptly. Startled, Heiress Yuan freezes, looking at Yuan Yuanming's back as he stops, realizing that her words about running away only hurt his pride, and he is not going to run anywhere. The young man froze for a second and, without turning around, said that the lady's grandfather was so smart as a child. Yuan Chuda looked arrogantly after the young man left, and he didn't hide his disdain as he marveled out loud at how stupid the descendants of a great family were. The beauty's patience broke out. Overcome with rage, she switched to shouting and angrily pointed her finger in the direction of the guy, finally losing all control over herself. Outraged, the heiress was seething with anger when Zhuan Yuanming dared to call her family stupid and speak so disrespectfully. Deciding not to leave it just like that, the girl takes out her smartphone. She intends to contact her father first of all to discuss the situation and take action. Holding the phone to her ear, she hurriedly reported to her father about Qin Xiao's defeat, the alarm in her voice growing, because the consequences of this skirmish could be unpredictable. The head of the Yuan family was as serious as ever, explaining to his daughter that Zhuan Yuanming was his grandfather's favorite, and his strength, despite the rumors, was not inferior to that of Lord Greenwolf. The man understood that the Yuan family could not avoid the coming catastrophe, so he made a strong-willed decision to protect the young man at all costs and immediately send Master Feng to him. After finishing talking to his daughter, Wen Zhengtian dropped the call. He softly says the name of a loyal companion, ready to give an order. After listening carefully to the report of his loyal colleague, the old man wants to know everything about the eldest son of the Qin family, knowing that this person will become a key figure in the game. The master confirms the host's concerns that Qin Zhao, the real rising star of Nandao City, is growing in influence and power every day, scaring the competition. Despite the formidable reputation of the enemy, Feng Lao retains an icy calm. He is confident in his skills and is ready to face the enemy in a fair fight face to face. After a little thought, the old man gives a direct order, and the assistant must secretly protect the hero. His main task is to do everything so that a dangerous enemy cannot harm the young man. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Feng Lao warns of the consequences. Protecting this guy will inevitably lead to an open conflict with Qin Zhao, which can be extremely dangerous for their family. A heavy silence reigned in the room. Yuan Zhengtian is aware of the risk, but his determination is unwavering. The fate of the bloodline now depends on the success of this secret mission. Closing his eyes and giving the final order, the man takes full responsibility and promises to find a way to neutralize the threat from the Qin family's eldest son. Left alone, the old man indulges in bitter thoughts about his late father. He tries to solve the mystery of why their family should protect this strange young man for centuries. The Qin family courtyard was deceptively calm, the sun glinting off the leaves as the warriors prepared for their training, unaware of the storm of events that was coming. The air trembled with a colossal concentration of energy, and the master's fist was enveloped in a crimson flame of true ki, ready to crush anyone who dared to challenge it. In one swift movement, the master swept his opponents apart, a powerful wave of power throwing the fighters into the air like dry leaves, demonstrating his complete dominance. The triumph was interrupted by the disturbing news that a loyal servant reported that the master's younger brother, Qin Xiao, had been severely beaten at school, and the master's anger flared up with a new, frightening force. The gang leader clenches his fists in rage, his eyes blazing with vengeance, and his voice trembles with anger as he demands to know the name of the brave man who dared to challenge. A huge assistant reports to the boss that the abuser was an ordinary trainee from a local school. Against the background of a powerful giant, the leader seems even more dangerous and evil. With a contemptuous grin, Qin Zhao gives a cruel order. He considers this matter a trifle and demands to make the impudent person suffer, returning all the pain caused to him tenfold. The thug humbly bows his head to the authority of the leader, his eyes showing a cold willingness to do his master's will and crush anyone who gets in the way. The yellow bus stopped abruptly at the curb, the passenger tapping his fingers impatiently on his hand, waiting for his stop and thinking about important matters. In the salon, the young man realized that the reserves of spiritual grass were exhausted. Without them, it was impossible to create a Peiyun pill, which means that his cultivation temporarily reached a dead end. The young man decides to go to the Tianshui Mountains. He cannot interrupt the development of his strength and hopes to find rare herbs there to continue the path of cultivation. The SUV rushes along the highway at high speed after the bus. Dust flies from under the wheels, and the roar of the engine drowns out all sounds on this country road. A group of pursuers led by mighty Brother Lei were tracking down the target. They were sure that Zhuan Yuanming was on the bus, and they were preparing to launch their strike. After learning that the bus was going to Mount Tianshui, Lei ordered his men to pursue the target, They decided to wait until the transport drove away from the city to the suburbs. There are peaceful clouds floating in the sky, but the calm is deceptive. Time is fleeting, and soon the serene landscape will be replaced by danger when the pursuers overtake the bus. The yellow bus was traveling on a winding mountain road surrounded by dense forest and rocks. Its path was illuminated by bright sun rays. Wen Yunming peered thoughtfully out the window, suddenly sensing something was amiss, his sharp gaze registering a suspicious movement in the aisle between the seats. A clever thief in a cap was trying to discreetly pull a purse out of the bag of a woman who was fascinated by the phone. He did not realize that his every gesture was being watched from the shadows. Noticing the crime, the young man concentrates spiritual energy in his hand. The blue glow foreshadowed retribution. It's time to teach the brazen thief a cautionary lesson. The hero was about to use force, but suddenly someone's hand blocked his path. He froze in surprise, not understanding who decided to interfere with his plans. Zhu Yining resolutely steps forward and points her finger at the culprit, her loud cry for the thief instantly attracting the attention of all the terrified passengers. The pickpocket froze when he realized that he had been discovered, clutching the stolen purse tightly as the girl's angry glare pinned him to the exit. The unmasked thief attacked the girl in a rage, shouting that the girl had scared him with her screeching and almost gave him a heart attack while working. The criminal brazenly demanded that the beauty pay him damages for the thwarted theft. He threatened to kill right now if she refused to pay him money. Trapped in a corner, the scoundrel turned his aggression on all the passengers on the bus, cursing loudly, threatening to kill anyone who dared to look at him or interfere. All the passengers on the bus were confused. The elderly lady with glasses frowned suspiciously. Sensing something was amiss, the atmosphere was heating up. Resolutely stepping forward, the pink-haired girl urged witnesses not to be afraid of the criminal and together hand over the brazen thief to the police to punish him. The thief in the cap did not even think to hide instead of fright. He threw a bold look at the heroine, shamelessly assessing her beauty. The situation became more dangerous and acute. Grinning maliciously, the scoundrel told the beauty that he had changed his mind and would not let her lose money, but his words sounded like a threat, and since she herself came, now she is in his complete power. Startled, Zhu Yining tried to press her conscience, her voice trembling as she reproached the thief for being too arrogant because everyone around her had seen his crime. However, the man in the cap's gaze turned icy and fierce. His eyes narrowed, and a sinister, barely audible question hung in the air as everyone saw him stealing, the atmosphere heating up to the limit. An impudent thief in a cap openly provoked witnesses. He boldly picked up the stolen wallet and defiantly asked who had seen him do it, urging them to come out. His co-conspirators in camouflage gleefully supported him. They mockingly asked the crowd who exactly wanted to come forward, knowing that everyone was intimidated by their gang. The three criminals looked down on the terrified passengers. They laughed at the cowardice of the people, and the thief in the cap grinned maliciously, knowing that no one would dare to speak. Mocking the passengers, one of the scoundrels brazenly stated that his brother did not steal anything, suppressing witnesses with moral pressure and the threat of force. The cap thief felt completely superior, his face contorted with a smug grimace, and he realized that the fear of the crowd had given him a free hand to do anything. Going on the offensive, the robber demanded an apology from the girl for slander and cynically suggested that she go with him in the evening to make amends. Shocked by the audacity of the criminals, Zhu Yining was choking with indignation as she realized that the thieves felt like they were the masters of the situation right in front of all the passengers. Tears of desperation begin to boil in the heroine's eyes, and she utters aloud a frightening guess that all three men are working together, and this is a planned trap for witnesses. The thief laughed loudly, mocking the girl's defenselessness. He looked around the cabin, knowing that no one on this bus would risk going against his gang. He was grinning mockingly. The scoundrel was looking straight into the girl's face. He was sure that fear would silence everyone, and declares that no one will dare to testify against him. Trying to change the situation, the beauty turned to the owner of the purse, because only she could accurately identify the stolen item. The robber in the cap is infuriated by this betrayal, his eyes bloodshot, and he gives the witness who dares to speak a look full of hatred and threat. Abruptly raises the knife, clutching the purse in the other hand. The scoundrel threateningly turned to the woman, demanding recognition that the stolen item belongs to him. The situation was tense. The terrified stranger shivered under the sharp blade, waving her hands frantically, swearing that it was someone else's thing and had nothing to do with her. The red-haired girl cried out in shock. Sweat and horror froze on her face. She could not believe what was happening and tried to get to the bitter truth. Tearful, the beauty strode forward resolutely on the bus, her voice breaking as she challenged, accusing the woman of fearing the truth, her eyes burning with a thirst for justice. Zhu Yining's face was contorted with rage and despair as she screamed, warning of the consequences of inaction if evil went unpunished. Pointing angrily at the heroine, the woman snapped defiantly, demanding that she be silent, and called her a little thing. The tension in the air could be cut with a knife. The aunt with red curls was furious. She denies the accusations, angry that she was involved in trouble. The beauty standing at a distance takes her breath away from such impudence and injustice. A menacing man with a knife slowly approaches the girl. He viciously taunts her, giving her a cruel ultimatum. The poor girl has nowhere to run in this locked bus. The bandit's predatory gaze does not promise anything good. He pulls his clawed paw to the frightened Shu Ying Yi. The girl trembles all over, cursing the day when she entered this damn transport. A sudden pop. Someone's strong hand grabs the bandit's wrist with an iron grip. The beauty freezes in amazement, and the criminal is shocked by such an audacious obstacle. A handsome guy with ashen hair appears in front of the aggressor, calm and unperturbed, but his gaze exudes cold power, forcing the thief to step back. The criminal is bared in rage. He tries to break free and threatens, calling the savior a puppy. His face is twisted with anger, but the stranger's grip is unshakable. Xuanyuan stands unwavering with an icy gaze. His aura is overwhelming, and his silent contempt angers the criminal more than any words. He is the very shadow of justice on this bus. The bandit's mad eyes are bloodshot with rage. He is not used to fighting back and is now ready for anything. Anger blinds him, wiping out the last drops of common sense. The criminal brings a sharp knife for a decisive blow. With a wild cry, he rushes at the hero, promising reprisal, but the guy only calmly waits, ready to repel the enemy's attack. Maintaining an icy calm despite the blade right in front of his face, the guy's gaze pierces through, and his confidence robs the enemy of any advantage. A lightning-fast lunge, Xuanyuan delivers a crushing kick, knocking out the knife and knocking the bandit down. The guy's strength and technique leave the criminal no chance. The defeated aggressor writhes in pain on the floor of the bus, his bragging gone, replaced by shameful defeat. Justice triumphed in an instant. The young man with the ashen hair speaks coldly to the defeated enemy, his eyes burning with icy anger, condemning the audacity of the criminal. The thug in the cap is writhing on the floor of the bus, holding on to his broken legs, and the guy is standing over him, unwavering and stern, giving him only 10 seconds to get out. The criminal's face is distorted with desperate anger and fear, and he screams furiously, calling for help from his accomplices, ordering them to immediately kill his abuser. With a mad grin, two thugs on the bus, armed with a knife and a baton, attack Xuanyuan, who stands motionless, as if oblivious to the threat. Shu Ying screams in horror, begging the hero to be careful, but he only turns around with a cheeky smile, promising that everything will be fine. A moment later, the stunned blonde tries to wrest away his baton, but the guy's steel grip paralyzes him, and the aggressor realizes that he made a fatal mistake. With an iron grip, the teacher blocks the bandit's arm, and the air is shaken by electric discharges. A lightning-fast kick leaves the criminal no chance of escape. A crushing attack in the air, Xuanyuan simultaneously knocks out a baton from one and knocks out a second accomplice. Real dominance. The cold, piercing gaze of the victor, he stands over the defeated enemies, and his calm voice counts down the last 5 seconds until the final massacre. The criminal was confused. He does not understand why this strange guy does not obey him. The thief was angry and demanded an answer. Standing unwavering and with a cheeky smile on his face, Xuanyuan raises his hand, counting down the seconds. Time is up for the bandit, and the reckoning is inevitable. The stranger's eyes filled with terror as the youth stood in front of him. A powerful wave of energy distorted space, causing the air around him to tremble. The white-haired boy coldly watched the torment of the enemies, who screamed in panic, pinned to the floor by an unknown force. The teacher's gaze turned icy, and there was a dangerous glint of gold in his eyes. His voice sounded like a death sentence, and he gave them only 3 seconds to disappear forever. Gripped by a primal fear, the hooligans rushed out of the bus, supporting their wounded comrades as they shamefully ran to escape the monster's wrath. The frightened scoundrel desperately shouted to the driver, begging him to stop the bus. He knew that every second of delay could be a fatal mistake for them. The cold voice continued the relentless countdown that echoed in the empty cabin. The pursuer's face contorted with sweat and horror at the inevitable ending. Time was up. Xuanyuan appeared right in front of the opponent, and his icy gaze left no hope of escape. Now it was too late to wait for mercy. The terrified boys pressed up against the back door in a panic, pleading for mercy as the driver didn't stop. But the mysterious youth was adamant. The hero's patience finally ran out. Without saying a word, he swung for a powerful blow. A clenched fist and golden eyes did not bode well for the opponents. The impact was lightning fast and crushing. The powerful wave threw the attacker back, forcing him to bend over in pain. The pursuer did not give them a single chance. The next blow landed right on target. A sharp sound pierced the air, and drops of blood flew across the cabin of the defeated enemy. He towered over the fallen enemy like a true judge, giving them one last chance and just 1 second to get out of his sight immediately. Xuan Yuanming's eyes flashed bright gold, reflecting the power hidden inside. An icy warning hung in the air, promising a terrible punishment to anyone who dared to linger. Finally losing their composure, the hooligans interrupted each other, shouting in horror that they were leaving immediately, just not to anger this frightening guy anymore. The doors of the bus burst open and the bandits rushed out in an avalanche, running for their lives without looking back, while the mysterious hero watched them go with an icy stare. As the cabin grew quiet, the young man calmly lowered his head, the screams of the enemies outside the window gradually fading away, leaving him alone with his frightening, secret power. The SUV braked sharply, dodging flying bodies, and the 3 guys who had just been thrown out of the bus collapsed with screams on the asphalt right in front of the car's wheels. There was a sharp screech of brakes from above, and the driver of the Jeep barely had time to react, leaving black tire tracks on the road, and it was a miracle that no one was crushed under the wheels. The occupants of the car stared in disbelief at the people moaning on the road, and the jock with the scar was the first to break the silence, cursing harshly at the suddenness of this turn of events. A stern man with thick eyebrows was watching the guys closely. He is sure that something happened on the bus and orders his people to continue their surveillance, not lagging behind. Ignoring the commotion outside the bus aisles, Xuan Yuanming's hand quickly picks up a dropped brown wallet from the ground. Suddenly, the hero's thoughts are interrupted by words of gratitude that come from a red-haired woman. Suddenly, the stranger claims the wallet, claiming that it was just stolen by small bandits. She stretches out her hand, waiting for the guy to return the thing without further ado. A sly grin appears on the teacher's face. He asks only one word, sensing the trick and realizing that they are trying to deceive him in the most brazen way. The guy is in no hurry to give the purse. He reminds the hostess of her own words about the absence of losses and points to the frightened girl, whom she asked not to be disturbed. In a rage, the red-haired woman demands to return the wallet. Threatening to call the police, she accuses the hero of theft, trying to intimidate him with her scream. Breaking out of her stupor, the beauty could no longer remain silent. She boldly denounces the woman's lies, recalling how she refused to call for help when the thief was caught on the spot. Covering Xuan Yuanming and protecting him from being unfairly attacked, Xu Yingying Yi was outraged that the police were being called out to a kind person while the real culprit was angry. An enraged woman in glasses unceremoniously demanded to give her the thing. She hovered over the guy, reaching out and trying to crush him with her authority and shouting. However, the teacher maintained an icy calm and stared at the item in his hand with a slight bewilderment, asking what kind of wallet it was, confusing her. The brawler's face contorted with anger, and she literally lost her temper, pointing her finger in the direction of the loot and yelling at the whole transport that this wallet belongs to her. Firmly stating her rights to the item, the woman held out her hand. She expected that the item would immediately be returned to its rightful owner. A cheeky and sly grin appeared on Xuan Yuanming's face, and with one short question, he was questioning her integrity, clearly playing some kind of cunning psychological game. The guy ironically recalls the past words of the opponent, who himself denied the loss. The angry woman was literally seething with rage, demanding to immediately return the wallet. She is pouring threats to call the police, not wanting to listen to any excuses. Standing up for her rescuer, Xu Yingying Yi reminded the witness of her cowardice and refusal to help when the thief was really around. The defender directly accused the woman of injustice. While the guy calmly stood behind, she shamed the opponent for trying to set up someone who had done a good deed. An enraged woman becomes personal, rudely shutting up the girl. She accuses her of excessive curiosity, believing that it was because of someone else's intervention that all the problems arose. Xu Yingyi's eyes are filled with tears of injustice, and she genuinely doesn't understand how anyone can respond to an attempt to defend the truth like that. Demanding the wallet, the brawler goes on a final attack. She threatens not only to call the police, but also to sue the guy for stealing money, ignoring the fact that he returned the thing. With a cold gleam in his eyes, Xuan Yuanming agrees to return the item, ironically remarking that if the lady wasn't afraid of bandits, then she definitely shouldn't be afraid of honest people. Instead of politely handing over the wallet, he throws it out of the bus window with a sharp movement, and the woman screams in horror as she watches her value fly away. The wallet flies straight into the road, where at that moment an SUV sweeps by. The situation takes a bad turn, turning an ordinary quarrel into a real road accident. Rapidly flying through the air, the object flies directly under the wheels of a driving SUV. A bystander in the car is dumbfounded watching this strange gift. The people in the Jeep cry out in surprise, One minute they saw people falling out of the bus, and now a leather wallet literally flies into their hands from the sky. A large man in camouflage was delighted with the sudden discovery. He considers it an incredible piece of luck, not even suspecting what a storm this object caused. The SUV slows down sharply, kicking up a cloud of dust, and the driver and his companion look in disbelief at the hood, where a mysterious red purse has just fallen. A man in camouflage is quite considering the prey. He is not going to look for the owner, considering that since the thing itself flew to him, now it is rightfully his. At this time, on the bus, the brawler falls into a real tantrum. She screams heart-rendingly, pointing her finger at the window, and demands that the guy immediately return her money. An enraged woman shouts at the young man, accusing him of losing more than 5,000 yuan. She furiously points her finger at him and calls him a scoundrel. Zhuan Yunming's cold gaze silences his opponent, and he harshly warns her that if she makes a sound, he will simply throw her off the bus. The threat does not work, and the woman continues to brawl. Grabbing the guy by the t-shirt, she vows to put him behind bars for the rest of his life if he does not repay her debt. The hand grabs the cloth abruptly, and there is a loud bang, the energy literally pulsing around, heralding a rapid action in the beginning of an attack. The brawler is perplexed, but in the next moment, a powerful blow throws her back. She flew through the air with a cry. Frozen in amazement, the guy stared in front of him with a shocked look, and his wide eyes betray his extreme surprise at the sight he saw. Noticing a passing SUV, a woman calls out to the driver. She stops the car with strong men, hoping to find support or new victims in them. The impudent lady demands that the big man immediately return her purse. He only asks again in a puzzled way, not understanding why they call him a boy and a brother. The man's patience breaks down, and he becomes enraged by the stranger's audacity. Glaring at her, he rudely asks who she is in general to behave like this with him. The brawler said that no matter who she was, the purse was hers, and she ordered it back. But the big man just crossed his powerful arms over his chest in displeasure as he listened to the claims. Beginning to get angry, the gang leader harshly besieged the impudent lady. He declared that what was found on the road was now his by right. He threatened that he would immediately teach her a lesson if she did not get away. The situation escalated. The woman got angry and called the burly boy an unreasonable boy, while the bandit, while maintaining an outward calm, only became more angry, as indicated by the vein on his face. A strong blow from the bully knocks the lady off her feet. Glasses fly off her face and profanity comes out of her mouth, while the attacker promises to destroy her completely. An enraged bandit calls on his accomplices to deal with an impudent stranger who dared to appear on their territory, and his henchmen are ready to immediately execute the order. In horror, the brawler shrinks. Holding her broken face, defeated and defenseless, she realizes that she has found herself in a ring of bandits from whom you should not expect mercy. Screams for help are drowned out by the sounds of blows. Enraged villains surrounded the woman and began to beat her mercilessly, deciding to teach the impudent stranger a lesson for her long tongue. A huge yellow bus slowly pulls up to the curb, making a distinctive hissing sound as it stops at the bus stop to drop off its last passengers. The doors open, and the young man confidently steps on the asphalt. He leaves the transport, leaving behind all the road conflicts and noise, ready to continue his journey alone. As he watches the bus leave, Zhuan Yuanming breathes in the fresh air of freedom, glad that he has finally escaped the company of that insufferable and noisy lady. The girl frantically calls out to the guy, who freezes, his gaze full of cold calm, a premonition of an important confession hanging in the air. There is a soft click, and the pendant around the stranger's neck flashes with a bright light. The guy is shocked because this ancient artifact awakens long-forgotten images in him. Xu Yiningyi sincerely thanks the mysterious savior. The guy listens to her in silence, keeping his distance and hiding his thoughts behind a mask of calm. The hero's gaze suddenly turns icy as he stares at the details, noticing something strange that makes his heart skip a beat in surprise. The young man was shocked. On the neck of a stranger hangs that very treasure. While she sweetly chatters about medicinal herbs, he painfully wonders where she got this valuable piece of evidence. Frozen, startled by the sight of the necklace, realizing that this is the key to the mystery, forgetting everything, Zhuan Yuanming abruptly asks the only question he cares about right now. The hero's voice was insistent, asking where she got this necklace from. The surprised beauty did not understand the reason for his sharp interest. The necklace, shrouded in a mystical light, turns out to be a family heirloom. A mysterious aura suggests that this artifact hides answers to many riddles of the past. With a warm smile, Xu Yiningyi revealed the secret of her jewelry. The guy froze when he heard the simple word, "Grandma." which turned his world upside down and made his heart beat faster. The young man's eyes widened in shock, the mere mention of the old lady causing a storm of emotion. Deep in thought, Zhuan Yuanming became aware of the passage of time, the bright autumn leaves taking his thoughts back half a century to events that he would never be able to forget. Recalling the past, the hero thought about how after the battle with the monster, he lay exhausted. The quiet chambers of the Shu clan became his refuge, where he slowly regained his strength. Every day, a young beauty came to him with a cup of healing decoction. Her gentle care and kind smile became the only ray of light for the wounded warrior. Although the young man saw the girl's sincere feelings, but his heart remained cold. For him, earthly love is only a moment that crumbles to dust in the face of eternity. Zhuan Yuanming froze in thought, the wind whirling the pink sakura petals around him as if dancing with his quiet sadness. Happy that he didn't miss the meeting, the hero recovered from his injuries quickly and decided to thank the hospitable Shu family. As a sign of gratitude, he puts a precious emerald necklace in the girl's hand. Leaving the girl alone, the guy said that if it is difficult for her, then let her bring him this necklace, and he will definitely help. A sudden insight shot through his mind. Secret knowledge from the future revealed the shocking truth that not only she, but all her descendants were looking for him through time. Taking a step closer, the girl anxiously looked into Zhuan Yuanming's eyes. Feeling his strange detachment, she quietly asked if everything was fine at that moment. The young man kept his gaze fixed on her jewelry, his voice wavering as he pointed at the mysterious artifact hanging around her neck that held a century-old secret. Clutching the pendant left by her grandmother to her heart, the beauty thought that this inheritance from the most important person in her life should bring her happiness and true love. The words about the death of his grandmother struck the young man like a bolt from the blue. He froze in a daze, realizing that his gift of longevity for some reason did not save the dear woman. After the fall of the Shu clan, the family was exiled. The girl admitted that the true reasons for the death of her grandmother were hidden behind the screen of a violent internal family struggle. After listening to her story thoughtfully, Zhuan Yuanming stood on the sunlit road and curiously asked why such a fragile girl was picking herbs in the mountains by herself. Smiling, the lady introduced herself as Zhu Yingying Yi, proudly declaring that she was already quite an adult and would soon become a student, dreaming of a bright future in college. The young beauty said that she went to the forest for medicine, there is no money for the hospital, and only a doctor's prescription gives hope to save a sick mother from a serious illness. Explaining to a new acquaintance that she came to the mountains alone to save her mother, the lady's voice trembles, but her determination is great. She is ready to do anything to get the right herbs. Sighing heavily, Zhuan Yuanming made a difficult decision, and in that short exhalation, a mixture of doubt and sudden sympathy for someone else's misfortune changed his plans. Making a decision, he orders the beauty to follow him, because once his family had great power, the young man decides to help in her dangerous search. Time passes like smoke, erasing the greatness of the past. The Shu family has fallen, leaving only shadows of its former glory. But in the heart of the young man, there is still a memory of those who cannot be returned. The world has changed beyond recognition, becoming alien and cold, meeting the descendants of those who are gone forever. He realizes that he has remained the same, but his era has long since dissolved. 3 hours of searching in the thick of the forest had borne fruit. Shu Yinyin Yi had the treasured herbs in her hands, and her voice calling out to Brother Xuan Yuan sounded like a timid hope for her mother's speedy healing. A happy smile lit up the girl's face. She sincerely thanks her companion, realizing that without his help, the path would have been closed. The beauty's eyes shine with joy and relief, because if it wasn't for him, she would have been looking for these plants forever, she admits, realizing how important this chance meeting has become. After carefully examining her symptoms, Zhuan Yuanming concluded that her mother's illness had affected her lungs, and he informed her that a rare medicine was needed for her to fully heal. The youth's gaze became serious and his voice was firm as he revealed the name of the secret ingredient that could save the patient's life. It was the legendary fire Ganoderma. Frozen in utter confusion, the girl realized that she had never heard of such a plant and did not know where to look for this miraculous remedy in their area. Scratching his head, the hero explained that this rare mushroom is not found on the outskirts of Mount Tianshui. It is inaccessible to ordinary people because they will have to go to the most dangerous heart of the forest for it. Confidently calling his companion to follow him and promising to help with the search, the guy remembered the valley where the hot heart of the mountains beats, an ideal place for the growth of a rare mushroom. Suddenly, Zhuan Yuanming stopped abruptly and gave a short command, his sharp ears picking up something suspicious, causing him to stop walking and watch out for the enemy. Strangers appeared on the path ahead of them, blocking the way, and he met their gaze calmly, knowing that a trip to get medicine would not be complete without a dangerous encounter. The path of the young men was blocked by a huge big man who followed the couple from the shadows for a long time. He gloatingly declared that he had been following their footsteps all this time for his own benefit. The bandit leader narrowed his eyes, realizing that this was the perfect moment to attack. He wasn't going to miss the chance to take the rare treasure for himself. Surrounding himself with a fiery aura, the villain taunted the youth and invited him to kneel down and beg for mercy before the brutal reprisal began. Maintaining an icy calm in the face of the threat, Zhuan Ming directly asked the big man who was behind this attack and why they needed to pick a fight with him. Only grinning in response to the question and calling the guy by name, the scoundrel mockingly asked if he really forgot who exactly managed to cross the road in the past. Revealing the cards, the scoundrel said that the cause of the conflict was a quarrel with the influential Qin Zhao. Now he will have to answer for his audacity in front of a powerful clan. When he heard young master Qin Zhao's name, he only repeated it out loud thoughtfully. This name clearly brought up old memories in him, but it didn't frighten him in the least. The guy instantly accepted the challenge, and a powerful magical aura flashed around him. He resolutely told the enemy to start fighting, showing full readiness for battle. Just as calmly, Zhuan Yuanming added that he was in a hurry to deal with important matters, so he would deal with the bandits quickly. His icy confidence infuriated the big man. Determined to teach the impudent man a lesson, the leader ordered his men to attack, thinking that in this wilderness, no one would dare challenge their superiority. One of the attackers grinned viciously. He was looking forward to an easy victory and promised to deal with the guy in order to take the frightened girl as a trophy. The enemy was the first to charge using fire magic, but the young man didn't even move, confidently waiting for the attack and preparing for a crushing response. The attacker concentrates all his inner energy in his fist, but the young man's gaze is full of icy determination. Not knowing what else to do, Xu Yingyi shouted out a warning and alarm when she noticed the danger. While maintaining his concentration, Zhuan Yuanming reacted instantly, delivering a crushing blow with his strength towards the enemy. A powerful uppercut sends the enemy into a prolonged flight to the clouds. Radiant energy rips through space, leaving the enemy no chance of escape in battle. A formidable fighter in a camouflage t-shirt sternly watches as the defeated villain falls to the ground. His muscles tense, and his gaze expresses complete superiority. The defeated attacker lies in complete unconsciousness, letting out funny bubbles from his mouth, and his will to continue this battle has finally dried up. With a bold look, the hero challenges his opponents. He confidently points in the direction of the enemy, inviting them to take the first step in this duel. The tightly clenched fist was engulfed in fierce flames of battle energy, this powerful gesture symbolizing the beginning of a devastating attack that would be impossible to stop. Ripping off his clothes and showing off his impressive muscles, the mighty fighter claims to have reached a new level of skill, preparing to crush anyone in his path. An enraged giant rushes to attack, shrouded in a bright flame of his inner strength. Opposite him, the young man froze, maintaining absolute calm in the face of the threat. A rapid stroke in the air marks the beginning of a decisive clash. The energy of the fighters collides, generating powerful sparks that fly in all directions of the battle. The martial artist raises his flaming fist for a crushing blow, and with a cry of rage, he promises to show the true power accumulated over many years of study. Mocking the guy, the villains anticipated his imminent defeat. They are confident in the strength of their boss and are already making insidious plans for the future after the final battle. The young man's gaze turns frighteningly cold and determined, and through the strands of blonde hair, you can see eyes full of rage that is about to burst out in battle. Making a lightning leap, Zhuan Yuanming dodged the giant's flaming strike, using the enemy's momentum to launch his sudden and decisive counterattack. A powerful uppercut from the bottom up throws a huge opponent. The young man, wrapped in a glow of energy, demonstrates complete superiority in this fight. The opponent's fists collide in a devastating blow. Blue and gold auras flash, causing the air to vibrate with the power of their fighting spirit. This is the decisive moment. The big guy's face contorts in mute horror and utter bewilderment. He can't believe that his unstoppable attack was so easily blocked by this simple guy. Delivering a crushing blow of incredible power, the hero literally tears up space with a powerful wave of energy, leaving the giant no chance in battle. The huge fighter flies back, breaking through the strong stone wall with his body. The force of the counterattack was so great that even his steel muscles did not help him. In complete shock at the sight, the bystanders froze, unable to utter a single word, realizing that they had just encountered the true god of war. The mighty fighter is slammed into the rock with a crushing blow. His body is shrouded in steam, and his spirit can barely hold on in his body. He only groans in dazed disbelief in his defeat. The two guys are frozen in horror as they look at the enemy's power, and through their fear, they hear the order to report to their boss, Qin Zhao, that a new dangerous player has appeared in the city. Zhuan Yuanming's voice is cold, not looking for unnecessary trouble. but he advises no one else to get in the way. The young man's eyes flash with golden fire. He issues a final warning, and if the enemy does not calm down, then he will end it once and for all, leaving no chance. In a panic, the defeated minions run away for their lives. They are afraid to even look back, while the mysterious master and his companion calmly go into the forest. Soft light illuminates the path as the hero takes the first step towards new adventures. His gait is light, and true strength is hidden behind the mask of an ordinary guy. The couple came out to the majestic cliffs. The sun flooded the gorge, and the air swirled with glowing petals. It seemed that nature itself welcomes them to this secret place. Alarmed, the young companion called out to Xuan Yu and Ming, noticing movement ahead, and he froze, peering into the thicket as the wind gently ruffled his frost-blonde hair. The two young men had a view of a rocky gorge where a group of strangers had gathered, mysterious figures in rich robes standing with their backs to the entrance of a hidden cave. Deciding to get closer, they moved cautiously through the sunlit forest toward a group of people whose voices echoed through the ancient trees. An elegant woman with glasses spoke to the man in front of her, her voice trembling with excitement, and her eyes were fixed on the master on whom everything depended. Ma Han, the stern deputy hallmaster, listened to the lady's pleas in silence as she begged him to get the fire Ganoderma to save his son from a fatal lung disease. After arrogantly assuring Lady Zhang that her son's illness was nothing, the goon promised to personally find a rare cure, hiding his true goals behind a mask of calm. A grimace of determination crossed the master's face, and he vowed to get the fire Ganoderma at any cost, because this deal promised him not only power, but also personal gain. Xuan Yuanming and his companion were suddenly blocked by a guard. A sharp shout brought them to a halt, and the tension in the air became palpable, as if before a thunderstorm. Zhang Long, a loyal disciple of Mahan, blocked the intruder's path, and with a rude gesture, he ordered them to get out, stating that entry to these lands was strictly forbidden. Calmly looking at the stranger, the hero replied that he only came for the fire Ganoderma. His voice sounded firm, and his gaze expressed determination to go forward despite all obstacles. Enraged, Zhang Lun did not listen to the explanation and broke down into rudeness. He again demanded that the heroes leave immediately, otherwise they will be severely punished for their insolence. At that moment, Xuan Yuanming's patience snapped. Surrounded by a flaming aura, he coldly threatened the brat that he would silence him forever if he didn't learn to watch his tongue. The man's eyes widened in sudden horror as he felt the crushing power of the opponent sweep past him like a deadly gust of icy wind. Watching the fight curiously, Lady Zhang quietly asked the master about the mysterious youth whose strength and confidence instantly changed the course of events. The woman immediately realized that this stranger, a competitor, she noted with annoyance that the young man was also looking for a rare Ganoderma, which her son needed so much. After disdainfully assessing the young man's aura, Mahan only saw him as a level 3 warrior and decided that such a weak opponent was not worthy of his attention. With a haughty grin, the master declared that Zhang Long would defeat the impudent one with his left hand. He was confident of an easy victory and didn't even move as he looked at the guy. The insidious plan matured instantly. The villain decided to use the alien as a human shield so that he cleared the way to the rarest fire Ganoderma and took all the blow on himself. The bespectacled woman chuckled coldly. She wouldn't tolerate competition for her son, and her eyes held the verdict that this brat would enter the cave but never come out. He bowed respectfully to his mistress. The servant confirmed his loyalty. The conspirators are confident of success, while their victim does not even suspect that a trap has been set. The Green Wolf Mountain disciple was infuriated by the stranger's audacity. He wasn't used to being disrespected and was willing to teach a lesson to anyone who dared challenge his high status. With a cry of scabies in his bones, the fighter charged, his fist filled with rage, rushing toward the target, wanting to teach the impudent man a lesson and show the true strength of his order. A sudden shout brought the attacker to a standstill. An imperious foot blocked the way, interrupting the brewing fight at the very last moment, and the situation escalated. Xuan Yuanming's gaze remained icy and piercing, his golden eyes showing no fear, only the cold calmness of someone who knows exactly their true strength. Smiling conciliatingly and holding back his hot-tempered partner, the older disciple spoke softly about the dangers of the valley, luring his younger brother into a deadly trap. The stranger's reply was short and sharp. He was not going to listen to empty warnings and simply demanded to clear the road. His confidence began to frighten the conspirators. The youth's sharp reply caught Zhang off guard. Taken aback by the audacity, he was speechless for a moment, not understanding how an ordinary mortal dared to talk to him like that. Gritting his teeth, the scoundrel put on a false mask of friendliness. A devious plan was already forming in his mind, that he would let the impudent man go ahead and let the mountains punish him. With a snide gesture, The leader ordered his partner to retreat. The road is open and the trap is closed. Now nothing prevents the stranger from stepping towards his death. With a fake smile, Zhang hospitably pointed out the way, deliberately calling the young man brother, hiding behind fake politeness, the desire to send him to hell as soon as possible. Xuan Yuanming maintained a cold silence as his companion anxiously looked at the scene. She could sense the danger, but his calmness was unwavering. Turning to Xu Yining, the youth told her to wait outside, deciding to enter the danger zone alone so as not to put her at risk and personally deal with the sly ones. Beauty's slender fingers clutched at her companion's sleeve, a gesture that was a mixture of fear of the unknown and a desperate attempt to keep him from taking the fatal step. Worried, the girl begged for a return, ready to give up the valuable Ganoderma. She felt that the price of the treasure might be too high for both of them. Gently but firmly freeing his hand, Xuan Yuanming promised to return, and there was steel in his voice that no threats would make him back down from his intended goal. The young man confidently led his new companions to the entrance of the mysterious cave. Despite his simple clothes, there is a hidden power in his gaze. A moment later, the travelers freeze in front of a bubbling golden lake. The surface of the water boils with magical energy, and strange bubbles explode, illuminating the gloomy grotto. Standing on the bank of a sparkling pond, the warrior addresses the guy. He points to the shining rocks, warning that the most dangerous thing awaits them ahead. The man explains that a valuable Ganoderma grows on an island in the middle of a lake of fire, and he suggests walking along the rocks one at a time, treacherously sending the guy first. Easily agreeing and setting off, Xuan Yuanming masterfully jumps on slippery rocks above the burning abyss, unaware of the evil intent. Mocking look after and calling the guy a fool, the companions plan to use it as bait for the monster, then without interference to take the treasure. The villains look at each other quite happily, anticipating success. They are sure that the guy will help them save time by becoming a live target for the dangerous beast of the earth flame. Smiling rapaciously as he assessed the warrior's low rank, the gang leader was convinced that the weak youth wouldn't last even a minute and would be instantly swallowed by the monster in the lake. While the traitors write off his life as an evil fate, the guy makes a graceful leap. A spark flashes in his golden eyes, and it seems that he understands much more. A ferocious fire beast suddenly bursts out of the boiling lake, the monster bearing its fangs, preparing to devour the intruder, but the young man does not even change his face. Maintaining an icy calm in the face of danger, Xuan Yuanming swings his foot sharply, concentrating power that clearly exceeds his officially declared rank. With one crushing blow, the hero hammers the monster's head back into the hot water, a powerful wave of energy proving that this fool is actually a great master. The powerful impact sends the beast crashing into the abyss, and the young man soars into the air, his movements flawless, controlling every inch of space above the lava. The guy lands gently on the next rock, completing his part of the journey, and didn't even lose his breath, demonstrating complete superiority over the dangerous element of the lake. Unperturbed, he turns to his shocked allies, and with a slight grin, the guy reminds them of the agreed plan, suggesting that they take the next 50 steps. Stunned by what they saw, the villains can't believe how this weak-looking guy was able to defeat the ferocious guardian of the Lake of Fire so easily. Having decided that the beast is defeated or just sleeping, the traitors decide to take advantage of the moment. They eagerly rush forward over the stones, hoping to be the first to take the treasure. Catching up with the young man, the gang leader declares that the danger is over. He orders him to go faster, hiding his insidious plan to get rid of him at the very end. Arrogant warriors surrounded the guy. With a malicious smile, the leader mocks him, considering the guy a weakling. He still does not know that he made his most fatal mistake. The enemy runs forward, shouting taunts, confident of an easy victory and eager to humiliate the enemy. But the mysterious young man remains absolutely calm and motionless. Suddenly, the space is torn apart by the power of the flame. A gigantic fire dragon appears from the void, and the proud attacker instantly realizes that he is a true master of the force. The enemy's face contorted in horror. He can't believe his eyes. Realizing that this is a legendary earth-veined beast, arrogance was instantly replaced by icy fear. The fiery beast delivers a crushing blow, throwing the opponent into the air. In desperation, the latter begs his teacher for help, realizing that the forces are too unequal. Entering the battle with his fingers folded in a magical gesture, with rage in his eyes, the scoundrel orders the monster to stop, trying to protect his wayward student. The master unleashes a flood of emerald energy on the creature, trying to suppress its will, but the creature's power is too great. The earth shakes, and the air literally boils. The defeated student drowns in a lake of molten energy, vainly stretching out his hand to the teacher. The young guy looks at this chaos with icy and complete indifference, calm. Mahan froze in a daze, realizing the horror of the situation. The heat of the water is unbearable, and the caustic energy leaves no chance of salvation, he realizes that it's too late to save anyone. The surviving warrior looks in horror at the rushing water. He admits defeat because against the beast of the earth vein, there is no chance. Death took their comrade forever. Blinded by grief, the fighter blames the guy for everything. He shouts that if the guy had taken the beast away earlier, Zhang Long would still be alive. Anger blurs his eyes, making it difficult to see the truth. The young man only raises a cold eyebrow at the accusations. He is not moved by other people's tears. He sincerely does not understand why his life should be worth less than someone else's. Rage has overshadowed the surviving brother's mind, and he launches into a suicidal attack, concentrating dark energy in his hand as the boy calmly watches him fall. Suddenly, Ma Han intervenes, his voice full of alarm, telling them to stop and not do anything stupid, knowing that they are both on the verge of death. The teacher points to the center of the boiling lake. The lives of the heroes hang in the balance, and only an immediate escape to a safe zone can save them from imminent death. In anger, the warrior gives Xuan Yuanming one last furious look, resentment and anger still simmering in his heart, but he is forced to retreat after his mentor. The master smiles slyly, looking at the young man's back. An insidious plan has already matured in his head. He will decide to leave the guy alive, hoping to use his power in the future. Thinking that they are safe, the trio leaves the danger zone, leaving behind a flaming lake. Ahead of them is a long journey full of secrets and new encounters, where each for himself. The blonde's gaze froze in amazement. He couldn't believe his eyes, faced with something incredible. His heart beat faster. Did the legends really turn out to be true? Seeing the glow on top of the cliff, the disciple cried out in delight. He hurried to point out to the mentor a rare find that could change their fate forever. A fiery lingzi appeared before them, shrouded in golden flames, the powerful energy of the ancient mushroom vibrating in the air, dazzling with its divine beauty. The student rejoices. Before them are the rarest treasures of the highest quality. Luck smiled on them, because such a find promises great strength and recognition in the world of martial arts. Satisfied, Ma Han plans that part of the loot will go to the Zhang family, and the rest to the Mountain Lord, who is sure that they will receive a great reward and honor for such a generous gift. Suddenly, the master's gaze freezes. A sharp premonition of danger makes him freeze. The silence of the forest has become ominous. Smiling condescendingly at the lone youth, the teacher praised him for his prudence, thinking that he was just a coward and decided to retreat in time. The master harshly added that any attempt to take the fire lingzi would cost the stranger his life. While the disciple took the treasure, the master did not take his eyes off the guy. However, Xuan Yuanming remained unperturbed. There was no trace of fear in his calm gaze, and he was clearly not afraid of the threats of those who considered themselves stronger. With a calm gesture, the young man pointed to the rock, warning of a hidden threat. He said that something was wrong with the stone, and this find was fraught with deadly danger. The master froze in disbelief, and the disciple burst out laughing mockingly, the stranger's words seeming like a pathetic attempt to trick them into taking the treasure for themselves. Mocking, the blonde accused the hero of cowardice. He is sure that he is just making up stories, afraid of dying at their hands and trying to buy time to escape. Considering the young man's warnings as a stupid attempt to scare them, the blonde didn't stop. For him, it was just an ordinary stone on which a valuable treasure grew. With a sharp sound, the scoundrel's palm landed on the cold surface of the cliff. He acted confidently and boldly, wanting to prove to everyone that there was no danger here. Pointedly patting the rock, the guy grinned. He ordered the hero to stop talking nonsense, because, in his opinion, the rock was absolutely harmless. The blond man complacently stated that fear had clouded the young man's mind. He was sure that this was just an ordinary boulder, and there was nothing in it but a valuable treasure. Suddenly, the rock shuddered, and deep cracks crept across it. The fire lingzi swayed dangerously, and a chilling screech and rumble came from the depths of the rock. Frozen in horror, the mentor realized his fatal mistake. The calm gaze of the young man confirmed the worst fears, and they awakened something that had been sleeping underground for centuries. The self-confident student brags about the imminent prey, not noticing how behind him in the shade of the trees, a giant snake slowly comes to life, ready for a deadly attack. Realizing the true power of the enemy, Ma Han desperately shouts to the accomplice to drop everything and run, because in front of them is a dangerous monster of the third rank. The unsuspecting guy turns around at the scream, genuinely not understanding why his friend is so scared, as the monster's shadow slowly covers him. A huge snake suddenly attacks the blonde, blinding him with a bright flash. The young man froze in a daze before the power of the beast, whose scales sparkle in the sky like lightning. Desperately calling out to the mentor for help, the accomplice rushes away, but the monster is too fast. Its predatory mouth is already open, and salvation seems impossible. There is a deafening crunch, and crimson bloodstains sprinkle the ground. A second's hesitation cost the guy his life, and the furious monster overtook its victim, leaving no chance. Xuan Yuanming stood behind, his icy calmness frightening in this nightmare, and his gaze was fixed directly on the monster. Paling, the mentor realized a terrible mistake. The guy did not run away, he just waited, and the monster, ignoring the man's screams, slowly turned its huge head towards a new goal. The silence was deafening. The huge snake and the man were frozen in front of each other. The white-haired guy was emitting a strange energy, causing the air around him to tremble. Cold sweat broke out on Ma Han's face, and he realized that the stranger was not the victim at all, but the real reason for the monster's fear, which suddenly froze in silent reverence. With a cry of terror, the mentor rushed away, calling for the youth to escape, but the giant monster did not even look at the fugitive, focusing all its attention on the hero. The master whirled around and froze in amazement as the stranger stood absolutely still, hands in his pockets, while the deadly creature obediently bowed down in front of him. Startled, the bastard realized that the guy he thought was trash didn't even flinch. His gaze was piercing through, and calmness seemed frighteningly unnatural for a human. The huge mouth of the snake suddenly fell on the fleeing mentor. The monster stopped paying attention to Xuan Yuanming and decided to deal with the easy prey first. In a panic, the man realizes that the speed of the monster is exorbitant. Death is breathing down his back, and he understands that if nothing is done, this escape will be his last. With a loud crack, the mentor makes a sharp jerk. Trying to break the distance, his movements are full of despair, because life is at stake in a fight with a powerful beast. The enraged fighter unleashes all his might on Xuan Yuanming, shouting out the words of the fatal sentence, but Xuan Yuanming just waits calmly, his hand casually stuck in the pocket of his shorts. Ma Han's eyes are blazing with a vengeance as he puts everything on this strike, wanting to finally see the true strength of the enemy. The tension is reaching its peak at this moment. The fire fist crashes into the target with a crash, but the guy doesn't even flinch. The most powerful attack that can crush rocks breaks on his aura like a wave on granite. The attacker puts the last of his strength into the blow, holding his breath with impatience. He waits for the triumph, but the enemy stands unwavering, maintaining a frightening and icy calm. Shock and icy sweat break through the fighter. His strongest technique did not move the enemy even a millimeter. Who is he? Rushes through his head along with the growing fear. The startled opponent retreats, unable to comprehend what has happened, and looks at Xuan Yuanming, whose serenity now seems like a harbinger of impending disaster. The guy's patience is completely exhausted. He lightly touches his chest as if to shake off dust, and his gaze turns cold, promising a harsh reckoning for everything. Lightning-fast interception and a blue flame flashes on the hero's hand, shackling the enemy. Now the roles have changed, and the hunter himself has become a victim, faced with extreme power. Grabbing the opponent's arm, the young man spins his body with a light movement. The former aggressor in a panic begs for mercy, realizing that his fate is now in someone else's hands. Xuan Yuanming's powerful throw sends the enemy flying through the air, tumbling and screaming in terror as the world around them blurs into a mottled stripe. Leaving only dust in his wake, Ma Han disappears into the distance, the young man following him with a calm gaze, and a snake crawls out of the grass, witnessing this quick finale. The unfortunate man flies straight into the trap, screaming with horror. He still does not see what awaits him ahead, but his instincts are already screaming about the approach of imminent and terrible death. A huge snake lurking in ambush reacts instantly to its prey, its cold eyes flashing with anticipation and its scales shimmering as it opens its mouth. Fangs and venomous saliva were the last thing Ma Han saw, and the hunter himself became easy prey, disappearing into the monster's bottomless throat under the bloody sky. A rank 3 demonic beast towers over the battlefield, its eyes fixed on the human, its hiss filled with venom, and its mouth still holding traces of a recent meal. Unperturbed, he adjusts his sleeve, looking into the monster's eyes, and he thinks it's all a little annoying, preparing to end what others call a nightmare in one blow. The ferocious emerald serpent paused in front of Xuan Yuanming, preparing to launch its deadly charge, an ominous whistle piercing the air, and the ground trembled under the weight of the monster's scaly body. He instantly concentrates all his inner energy in his fist, the water current swirling into a powerful vortex, creating a crushing weapon for a decisive attack. A powerful blow from above lands squarely on the monster's head, a loud crunch echoing around as the youth's water blade finally suppresses the beast's rage. The guy's attack is devastating. The shock wave literally rips the monster's scaly flesh to pieces. Watering the battlefield, this is not just a victory, this is total dominance. The hero's gaze was full of icy determination and confidence, piercing through the enemy. Whether he seriously thought to compete with him in strength, a mute question was read in his eyes. Xuan Yuanming used a powerful pillar of golden energy to rise up, like a jetpack, bright swirls of magic enveloping his body, showing off his incredible power to everyone. With his eyes shining with confidence, the young man enters the battle, his determination unshakable, and his voice sounds menacing, challenging the enemy and preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The opponent is huge, but the guy just grins. He has reached unimaginable heights, having passed almost 100,000 level of body tempering. The usual laws of physics no longer have power over his strength. A bright flash blinds everything around. With one precise movement, the master tears the space and flesh of the monster. The serpent is defeated, and the true power of the hero is once again proved in battle. With an echoing crash, the monster's body falls to the ground. The master doesn't even turn around, putting his hands in his pockets. For him, this battle was just a light warm-up before dinner. Suddenly, the young man freezes, sensing something amiss. His gaze becomes sharp and suspicious. What is it? Flashes through his thoughts, while the aura around him begins to change. On the sunlit path lies a defeated enemy, but not everything is so simple. A strange glow emanates from the body of the snake, hinting that the real tests for the hero are just beginning. Stepping on the defeated monster, the young man discovers the reason for his rage. No wonder the creature of the third rank guarded this place. A true treasure of nature is hidden here. In the hands of the guy shines a fiery lingji, turned into a spiritual herb. This rare gift is able to heal any diseases and become the basis for the cultivation elixir. The mysterious glow attracts Xuan Yuanming's gaze, carefully studying the remains of the beast. He understands that this is only the beginning of a long journey to absolute perfection and strength. The young man's eyes are fixed on a strange object under the scales of a beast. What is it? He whispers, feeling curiosity and anticipation of something great ignite inside. Reaching out to the flame, the hero retrieves a mysterious stone box, an ancient artifact wrapped in a fiery aura that hides the knowledge or power of long-forgotten eras. In the hands of a master, a relic with a barely noticeable seal, there is a weak restriction on the box, but for someone who has passed thousands of levels of tempering, it is only a matter of time. Xuan Yuanming uses his energy to break the seal, and two powerful forces collide around the box, the icy flame of his technique and the ancient heat of a magical artifact. With one sharp movement, the wizard directs a stream of power directly into the center of the seal. Space is distorted, and the magic barrier begins to crack under the onslaught of his will. The box withstood the impact, and the hero understands that the seal was imposed by a true Taoist. Ordinary force is not enough here. The artifact requires a more subtle and skillful approach. Deciding not to rush so as not to destroy the valuable contents by brute force, the young man chooses the path of slow purification. Patience is the key to the success of a great practitioner. After hiding the artifact, Xuan Yuanming returns to the monster's body, ahead collecting valuable resources from the defeated enemy. Each battle takes him one step closer to absolute power. A huge scaly snake lay directly in front of the boy. The boy looks tiny against the monster, but there is no fear in his gait, just icy calm. In a sudden flash, blue magic flames are concentrated in the young man's hands, and the space around him is distorted as its true power begins to burst out. With one precise, swift lunge, the guy cuts through the snake, his eyes full of determination. The blow reaches the target. A sharp flash cuts through the monster's strong scales, leaving a deep wound on the giant opponent's body. The young man is unwavering. His skill is amazing. Xuan Yuanming looks at the defeated enemy indifferently. The magic aura in his hand slowly fades away, and sparks of power fly in the wind. For him, this fight was just a stage. Casually touching the carcass of the beast and demonstrating complete superiority, the young man is ready to continue on his way without looking back. In the hands of the guy shines the inner Dan, the essence of the energy of a third-rank beast, and he carefully examines the artifact, realizing its huge but difficult to reach power. The ancient ways of absorbing this power are long forgotten, and Xuan Yuanming reflects on the times when he was locked up in a secret place while the world around him was changing rapidly. The image of an ice cave rises before his eyes where, in silence and eternal cold, he spent many years in captivity, comprehending secrets inaccessible to ordinary mortals. Leaving the defeated serpent behind, the young man goes deep into the forest. In the modern world of the Demon Core, only an auxiliary resource, but his ambitions are much larger. At the foot of the majestic cliffs, bathed in sunlight, a figure froze. The silence of the canyon is broken only by the light rustle of leaves and the expectation of an important meeting. The young girl looks at the path with excitement. She is restless, wondering why Brother Xuan Yuan is still not out of the danger zone. A statuesque woman in rich robes approaches Xu Ying Yi, her voice imperious and cold, urging the young lady to give up her empty hopes and listen to her advice. An arrogant guest, accompanied by a guard, declares that it is useless to wait. She is sure that the stupid boy will not get out alive and will never return. The lady's words only make her angry. Her eyes flash with determination, and she doesn't doubt for a second that Zhuan Yuan will definitely come out to her. The woman continues to press her authority, coldly reminding the girl how dangerous these lands are for anyone who dares to enter them without proper strength. She points to her elite fighters, saying that even the masters don't always survive in the Green Wolf Mountains, and the boy's chances of survival are zero. A sudden shout made everyone jump. A familiar silhouette appears on the path. Zhuan Yuanming has returned, shaming the skeptics and proving that his power is limitless. The women froze in deep amazement. The elegant lady in glasses can't hide her shock, and the young companion just looks ahead speechlessly, not believing her eyes. A young man slowly steps out of the shadow of the rocks, his calmness contrasting with the excitement of the ladies waiting for him in this mysterious place. Joyfully, the beauty calls Zhuan Yuanming by name, and rushing to meet him, she knew that he could handle it, and now her fear was replaced by genuine delight and relief. The bespectacled woman arrogantly asks why the guy went out alone and where Master Ma is. A heavy tension hangs in the air, and the young companion anxiously waits for an answer. Casting an icy look, full of confidence and hidden strength, the guy decides to start talking. His answer is short and merciless. One word is dead, puts an end to the fate of his opponent. The lady's face contorts in undisguised horror. The shocking news of Ma Han's death knocks the ground out from under her feet, making her realize the true power of this guy. Not wanting to waste time on empty conversations, Zhuan Yuanming suggests that the companion move on. The woman froze in shock, not understanding how such an outcome was even possible in this forest. Rage seethes in Mrs. Zhang's soul, reflected in every gesture. She can't accept the guy's audacity. Her angry whisper portends a new storm in their confrontation. "Stop standing," the scoundrel orders imperiously, pointing a finger at the backs of the departing young men. The lady is not used to defeats and is ready to do anything to regain control. Tired of everything that is happening, the hero reluctantly turns around. Only cold indifference is read in his gaze. He sincerely does not understand why this woman is still trying to detain him. Enraged, the lady demands an immediate explanation of how some unworthy boy could have survived if Master Ma is dead. She craves answers and is not ready to accept this frightening truth. Zhuan Yuanming's gaze becomes prickly and hard. He doesn't intend to answer to her. His words put the woman in her place. Enraged, Mrs. Zhang gives a sharp order to her bodyguards to grab the impudent man, and the men in suits instantly move, blocking the way of the young man and his companion. The trap was closed and 4 fighters surrounded the couple in an open area. The tension reached the limit, and now every wrong step can lead to an open battle. The woman issues an ultimatum. She will allow them to leave, but only if the young man gives her the precious fire Lingji. Greed outweighs fear of an unknown force. The lady answers the guy's impudent question with an icy threat. She declares that her argument is bullets in the clip, and the right of force is entirely on her side today. At a signal from Miss Zhang, the bodyguards pull out their pistols, aiming at the unarmed young man. The woman is sure that no skills will save him against firearms. A frightened girl begs Zhuan Yuanming not to risk his life. She is ready to give the precious artifact to the enemies, if only her companion remained unharmed. The young man with shining eyes confidently declared his principles. He was not used to encroaching on other people's property, but he was also ready to protect his property until his last breath. He was firm. The angry lady gave the order, and the guards instantly raised their weapons. The situation was heated to the limit, and the enemies were not going to retreat, preparing for a bloody denouement. An unexpected imperious shout made everyone freeze in place. The beauty turned around in fright, trying to figure out who dared to interrupt the dangerous fight. The stern, bespectacled woman was momentarily speechless at this audacity, her face contorted with rage and bewilderment when she saw the intruder on the way. Armed men surrounded the travelers, but the appearance of a mysterious figure in the distance confused all their cards. Tension in the air could literally be touched with a hand. After introducing himself, the man in traditional attire said that he came at the request of the Yuan family head to protect the youth, and his calm strength inspired true awe. Feng Lao admitted that he had been following in the shadows for a long time, waiting for the moment to act. Now he is ready to fulfill his duty to Master Yuan and provide the necessary support. Zhuan Yuanming chuckled enigmatically at the intruder's revelations, making it clear with his calm and barely noticeable smile that the situation was under complete control. After directly telling the master that he had noticed the surveillance a long time ago, the guy mistakenly believed that he was sent by the patriarch, and this guess made everyone present freeze. Feng Lao's face froze in mute astonishment at the young man's words. He didn't expect that his hidden presence had been revealed since the beginning of this long journey. The startled warrior asked again in confusion if the young man really knew about the tale. The revealed secret changed the balance of power, forcing him to change tactics. Being completely shocked, the level 5 master didn't understand how he was discovered by a newbie whose strength clearly didn't match his low rank, hiding a huge potential. Xuan Yuanming politely but firmly refused to help and asked to thank Master Yuan for his kindness, emphasizing that he was completely confident in his own abilities. Without waiting for an answer, the hero urged his companion to follow, his determined tone leaving no room for argument, and they moved on, leaving the warrior behind. Standing all alone and watching the pair leave, Feng Lao realized that he had never met such a bold and shrewd youth who had exposed him so easily. The warrior's thoughts were muddled, and question marks were flying around him as he tried to unravel the true identity of this strange guy who had become a mystery to him. Confident of her superiority, Ms. Jiang openly threatens the Yuan family and warns them that they will not be able to protect this guy forever on the South Island. Looking only at the girl, the stern master makes it clear that he does not intend to have empty conversations. He only fulfills the will of his employer and is not afraid of the influence of her family. A bright yellow bus smoothly pulls up to the city stop. The usual urban landscape hides the beginning of a new chapter in the life of heroes who have returned from an adventure. The sweet companion sincerely thanks Xuan Yuanming. After all the dangers, she feels safe next to a reliable protector. Enjoying the rare loot, the beauty knew that without the hero's help, she would never have obtained the valuable fire lingji and other medicinal herbs needed for their mission. Xu Yingying Yi hopefully invites a new friend to visit and promises to introduce him to her family as soon as her mother gets better after a long and serious illness. Deciding not to delay and offering to go together right now, the guy understands that the collected herbs are not just a tonic, but a chance for a speedy recovery. An old multi-story building rises up in front of the travelers. Its dilapidated facade and cramped balconies tell without words about the difficulties that this family had to go through. The young man was amazed by what he saw and cannot believe that in such a dilapidated house, a mother and daughter are forced to live, despite their kind hearts and nobility. Approaching the cherished door at the end of a long corridor, the girl is noticeably worried because this is the first time she brings such an important guest to her modest house. With a happy smile, the beauty opens the door and informs her mother of her return, Zhuan Yuan standing behind her, ready to provide any necessary assistance. The mother tries to look cheerful and quietly replies that she is already better, but the intermittent coughing reveals her true condition and extreme exhaustion. Looking curiously at the stranger, the patient tries to find out from her daughter who this handsome young man is who came to them at such an hour. A radiant Xiaoyu enthusiastically introduces her savior to her mother, telling her how he protected her from villains and helped her collect the rarest medicinal herbs. With hopeful eyes, the beauty hands her mother a flaming fire lingji. She believes the words of a new acquaintance, that this magical plant can heal an old disease. Exhausted by a 10-year illness, the mother can hardly believe in a miracle. She remembers the words of the doctor about a long recovery, but a faint hope flashes in her eyes. A sudden sharp knock on the door makes everyone jump and cut off the conversation. Zhuan Yuanming maintains an icy calm as the young lady rushes to find out who has come to see them. As Xu Yingying Yi went to open the door, the guy watched her thoughtfully from the side. The atmosphere in the room instantly changes, filled with an anxious expectation of guests. The beauty's hand reaches resolutely for the door handle, and with a sharp click, the door opens, revealing the one whose visit made the hearts of the house's inhabitants beat faster. Standing in the doorway is the majestic Master Chen, his stern gaze and domineering bearing giving him away as an experienced healer who has come to check on his disciples' progress. Xiao Yu confirms with a happy smile that all the necessary herbs have been found. The doctor silently enters the room, preparing to evaluate the results of the dangerous hike. With pride, the beauty reports on the completion of the task. She emphasizes that they managed to get the legendary Fire Lingji, capable of creating a miracle. Hearing the master Fire Lingji, the old man exclaimed in disbelief, as he abruptly turned to Xiao Yue, demanding confirmation that they had managed to find this treasure. Suddenly, the doctor, forgetting his dignity, rushed forward with an incredible speed for his years. Beauty only silently and with a slight surprise watched this jerk, literally falling to his knees in front of the table and stumbling with impatience. All the old man's former sternness disappeared, replaced by a fanatical glint in his eyes. With trembling hands, Chen touched the glowing plant. It was indeed a legendary mushroom whose powerful energy could restore life, even to the dying. Smiling slyly, Zhuan Yuanming immediately sees through the deception and mentally calls the man in front of him a liar. The girl turns to the master with hope. She believes that the legendary Fire Lingji is the only chance to save her seriously ill mother lying in bed. His expression is one of cold surprise, and Chen asks again about healing, and his sharp gaze is not one of compassion, but of hard calculation and hidden threat. The situation is heating up. The master abruptly ends the beauty's hopes with an icy question. His words sound like a sentence, causing the air in the room to literally freeze. Clutching, Zhuining Yi's heart sinks in horror as she looks at the expert in confusion, unable to believe his words as the mysterious youth watches them from afar. Chen became finally overwhelmed by the pressure of the liar. The girl hesitated, clasping her hands to her chest, feeling the last hope of saving her mother melt away before her eyes. Overcoming her weakness and entering into a conversation, the mother begs the doctor not to be angry with the young daughter, justifying her inexperience and fear for the life of a loved one. The greedy healer takes control of the situation, declaring that he will take the medicine for their own safety, depriving the family of the last chance to save their mother. The master brazenly confiscates the fire Lingji, calling it payment for his consultation. A valuable artifact stolen from desperate people shines in his hands. In tears, begging for mercy, the girl promises to give all the money as soon as she gets a student loan, just so that he does not take away the vital medicine now. The villain only scoffs at her words. The mention of credit makes him sneer. He is only interested in instant benefits and a valuable artifact, haughtily reminding her that he only treats the elite and the price of his services is estimated in millions. The old man asked her directly if she could repay such a huge debt to him. The girl, noticing the scoundrel, gestured imperiously at her, dropping all pretense of politeness and telling her that since she was poor, she should give him her necklace. To him, in horror, she touched the pendant, because this piece of jewelry was not just a jewel for the young lady, but something deeply personal that she did not expect to hear as a payment. The girl explained in a trembling voice that it was her grandmother's legacy, her eyes filled with pleading, and she desperately asked the master to choose any other way to pay the debt. But turning away in a narcissistic manner, Chen reminded her that only he had the power to heal her mother. His superiority was obvious, and the young lady's situation was absolutely hopeless. Finally, giving up under the pressure of circumstances, the beauty barely uttered the words of consent. Her gaze, full of pain and despair, reflected the difficult decision to make a sacrifice. Xu Yingying Yi whispered as she slowly removed the memento from her neck. For the sake of saving her own person, she was ready to part with the most precious thing. Grinning contentedly, the master reached for the loot, his eyes gleaming with excitement because he saw that the girl realized the value of the deal and would not dare to back down now. "You have no idea how lucky you are," the old man snapped as he accepted the pendant, reveling in his own power, seeing how easily someone else's family heirloom passed to him. Suddenly, a voice from the room accused the old man of lying. Interrupting his game, the teacher froze in shock, not understanding who dared to break the peace and throw such a bold challenge in front of everyone. The young man, with an icy look, angrily responds to insults. He is not at all afraid of the authority of the enemy, because the truth is on his side and patience has finally run out. Demanding immediate repentance, an old man in expensive clothes points to the ground, forcing the guy to bow down before the master to atone for his insolence with his shame. An ultimatum is delivered, either an apology or no one gets out of the room alive, and the conflict reaches a peak when the old man turns to direct threats and pressure by force. Instead of words, Zhuan Yuanming unleashes a powerful stream of azure energy, his eyes shining with determination and crushing magic ready to pulverize anyone who stands in the way. The young man delivers a crushing blow that is impossible to dodge. The proud elder does not even have time to cry out, as his defense collapses under the pressure of the young force. The arrogant master shamefully falls to the floor, losing all dignity. The strength of the guy was so great that the greatness of the enemy crumbled to dust in 1 second. He looks at his fallen foe with cold indifference, his golden eyes devoid of pity, only the realization of his own superiority over the liar. Trying to intimidate the hero with his status as a second-rank master, the doctor was sure that this title would make the opponent tremble in fear and beg for mercy on his knees. With a wild cry of rage, the old man rushes to attack. He demands that the guy fall down on his face and puts all his hatred into this jump, not noticing the calmness of his target. The master's deadly technique reaches its target, but Zhuan Yuanming doesn't even flinch. The green flash powerlessly shatters against the invisible barrier, causing no harm to him. The second-ranked master flies backwards, unable to resist, his body smashing through the wall, leaving behind only a cloud of dust and the realization of a fatal mistake. The hero's gaze is piercing and cold. He carefully follows every gesture of the enemy, realizing that the latter only averted his eyes for a moment, trying to hide his fear. Zhuan Yuanming stands motionless with his hands in his pockets as the defeated master struggles to his feet, admitting with obvious surprise that he underestimated the boy's fighting skills. The old man's face is contorted with a vicious grimace, and he spits threats through his teeth, promising the young man that this audacity will be his last and most fatal mistake in life. Seething with rage and declaring his limitless influence on the South Island, Chen swears that the guy will not get out of here alive after such a disgrace. Turning his anger on the frightened girl and accusing her of disrespect, the doctor is outraged that she allowed some boy to behave so boldly. Leaving, the master throws out cruel words that the disease will not be cured, and it remains only to wait for death. Xu Yinyan Yi frees in horror in the face of an imminent tragedy. A patient in bed anxiously warns the hero about the power of the Chung clan and its connections with the criminal world. She is afraid that their revenge will be terrible and fast. The young man's gaze remains firm and resolute. He is not afraid of titles and threats of enemies. Xuan Yuanming takes a step forward, his voice calm and confident as he offers the woman his help, determined to ease her suffering at all costs right now. Begging the hero to escape, the mother is afraid that Cheng's people will soon be here. She does not want an innocent person to suffer because of her old illness. The guy's gaze remains cold and unwavering. He declares that their meeting is a foregone conclusion and promises to personally deal with all the problems on the same day. As the young man reaches out and asks the woman to give him a wrist to check for a pulse, there's an awkward pause in the room as she still wonders if she should trust the stranger. The daughter calls on her mother to put aside fear and trust Master Xuan Yuan. She believes in his strength and hopes that this is the only chance to escape from a serious illness. The young girl believes in Xuan Yuanming's powers. While the patient only sighs softly, he remains calm, preparing to show off his true skills in front of everyone. Touching the patient's wrist, which causes a soft golden light to spread around the room, the hero realizes that his inner strength begins a deep diagnosis of the hidden ailment. A doctor in luxurious clothes looks down on him. He is outraged by the audacity of a young man who decided to compete with a master in the art of healing and secret techniques. Mocking and calling the disease incurable for ordinary people, the healer is sure that without his mysterious master, a woman will only soon and inevitably die. Ignoring the poisonous laughter, the young man confidently completes the examination. He has already understood the true essence of the disease, which was beyond the power of an envious doctor. Suddenly, Xuan Yuanming asks for ordinary ice. His calm and domineering voice does not tolerate objections, and the girl immediately rushes to carry out a strange errand. Perplexed, the doctor watches what is happening. He considers the request for ice a stupid joke, not understanding how simple water can help in treating the disease. Confused, Xu Yingying Yi handed over a transparent ice cube, at which point an ordinary object becomes the key to the complex ritual that the young master has planned to perform. A powerful azure flame bursts out around the boy's hands, and he begins creating an embryo, a rare technique for transforming matter using his internal energy. Radiant energy embraces the ice and magic crystal. Xuan Yuanming begins the process of fusion, concentrating all the power to create a unique medicine. Abruptly clenches his fist, the guy concentrates a huge amount of energy in one point. The air around him literally trembles with an incredible effort. The ice cube instantly absorbs the essence of the fire mushroom. The youth successfully completes the condensation process, creating a perfect balance of ice and flame in the palm of his hand. The old doctor screams in horror, fearing that the amateur will kill the patient. He has never seen such a method and considers the actions of the guy dangerous madness. The calm Xuan Yuanming explains that the power of the fire Ganoderma is too great. Without the ice shell, its energy will simply burn out the internal organs of a sick woman. The young man holds out the finished medicine. Now the cold holds back the heat, allowing the body to slowly absorb the healing power and cure the lung disease forever. A sick woman hopefully accepts a mysterious shining medicine from the hands of a young master, its soft blue light illuminating the gloomy room, promising a long-awaited salvation. The wary mother carefully puts the glowing cube in her mouth. The magical substance instantly melts, filling her body with an extraordinary warmth and previously unknown life-giving energy. With anxiety in her voice, the daughter asks about the state of health of the parent, and the hero silently watches what is happening, confident in the power of the miracle remedy he has brought. The patient is surprised to realize that the painful cough has finally receded. She feels an incredible lightness in her chest, as if a serious illness has disappeared without a trace. The delighted woman was shocked by the instant effect of the rare potion. Xu Yingying Yi and the young master are smiling with relief as they see her vitality and health returning. The old man froze in utter amazement, his eyes widening in shock as he realized that what he thought was an incurable disease had receded in an instant. Impossible. This is simply impossible, the healer shouted in rage, waving his hands. He refuses to believe that some young man could perform a miracle of medicine. Only coldly smiles in response to angry shouts. The young savior confidently looks at the opponent, calling him a liar, and demands to explain the reason for such skepticism. The doctor insists that long-term lung damage cannot be cured with a single dose. He is convinced that the nature of the disease is too deep for such a quick rescue. An angry old man accuses Xuan Yuanming of cheating and using temporary tricks, predicting a relapse soon. not wanting to admit defeat in the face of true strength. Declaring that he, as a great master, is obliged to expose this brazen deception, the doctor resolutely goes to the bed to personally check everything. With a trembling hand, the healer touches the woman's wrist, trying to find a pulse. He still hopes to find evidence of his rightness and catch the young man in a lie. Suddenly, Chung's face contorts in indescribable horror. His eyes widen, and his monocle almost falls out as he realizes the incredible truth. The lungs are really recovering, the old man whispers in shock, and he has to admit that the ancient disease is disappearing right before his eyes. In shock, the master looks at the youth wrapped in a powerful aura. He does not understand how a simple guy can have such great medical knowledge at such an age. Zhen Yuanming resolutely interrupts the guy with a cold look. His voice sounds firm, and it's time to change roles. And now only he will ask questions here. Chung is taken aback by the direct accusation, and he demands to know why he was tricked into taking the precious jade pendant that belongs to Xu Yingying. Trying to evade the question and recognizing the guy's talent in medicine, the doctor advises the hero not to meddle in other people's affairs and forget about it, for the sake of his own well-being. Suddenly, the master's tone changes to condescending. He offers the young man to become his disciple, promising that under his wing, he will achieve unprecedented fame on the South Island. To seal the deal and hush up the conflict, Chen imperiously points to the floor, demanding that the boy immediately kneel down and make a ritual bow to the master. The sudden crash of a broken door interrupts the conversation. Someone's powerful impact causes the wood to crack, and Yuan Yuanming's golden eyes flash with unexpected menace. Chen Daikui appears in the doorway, his face stern and scarred, his voice booming through the entire building, ready to come to the rescue, ready to crush any enemy of his brother. A fierce fighter looks around the room with a heavy gaze, looking for a target. He wants to punish anyone who dared to show disrespect or offend his high-ranking ally. Hastily pacifying the ardor of the newcomers, putting on a mask of benevolence, the doctor falsely declares that the conflict is over, and the impudent guy has already become his new student. The huge thug puts all his rage into a crushing blow. His fist is wrapped in purple energy, but the mysterious youth doesn't even move as he looks at the enemy. There is a deafening bang. A powerful fist stops a couple of centimeters from the guy's face. The air shudders, but his will remains unshakable and firm. In one lightning-fast movement, the young man grabs the attacker's arm, a blue flash slicing through space until the enemy realizes in horror that he is trapped. With a loud cry, the thug collapsed to his knees. Unable to resist the divine might, he didn't understand how the opponent could be so strong while feeling the steel grip. Rage turns to despair. The villain grits his teeth, trying to escape. But the cold look of the young man makes it clear that this fight is over, and there will be no more chance for a rematch. With incredible strength, the white-haired guy easily lifts the huge burly man over his head. A blue glow envelops the enemy, who twitches in horror in the air. Zhen Yuanming's gaze was cold and resolute. With one sharp movement, he launches the opponent into a swift flight downwards, the whistling wind and powerful aura accompanying this throw. Bang! The ground shudders with a crushing impact. The big man slams into the floor, leaving cracks in the concrete, blood spurting and red flashes of pain symbolizing his defeat. The fallen giant is lying on the ground, gritting his teeth from the unbearable pain. He can hardly breathe out the question of what is the level of cultivation of this youth. Standing over the opponent, Zhen Yuanming didn't even want to take his hands out of his pockets. His radiant aura speaks louder than words. Looming over the enemy, he calmly replies that this is just the body tempering stage. The defeated fighter is confused. He is used to the usual hierarchy of masters, but the strength of this young man does not fit into the framework. Is it really a real master in front of him? Realizing the scale of this young man's personality, the doctor recalled that the ancient scrolls mentioned the tempering stage, but to meet it firsthand, it was a miracle why he would dare to challenge a god. An obsequious smile appears on the old man's face. Anger is replaced by a thirst for profit. He understands that this conversation can become a ticket to true greatness for him. The youth's aura bursts with heavenly flames, his gaze piercing through, causing the air to vibrate with might. Prostrating himself, the old man makes a prostration to the ground. Fear and admiration lead him. He is ready to do anything to touch the wisdom of the great master and serve him to the end. The mother and daughter froze in silent shock, unable to believe their eyes as they tried to comprehend the scale of the madness happening in this room. Zhen Yuanming's gaze turned icy, and through his teeth, he spat out cruel words that dashed the enemy's hopes, saying that he was too pathetic and weak to call himself his disciple. Falling to his knees, the doctor conceded utter defeat, the youth's aura suppressing all living things, making the recent proud man tremble with fear and shame. The hero towered over the fallen opponent, and the old man, drenched in cold sweat, begged for mercy, admitting that their skills were only dust under his feet. Bowing low and abandoning their pride, the two pledged their allegiance, begging only for one thing: to let them leave alive after this meeting. Frozen and glaring icily at his enemies, the boy decided to speak, his voice sounding like a sentence as he demanded to know the true, hidden purpose of their sudden visit. The attackers were speechless, their throats frozen with fear, and they had only one thought in their heads: how to confess what they had done without angering this powerful young man. Obediently bowing his head, realizing that it was useless to lie, the old man began his penitent story, acknowledging every vile act they had committed in the shadows. Xu Yining was the center of attention, and it turned out that all along, the target of the hunters was an ancient necklace that glittered on the neck of an unsuspecting girl. The necklace, Zhuan Yuanming echoed, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. This trinket held a much darker secret than he could have imagined. Keeping his eyes on the fallen enemies, the young man asked the main question in a cold, bone-chilling voice: who was the puppet master who gave them this order? Trembling in fear, the old man gave away the customer. He whispered the name of the influential Shu clan from Tianan province, hoping that this name would make the hero retreat. The old man launched into an explanation. The Zhu clan, although it had lost its former greatness, still had a huge amount of power, before which the small mercenaries did not dare to say no. What a pity, Yining exclaimed bitterly as she clenched her fists as she watched those who were supposed to protect the weak turn into the obedient dogs of the greedy clan. Barely holding back tears of rage, the girl said that even after their flight to the far south, the pursuers did not leave her and her sick mother alone. A beautiful woman clutches an emerald pendant with trepidation. This family artifact, inherited from her grandmother, suddenly became a target for dangerous and influential enemies from the Shu family. A defeated mercenary in fear reveals the secret that the Shu clan is in trouble. In order to escape, they need an offering for a great master who has been hiding in the mountains for decades. After considering all the new information, the young lady realizes the scale of the threat. If this mysterious elder is still alive, he is the only one who can solve Shu's problems, and the price for his help is her necklace. The mysterious young man listens attentively to the story. A cold determination flashes in his golden eyes, and he will not allow anyone to take the relic. Still unsure, the female companion asks Zhuan Yuanming again if the Shu family really decided to open robbery. The atmosphere is heating up. The battle for the pendant is inevitable. Thoughts of the mysterious master haunt her, and she wonders if her enemies are still searching for the very man her grandmother once loved. The necklace is not just an ornament, but a symbol of an ancient promise that the hero once swore to fulfill at all costs. Peering into the glow of an ancient amulet, the girl involuntarily wonders about the secrets of the past, whether this artifact is really a pledge of someone's long-standing and sincere love. The guy freezes, knowing what kind of thing it is. A slight confusion is read in his eyes, already knowing the true value of the decoration. With all determination, the young man returns the treasure to its owner, warning of its hidden power. Now this family heirloom must protect her, as it was predicted earlier. Severely reprimands uninvited guests and setting his own rules, the hero says that he does not intend to tolerate arrogance and makes it clear that there will be no mercy for new mistakes. Zhuan Yuanming's cold tone and domineering gesture make the opponents tremble in fear. With just a short order, he points them to the door, not wanting to waste any more words. Frightened enemies leave the room in a hurry, obediently agreeing to all the conditions. They realize the power of their opponent and are ready to do anything to save their lives. When the door closes behind the visitors, the guy is lost in his thoughts. His gaze becomes even more serious because the real game is just beginning to gain momentum. Looking at the smiling girl, the young man makes a grim discovery. Now he knows for sure that the mother of his companion was poisoned, and someone's insidious calculation is behind this. He realizes that the tragedy of the family is much bigger, and the death of their grandmother in that fateful year was also not an accident. The dark shadows of the past are beginning to take shape. Anger boils in the guy's heart at the thought of the cruelty of his enemies. He realizes that he is dealing with truly vicious people who are ready to commit any crime for the sake of the goal. The young man hopes that the villains have learned their lesson and will leave them alone, but his determined look says that he is ready for any turn and will not let them offend. The action shifts to the Eastern College building, where ordinary everyday life flows under a peaceful spring sky. But behind these walls, changes are maturing, hidden from prying eyes. Back in his room, the ancient master begins a mysterious ritual. A magical flame rises above the ancient vessel, opening the way to new knowledge and powers. After carefully examining the rare Lingji fire mushrooms, he feels their powerful aura and understands that these ingredients will be the key to his new, incredible power. The young man directs his energy to magical plants, hoping to raise their quality to a new level. Each spark of power brings him closer to creating a higher elixir. Streams of golden flames swirl around the alchemy cauldron, and Zhuan Yuanming concentrates his will, suppressing the unstable energy so that the transformation process is successful. A powerful shaft of light pierces the room, illuminating everything around with ancient symbols. The ritual reaches its peak, and the magic seal on the ceiling confirms the success of alchemy. The guy's eyes flash with a triumphant golden fire. Looking at the result of his work, he exclaims with delight that the creation of the elixir is completed. The goal is finally achieved. As a crushing blow sweeps through space, the ancient master unleashes his accumulated power, turning every move into pure energy. With a determined look, the hero accepts the rarest pill, whose golden luster promises incredible power. A powerful flame of inner chi bursts out, enveloping the young man in a crimson glow. The earth trembles under the pressure of power that has been dormant for centuries in anticipation of this moment. 999,940 layers, his eyes blazing with determination, he stands on the threshold of what was once considered only a crazy legend. One last push left, one more step, and Zhuan Yuanming would reach an unthinkable level of body refinement. Becoming a true god among mere mortals, the path to the top is open. In the hands of the master is a mysterious stone box. It was hidden in the body of the snake that guarded the fire Lingji and contained something incredible. The ancient style of decoration and strange patterns on the stone attract the eye. This thing clearly belongs to another era, when the world still remembered the true greatness of the masters. Perhaps this is a priceless gift from ancient times, when immortality was a reality, and there may be a secret hidden inside that can change the course of history. But the artifact is protected by a powerful barrier. Brute force is useless here. One mistake, and the ancient seal will instantly destroy all the valuable contents of the box. Fortunately, the young man has a secret technique of breaking formations. For an ordinary master, this is a dead end. But for him, just a second delay, it's time to remove the seal. The restraining seal begins to break under the onslaught of the master's will. Sparkling sparks and a magical hum fill the room, heralding the imminent discovery of the artifact's secret. It worked. A slight smile of triumph appears on Zhuan Yuanming's face. A barrier that seemed insurmountable to others has fallen before his exceptional skill and knowledge. The box flashes with a bright golden flame, releasing the energy trapped inside for centuries. The guy confidently holds the artifact, ready to look into the very heart of the legend. Open it. An unspoken order sounds, and the lid gives way, the space around it distorted by the power of the object that has finally found its worthy owner. The young man's gaze freezes in amazement. The contents of the box are so unexpected that even an experienced practitioner is momentarily speechless. The glow coming from the artifact was blinding, as if it were the ancient sheepskin scrolls. Magical flames enveloped the hero's hands as he gently touched the relic, the ancient power of the scrolls responding to his call, filling the room with a strange golden light. The boy's gaze became incredibly sharp and focused, and he felt an invisible energy seep into his mind, opening up access to secrets hidden for many centuries. Golden letters appeared before the master's eyes. The ancient text revealed the secrets of true mastery. Each word was filled with colossal strength of spirit. Zhuan Yuanming carefully studied the scroll, realizing the value of the knowledge he had gained. These instructions would be the key to his future victories and help him reach unprecedented heights in magic. The essence of the teaching was clear. You need to return the essence to the crucible of the soul for purification. Only after going through this cycle many times can you achieve perfection and true enlightenment. The scroll contained blueprints and symbols that had been forgotten since the ancient Huaxia mythology. This knowledge was considered a myth, but now it was real and lay right in front of him. 5,000 years of searching all over the continent yielded no results. Not a single clue, not a single hint. It seemed that the truth was forever erased from the memory of history. Ancient knowledge was deliberately destroyed by secret manipulators. Someone very powerful wanted this method of purification to disappear forever from the face of the globe. With this method, he would be able to reach an incredible level of body tempering by absorbing monster cores. Even without spiritual herbs, his cultivation would be almost limitless. It was time to act. The core of a third-ranked demonic beast should be enough for the youth to instantly rise to several new levels at once. The process of absorption began. Streams of fiery energy flowed around him, obeying the will of the master. The air in the room literally trembled from the excess power of the artifact. Zhuan Yuanming felt a strange difference. This method was very different from anything he knew before. The energy of the beast behaved differently, obeying a different, secret rhythm. The technique directly absorbed the power of the spirit from the core, turning it into personal power. it was incredibly effective, blurring the boundaries between a person and pure magic. Was this knowledge erased from history just because it was too dangerous and large? The guy realized that someone was very afraid of the appearance of such a powerful warrior. The ancient master absorbs the demon's core. A powerful stream of energy pierces through his body, raising his cultivation 3 levels at once. Incredible power surging in his veins. The mysterious method of body tempering is frightening in its obscurity, but he is adamant. His goal is to reach the 100,000th layer, regardless of any future obstacles. A sudden bang on the door interrupts his meditation. Xuanyuanming instantly snaps out of his trance, his gaze cold. Someone dared to disturb his peace at the most important moment. "I know you're here," a clear voice rings out from outside the door. A woman's hand firmly pushing the handle. The secret of his stay in the residence was revealed too quickly. An angry guest appears on the threshold. She was set up extremely seriously and clearly brought important news that can change all the current plans of the young master. Shocked by the guest's brusqueness, the hero was outraged that she entered without knocking, violating his personal space and interrupting an important cultivation process. The owner of the room coldly reminds that he did not give permission to enter. His icy tone was supposed to cool the girl's ardor, but it seems that this only added fuel to the fire. In a fit of anger, Mei calls him the meanest man she's ever met, and the comical argument escalates into a real battle of wills. Enraged, the beauty goes on to demand, and as compensation for her bad mood, she orders Xuanyuanming to immediately go shopping with her. The guy's response was brief and merciless, telling her that he didn't have time. He resolutely ignored the growing rage of the companion and her obvious desire to make a scandal. The girl's indignation reaches the limit. She is not used to rejection, and in a rage shouts that her personal time is no less valuable, demanding immediate obedience from the guy. Deciding to change tactics, the guest takes out a thick wad of bills. She offers Xuanyuanming 10,000 yuan, hoping that the hard coin will make him more compliant. Money does not make any impression on the hero. He does not even turn around, throwing a short and firm no, continuing to go about his important business. 20,000. I'll give you 20,000. You have to go. Mei doesn't give up, waving the money around, her insistence starting to seriously annoy the master. Xuanyuanming delivers a crushing financial response. He offers her 100,000 to finally leave and leave him alone. Silence is much more expensive. In response, the beauty only smiles mockingly. She questions his words because an ordinary trainee teacher can hardly have such fabulous money. With close attention, the teacher looks into his eyes. She informs that she has conducted a thorough investigation and knows his main secret. He is just an orphan. Showing a wad of bills and claiming that for a person without family and support, this is a fortune, the girl is sure that he will not be able to refuse help. The beauty imperiously demands consent, not accepting any objections. She believes that the glitter of gold in her awareness will make the guy submit to her will and plans. Emphasizing that 20,000 is his salary for 6 months, the young woman presses on, pity and need, urging the guy to accept help and become her ally now. The young man only sneers at her pathetic attempts at bribery, his face showing nothing but cold indifference to the money she offers. Stating that such requests for help seem unbearably boring to him, the guy asks the beauty to shut up and not mention his money, which means nothing to him. Pointing resolutely at the door, Xuanyuanming demonstrates his unwavering attitude, admitting that he would not be impressed even by the offer to possess the entire influential Hu clan. Tired of the meaningless dialogue, the young man dryly asks the guest not to disturb him again. He turns away, indicating that the audience is over once and for all. Frozen in utter shock at such an unheard-of audacity, Mei can't believe that someone would dare to reject her and show such disrespect to her status. The young man reveals his true identity, claiming that he is the richest man in the world. He looks down on her, considering her family absolutely worthless and pathetic. From such a shocking confession, the beauty is literally speechless. Her thoughts are confused, and only questions and complete misunderstanding of what is happening arise in her head. The first shock is replaced by a nervous laugh. The girl tries to process what she has heard, not believing that this guy can be someone more important than an ordinary poor orphan. Bursting into loud laughter and calling the hero's words ridiculous bragging, Mei mocks his calm face and obvious, in her opinion, crazy lies. Wiping away tears of laughter, the teacher continues to tease the rich man. The heroine is sure that Xuanyuanming is just trying to save face by making up stories about herself. The girl sarcastically approves of his impudence, giving him a thumbs up, but he just frowns, clearly not sharing her strange enthusiasm at the moment. There is a distinct click of heels on the pavement, and the teacher strides forward resolutely, her gait full of confidence and brilliance, and the intention to catch up with the elusive goal. A sonorous shout is heard all over the street. The beauty quickly shortens the distance, catching up with the hero. not giving the guy the opportunity to just get away from the conversation. Without turning around, the guy walks with his arm behind his head and an air of complete indifference. But the lady's exasperated voice makes him slow down for a second. He turns around and coldly asks if she's following him everywhere, the tension between them growing as sparks of light swirl in the warm air of the day. With determination, Mei declares that she is now literally glued to him. If he doesn't want to go with her, then she will follow him around on her own. Turning to her, Zhuan Yuanming bluntly says that they almost do not know each other, which causes a wave of silent indignation in the girl. The girl recalls how the hero saved her from bullies in the dorm. Even though he upset her then, as a reasonable person, she is ready to recognize him as her friend. Only coldly grunts in response. The young man did not express any emotions. His mysterious gaze and icy calm remain impenetrable for the ardent companion. Left alone in the middle of the street, the beauty seethes with rage. She sincerely does not understand whether this teacher is just an insensitive blockhead. An elderly bodyguard suddenly appears next to Mei and addresses her, interrupting her angry thoughts about the hero's behavior and bringing her back to reality. Peng Hai is skeptical about the girl's interest. He is sure that the guy is too young to be of value, and his main task is to protect her safety. In the skirmish, the beauty teases the guard. She reminds with a grin that it was this youngster who just recently easily threw him away. For a moment, the young lady becomes serious, looking into the distance, realizing that the world around her is fraught with much more danger than it seems at first glance. Sighing tiredly, the girl hoped to find peace, leaving the past behind, but new troubles overtake her, making her feel completely defenseless. Mei hastily leaves, hoping to find protection from Zhuan Yunming, and her guard stretches out his hand in confusion, unable to stop her. The silence of the school corridor weighs on my shoulders, and the lone figure of the boy slowly moves deeper into the building, leaving behind empty chairs and the bright light of lamps. The hero suddenly freezes hearing his name. He had many questions that reflected complete bewilderment from this unexpected meeting. Timidly clutching a book to her, the purple-haired beauty mustered up the courage to approach the young man and finally utter what she had been hiding for a long time. The young man's gaze turns stern and focused, and the corridor sparks with tension as he demands the truth from Yuan Chude with a short and sharp order. In desperation, the girl tries to reason with Zhuan Yuanming, warning him of the danger of running into Qin Zhao, her eyes full of concern for his fate in this game. The heiress of the Yuan family offers a path of reconciliation, hoping to hush up the conflict with peace, her gesture open, and her voice trembling with the desire to protect him from imminent trouble. With icy calm, the guy responds, arrogantly calling his opponents only ants, his confidence bordering on reckless and scaring her. Angered by his stubbornness, the girl shouts after the guy leaving. She can't believe how blind he is to her sincere attempts to help. Left alone, Zhuan Yuanming softly says the enemy's name, and his face freezes in deep thought. Yin Xiao, covered in band-aids, can barely contain his anger. His minions remind him of the shameful defeat from the master, which cannot just be forgotten. The self-confident guy declares that his brother will not leave the offense unpunished. He enjoys the thought of revenge, eating ice cream and anticipating a quick reprisal. Boastfully arrogant blonde man talks about the absence of an enemy in school. He firmly believes that his brother has already dealt with the teacher, turning him into a pile of broken bones. The gloating laughter is interrupted by the cold sweat on his partner's face, and behind the braggart, right on the stairs, the same man they sent to the hospital appears. Fear instantly replaces audacity, stammering. The accomplice points to the revived nightmare. The master is back, and his look does not promise the offenders anything good. The enraged leader swings to strike. Unable to contain his rage, he shouts the name of the hated teacher, not even suspecting how close he is. A terrified student tries to warn the boss by pointing a finger behind him, and he babbles in horror that the object of their anger, the teacher, is already standing behind him. Qin Xiao's face contorts in shock and sudden realization, cold sweat forming on his forehead as it dawns on him that his audacious words were heard by the enemy personally. On the stairs, the majestic Zhuan Yuanming appears in a glow of sparks, his calm gaze from above suppressing the will, and the question about the hospital sounds like a threat. The silver-haired master looks straight into the soul, maintaining an icy calm. His question why he has to go to the hospital sounds extremely sinister and domineering. Enraged, the bully realizes that the sent people failed. His face burns with shame and anger, because his brother's plan to clean up the teacher failed miserably. Pointing a finger at the teacher and accusing him of cowardice, the blonde is sure that the teacher was just hiding from thugs and demands to admit this shameful fact right now. With a mocking grin, Qin Xiao offers the master a deal. If he is a good boy and admits his guilt, the young man promises to soften his brother's anger and spare him. The hero's patience breaks, and with a lightning-fast movement, he grabs the impudent man by the chest and easily lifts him off the ground, demonstrating the crushing difference in their strength. Panting in horror, the bastard feels a steel grip on his neck, panic in his eyes as he wonders what his opponent wants to do to him. An enraged He Qingmei quickly walks down the corridor, irritably asking the old man not to chase her, but the elderly companion obediently continued to follow her to the end. Suddenly, she stops at the edge of the wall. The teacher is attracted by a noise ahead, and her bodyguard looks cautiously around the corner, trying to figure out what caused such a reaction. In the distance, Xuan Yuanming continues to hold the impudent man in the air, who in desperation shouts the name of his brother, hoping to frighten the teacher with influential relatives. The old man whispers in a panic about Qin Zhao's strength, urging her to run away from problems. But the young lady puts her finger to her lips, deciding to finish watching this exciting match. Looking at the enemy with icy disdain, the master declares that he does not want to waste time on garbage, but if he continues to run into it, there will be no mercy. The teacher firmly grabs the impudent bully by the chest. Heavy tension hangs in the air, and the icy look of the mentor promises a quick reckoning. Panicked, the blonde tries to remind him of the rules, hoping that his status as a teacher will keep him from fighting, but his voice is shaking and cold sweat is pouring down his face. With a sharp swing, the hero demonstrates crushing power. His hand freezes for a moment before attacking, while the impudent student helplessly freezes in fear. A powerful blow hits the target, distorting Qin Zhao's face from shock and pain. The mentor does not intend to tolerate any more antics, deciding to teach the rebel a lesson in the most lucid way. Xuan Yuanming's gaze glows with righteous anger and icy calm as he delivers his final verdict that for every misdemeanor, the disciple will have to pay with pain. A woman's voice cuts through the silence, demanding an immediate end to the massacre, and the master freezes for a moment, feeling a hand trying to stop him. A girl appears in the corridor, shocked by what she saw, and calls on the teacher to let the guy go before the situation goes too far and becomes irreversible. Despite the screams, the mentor's hand shoots up again, his face impassive, and the swing promises to be even more crushing than the previous one. The speed of the young man's movements is amazing. The opponent does not even have time to cry out, as a series of lightning-fast attacks descends on him, leaving no chance. Wen Yuanming decides to test how strong the bones of the arrogant student are. His every move is filled with power, causing the space around him to literally sparkle. The battered Qin Zhao desperately begs for salvation, his face turned into a solid bruise, and his voice trembles with fear. He understands that Yuan Chu Dai is his only hope. Enraged, the beauty demands that the hero immediately release the hostage. Her eyes are full of determination, and she warns that there will be no mercy and no room for remorse. With a cold smile, with one powerful and careless movement of his hand, the hero throws the villain away like unnecessary garbage, the air whistling with the speed of his body's flight. The impact is devastating. The body of the bastard at full speed crashes into the stone wall, which instantly becomes covered with cracks. Blood spurts from the guy's mouth. The unfortunate man falls silent, literally pressed into the rubble of the wall. The dust settles, and a ghostly spirit flies out of his mouth, a symbol that consciousness has finally left him. Sliding powerlessly down the wall and leaving a deep dent in the concrete, Qin Zhao is completely defeated and no longer poses a threat to the enemy. In horror, Yuan Shuti cannot believe the master's cruelty and asks in a rage if he has lost the last of his sanity. The girl turns to threats, recalling the powerful Qin Zhao. She is sure that for such a massacre of her brother, the hero will have to pay with his life. Maintaining an icy calm, Xuan Yuanming says the girl's name with a frightening intonation, making the air around him literally electrify with tension. With disdain in his voice, he puts Wen Shuda in his place. For him, the vaunted warrior is just an empty place, and he does not intend to suffer moralizing from a stupid woman. Frozen in mute shock, the Yuan family heiress watched the guy leave, his audacity and strength leaving her at a complete loss, and the words of resentment stuck in her throat. The bodyguard tried to calm her down by appealing to common sense, but she can no longer hear him. She is mesmerized by the power of the teacher, and the anger in her heart is suddenly replaced by interest. Suddenly, He Qingmei turns into an enthusiastic fan. Forgetting about propriety, she runs after the handsome man, and the old man can barely keep up with her, trying to reason with her. The street is bustling with life, and the clatter of heels echoes throughout the alley. The chase continues, and the persistent fan does not intend to let go of her new goal so easily. With his hands in his pockets, Xuan Yuanming walks forward, annoyed by the noise behind him. He only wants peace, but the annoying attention is starting to seriously get on his nerves. Keeping calm, the ancient master thoughtfully pulls out his phone, his eyes glued to the screen, waiting for an important call. He holds the phone to his ear, only the long beep that echoes in the silence, the tension building as he waits for an answer on the other side. A smartphone vibrates on a luxurious desk, and the screen glows brightly in the dimness of the room, notifying you of an incoming call that will soon change your usual peace. The elderly Master Chiu San picks up the phone, and the voice on the other end introduces itself as Xuan Yuan Ming, causing the old man to freeze in surprise and recognition. Agitated by what he heard, the old man abruptly jumps up from his chair, not believing his ears. His face contorts in shock. "Big brother, it's really you." A trembling question escapes from his lips. In disbelief, the elderly man presses the phone to his ear, his eyes full of tears and joy. He can't help but feel the emotion of realizing that his legendary older brother has finally made contact. Calmly listening to the enthusiastic cheers on the phone, he knew that the man would be waiting for his call, and now he is ready to get down to business, maintaining an icy composure. Standing in the middle of the room, Chu San attentively listens to every word. The hero informs that he has an errand, and the old man is ready to fulfill any will of his brother. The young man voices his goal. He needs inner Dan artifacts, and the more the better. His golden eyes glow with determination to gain new power. Perplexed, the older man knows that these items cannot be absorbed, and anxiously asks his brother why he needed to collect such useless things. Before ending the call, the hero reminded the ally of the importance of collecting trophies. The more demonic beast cores they can get, the faster their personal strength will grow. Knowing that hunting in the mountains was becoming increasingly difficult, with rare monsters on the verge of extinction, he knew that Chiu San's connections were now the only hope. Lost in thought, the boy walks through the schoolyard, not yet aware that a hidden threat is watching his every move from behind the dense trees. Suddenly, an icy chill permeates the air. Xuan Yuan Ming's sharp gaze changes, and his skin feels the bloodlust coming from an invisible enemy lurking in the shadows. Whirling around, the master is ready for battle. The peaceful walk is over. "Who's here?" flashes through my head as the mysterious figure makes its first lunge. A mysterious shadow rapidly approaches the teacher from behind. The atmosphere heats up, and the young man freezes in anticipation of a blow, ready to repel any enemy attack. However, instead of a dangerous opponent, a familiar girl appears on the horizon, waving her hand, calling out his name, breaking the uneasy silence of the courtyard. The tension eases instantly, and he realizes that the bloodlust he felt was only an echo of his violent emotion, not a real threat. Out of breath, Qingmei can barely stand on her feet, complaining of unbearable fatigue from the long chase, trying to reach out to the conscience of her unflappable friend. But Xuan Yuanming remains cold, reminding the girl that he never asked her to follow him, causing her a new wave of sincere indignation and resentment. Perplexed brunette, peering into the void and trying to understand the essence of the strange message from the teacher. With an icy look, the young teacher informs the beauty of the frightening news. He claims that a deadly threat is hanging over her, and someone has already started hunting her. Falling into a panic, the girl's thoughts are confused, and in a ridiculous rush, she demands an explanation, wanting to know where to expect a blow and who dared to threaten her. Peng Hai resolutely comes to the defense of the lady, urging her not to believe the words of a suspicious guy. He is sure that all these warnings are just a stupid lie. Surrounded by a fierce aura, the master vows to pulverize anyone who dares approach his ward. His anger knows no bounds and frightens enemies. Maintaining an icy calm despite the old man's aggression, Xuan Yuanming only casts a brief glance, considering the whole thing to be a silly and inappropriate joke. Tension builds and the master's fiery aura collides with the guy's indifference. Two different worlds frozen in silent confrontation in the middle of the street. Annoyed, the bodyguard leaves the young man, throwing after him the words that now he is left to himself and can no longer count on protection. Suddenly, Qingmei snaps out of her stupor and loudly calls out the guy's name as he leaves, her eyes burning with determination to get all her questions answered. An angry beauty demands to explain herself, stating that it will not be possible to intimidate her. Despite the fear, the heroine is ready to follow him to find out the truth about her fate. Trying to stop the hero, the girl again shouts his name. She is not ready to back down until she gets clear answers to her questions. Xuan Yuanming just sighs heavily and starts counting down. No emotion in his voice, only a cold awareness of the inevitability of what is about to happen. The seconds tick by as the young lady continues on her way, unaware that every moment brings her closer to facing danger. The countdown is over. Xuan Yuanming freezes as he senses the enemy approaching. The air around him is filled with a sense of foreboding, and the silence becomes truly ominous. Suddenly, a masked mercenary flies out of the shadows with a raised blade. The deadly attack takes the girl by surprise. The prediction of the young man comes true instantly. Peng Hai's face twisted in rage, his eyes blazing with righteous anger, and a domineering cry of audacity came out of his mouth, the air around him trembling with his powerful aura. Making a swift leap, the masked stranger raised his dagger to strike. The master reacted instantly, blocking the lunge right in the air in front of the companion's eyes. Without hesitation, the bodyguard threw a powerful palm strike at the opponent's body with incredible speed, and a dull sound of collision was heard, crushing the attacker's defense. The mercenary tried to cut back, but the master deftly dodged, intercepting the enemy's arm. The sharp blade passed within a few millimeters without touching the old man's clothes. The energy of the collision burst into a bright flame, throwing the opponents in different directions. A wave of force scattered the dust, leaving only sparks and a thirst for victory between the fighters. The guard's voice boomed over the area, making everyone freeze. "What kind of scoundrel dared to touch his ward?" he shouted, rushing into the fight. The master froze, surrounded by a halo of golden flames. His gaze turned icy, and his voice sounded like a sentence telling the enemy that today he would meet his death for what he had done. A dark, sinister aura enveloped the masked assailant's body. He bared his teeth fiercely. "Old man, do you really think you can stop me?" he hissed. The air around the villain exploded with purple smoke. He gripped his blade tightly, preparing for a decisive attack. "Die for me?" he roared, releasing all his might. As the tension builds, Xuan Yuanming stands in the way of danger, blocking out the terrified beauty, his cold gaze fixed on the enemy. The situation is out of control. The powerful aura of the enemy distorts the space. The teacher feels the heat build up, realizing that a life-and-death battle is ahead. Releasing true power, Peng Hai's face is distorted with rage, and his eyes are burning with fanatical fire. The deadly dragon and tiger gong technique is ready to descend on the target. A flame of pure energy envelops the master, his every gesture imbued with age-old power. He takes a step forward, and the ground under his feet cracks from the pressure of incredible power. "You are lucky to fall by my hand," the old man proclaims. The bloodlust in his voice leaving no doubt, and no mercy will be shown as long as the enemy is sure of their quick and easy victory. A sudden shout causes the guard to freeze. The young man remains icily calm as the enemy's fierce flames blaze right in front of him. The crucial moment has come now. Enraged, the bodyguard orders Xuan Yuanming to move away, proud and confident that he will now show the true strength that his son could only dream of. Keeping an icy calm, the guy assesses the situation. He sees a gap in the elder's technique and gives him one last piece of advice. Do not engage in close combat in any case. Alarmed, He King Mei realizes that the situation is escalating and fears that the old man is underestimating his opponent. Blinded by anger, Peng Hai shouts in response to the warning. He considers the words of the young man a manifestation of cowardice and does not want to listen to any instructions. Despite the whole situation, the elder promises to protect the young teacher and the girl. The old man was preparing to deliver his decisive blow. Hiding his face behind a horned mask, the mysterious fighter sneers at the enemy, his voice full of contempt as he challenges his opponent to a new round. A crushing blow descends from the sky, and the foot, wrapped in fierce flames, plunges into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave and leaving no chance of escape. Rushing forward swiftly and leaving a trail of golden energy in his wake, the experienced master was determined to end this fight once and for all. A cheeky grin plays on the lips of the young man in the mask. The angry attack of the opponent does not frighten him, but only causes sincere laughter and a thirst to continue the dance. Enraged, the old man grits his teeth as he realizes the enemy's power. Only one desperate thought throbbing in his head: how to finish off this monster in one precise blow. The silent Xuan Yuanming is watching the fight closely, his golden eyes full of calm, analyzing every move of the fighters. Unable to tear her eyes away from what was happening, the girl froze in amazement, her eyes showing concern for the outcome of this incredibly cruel and fast fight. Shrouded in fog, the master finds himself in a dense ring of thick smoke. He tries to find the enemy's position in order to deliver his decisive and accurate blow. Peng Hai's face contorts in sudden shock. Unable to believe his eyes, the opponent has disappeared or done something that goes beyond logic. The fog was getting closer and closer to the shocked bodyguard, who can't think of a plan for further action. The guard froze in horror in the middle of the street. Unknown parasites suddenly dug into his skin, causing a sharp pain. He cried out, looking at his hands in utter despair. Mocking laughter rang out from the thick smoke, the mysterious masked opponent enjoying the helplessness of the victim, knowing that his devious plan had worked perfectly. The villain swiftly burst out of the dust cloud with a dagger in his hand, and with a furious shout, he launched a decisive attack, wanting to finish off the old man with one precise blow. Just as the old man had time to raise his hand to defend himself, at the last moment, a magical aura flashed in front of his face, blocking the deadly lunge of an armed opponent. After repelling the attack, Peng Hai realized the true threat. The insect venom had already begun to take effect, restricting his movements, and he realized that every moment of delay was now worth a life. Suddenly, a young man appeared between the two opponents, and with one light movement, he caught the assassin's arm, causing his magic flame to extinguish uselessly. Outwardly, the young man maintained an icy calm, his golden eyes shining with wisdom and hidden power, and his voice addressed to the enemy, there was only a clear disdain. The attacker froze in a daze, unable to believe his eyes. The stranger's speed was beyond human capabilities, and his grip was steely and unshakable. Despite his injury, the bodyguard was flushed with pride, unwilling to accept help from the boy, believing that he had simply been tricked and was still capable of winning. The proud master demanded to get out of the way, trying to hide his weakness from the poison, but the young man did not even turn around, continuing to firmly hold the disoriented opponent. The young man only nodded condescendingly, accepting the challenge, his appearance changing to a softer one, and there was a slight curiosity in his eyes about the abilities of the brazen enemy. Not understanding what was going on, the masked assailant froze, his mind swarming with questions about who this guy was and why his strength seemed so overwhelming and strange. Peng Hai was equally shocked, and his eyes widened in surprise, for he had never expected to meet such a powerful and young protector in this place. There was an oppressive silence, and the young master turned around in silence, showing complete disregard for the enemy, which sent the villain into a state of uncontrollable rage. Completely losing his mind from rage, with a wild cry, the assassin once again concentrated the purple flames in his hand, preparing to deliver his most powerful blow. Resuming the battle, the masked enemy makes a rapid jump from above, shouting insults. The old man froze, not having time to react to the powerful blow of the glowing purple sword. The master puts up a blocking move, trying to contain the opponent's magical energy. Lightning flashes around as the blade collides with an invisible barrier. The blow is too strong, and the old man is thrown backward, losing his balance and flying to the side as the villain continues his dance with the blade in the air. The guard falls helplessly to the ground, his face showing pain and the realization of his defeat, and a drop of blood flies out of his mouth, his strength finally leaving him. Xuanyuan Ming and an alarmed girl are watching the battle from the side, and she exclaims in horror, realizing that the situation is critical and the old man is in mortal danger. Towering over the fallen enemy, the masked assassin raises his ghostly purple sword for the final blow, leaving the victim no chance. With a mad grin on his face, the villain prepares to deliver the final thrust. "Go to hell," he shouts, filling the blade with the devastating dark energy of chaos. At the last moment before the blow, Peng Hai closes his eyes in fear, admits his powerlessness, and in a panic begs for salvation, hoping that the young man will help. At the crucial moment, the young man makes a rapid leap forward. The girl froze in amazement, watching as the guy rushes to help at an incredible speed. Blocking the villain's deadly blade with your hand wrapped in a powerful azure glow. "Stop!" the hero imperiously orders the attacker. After easily deflecting the attack, the guy delivers a crushing kick to the enemy. The blue energy bursts into bright flames, suppressing the dark aura of the masked assassin. Xuanyuan Ming's gaze turns cold and resolute, his golden eyes glowing with inner strength, and the azure energy around him speaks of complete superiority. The shocked scoundrel flies back, not understanding where such power came from. The old man on the ground is saved, and the guy confidently completes the reception, controlling the entire battlefield. Falling to the ground, unable to contain his rage as he stares at his opponent's legs, the masked villain screams in frustration as he realizes that his plan is bursting at the seams. The aggressor makes a sharp dash. Shrouded in purple energy, he shouts threats, accusing the hero of daring to interfere with the affairs of the Five Poison sect. The enemy's face is contorted with a grimace of anger. Burning eyes are visible through the mask, and a final warning breaks from his lips. He is sure that now he will definitely end the hero. Soaring high into the sky and hiding in a thick cloud of smoke, the enemy prepares a crushing blow from above, while Xuanyuan Ming calmly watches him from the ground. A huge golden snake suddenly bursts out of the ambush. With its mouth open, it rushes at the guy, while the enemy's voice proclaims a dead end for him. The predator strikes, but the young man reacts instantly. He blocks the monster's lunge, demonstrating amazing endurance in the face of deadly danger. Bursting into triumphant laughter and shrouded in smoke, the villain is confident of his victory, declaring that this golden python is his personal and most dangerous poison of life. In rage, the monster lunges forward, opening its mouth for a deadly bite, the air shuddering with the power of a creature that is not used to encountering resistance. With his hand wrapped in shining blue energy, and easily intercepting the snake, he calmly notices that this demon is only a low-ranked fake. Keeping calm, the hero goes on a counterattack, clutching the snake's body in his flaming hand. With an imperious demand, he suppresses the monster's will, finally seizing the initiative. With one sharp movement, Xuanyuan Ming tears the golden python apart. The monster's blood spurts out, and its body disintegrates, unable to withstand the monster's monstrous power. Frozen in utter shock, the bastard can't believe his eyes. His strongest weapon destroyed in the blink of an eye, and fear begins to show through the mask. The savior coolly steps forward, announcing that it is now the enemy's turn, and the smoke clears, opening the way for the final reprisal against the offender. Towering over his opponent like an unshakable rock, wrapped in the azure flame of his aura, the guy looks down on the one who threatened him a moment ago. Without a second's hesitation, the hero delivers a crushing blow that is impossible to avoid. An azure trail of energy cuts through the air, putting a bold end to this short but fierce battle. A blinding pillar of golden energy descends from the sky, a powerful blow pinning the opponent to the ground, leaving no chance of escape. The defeated masked enemy begs for mercy, choking with horror. In despair, he shouts the name of his sect, hoping that the terrible name will save his life. With icy indifference, Xuanyuan Ming looks at the scoundrel. The name Five Poisons sect causes him nothing but slight disdain and boredom. Demonstrating absolute superiority, the young savior crushed the enemy with his foot. His voice sounds firm, and now the prisoner's life depends only on an honest answer. The hero's gaze becomes piercing. He is only interested in one thing: whether this sect really breeds dangerous demonic beasts. The scoundrel hastily explains that their sect doesn't just raise animals. The adepts make a sacred blood pact with poison, linking their lives with the dark force together. Each member of the Five Poisons has its own innate poison, a cursed entity that grants incredible power, but requires a terrible price in blood for this. Frowning thoughtfully, Xuanyuan Ming wonders if these creatures are capable of becoming truly powerful demonic beasts instead of just pathetic parasites. Peering into the very essence of things, the teacher is trying to figure out if their venom can produce internal Dan, the rarest energy hidden in the bodies of higher demonic creatures. Trembling with fear, the enemy confirms the venomous scorpion of his master is a true demon, so large and dangerous that it is able to devour other people's souls and tribute. Wondering how a human could have made a pact with a beast, the ancient master raises a foot wrapped in a dazzling blue aura over the body of the fallen one. Realizing that this is not a problem, but just another way to absorb the cores of demonic beasts, the young man silently turns around and walks away from the defeated opponent. Panting heavily, the other party admitted defeat, and his voice lost all of its pride, only humbly stating that Xuanyuan Ming had let him go. The masked man promised that the Five Poisons sect would not dare to attack again. Just the sight of his strength would make any enemy retreat in fear of the future. The teacher's gaze became cold and resolute. He made a hard decision, despite everything he had done. Today he would not take revenge, letting fate decide for itself. The young man did not hesitate and threw a swift blow. His movements were so fast and precise that the air around him literally trembled with concentrated power. A powerful kick to the chest knocked the scoundrel to the ground, who only had time to cry out in surprise and pain, realizing that the difference in their strength was simply colossal. Standing over the fallen enemy, Xuanyuan Ming coldly ordered him to return to his master. This was not just a request, but a direct warning to the entire sect. The blue aura flashed with renewed vigor as the hero challenged the elders of the Five Poisons. Let them come and try to take revenge. He is ready to meet anyone who dares. The enemy froze in utter confusion, unable to speak, his mind refusing to accept the audacity of this guy challenging the most powerful sect. The teacher's icy order was like a bolt from the blue, and he didn't want to waste any more time on a pathetic henchman, demanding that he immediately get out of the way. Trembling with fear and humiliation, the defeated fighter could barely stand on his feet. Feeling the pressure of an incredible force on him, he meekly retreated, not daring to even look at the young man. In a panic, the opponent ran away, his heels flashing under the scorching sun. The teacher only calmly watched him go, realizing that this collision was only the beginning of the road. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a clear female voice full of delight. The mysterious companion did not hide her admiration for how easily and confidently the guy defeated the enemy. With a playful smile, the girl handed the stern teacher a bright candy. This funny reward for winning instantly relieved the tense atmosphere of the recent fierce battle. Qingmei doesn't understand why the teacher is showing such mercy. The air is sparkling with her indignation, but the guy remains icy calm. The young man's gaze is empty and cold. He does not feel anger toward the defeated enemy. For him, this is not revenge, but only a closed page, not worth the extra mental effort. Without letting up, the beauty recalls her grievances, while Xuanyuan Ming remains silent thoughtfully, analyzing the killer's strange behavior. Leaving the young teacher and her bodyguard behind, the guy walks away, his curt answer putting an end to the argument. The companion freezes, struck by his indifference to the situation. A lone silhouette moves away down an empty alley. Sunlight floods the city, but the guy's heart is only silence. He goes forward, not looking back at the shadows of his past. A sudden shout makes the guy turn around, and he freezes, feeling someone's heavy and domineering gaze on him. the tension in the air instantly building. A stranger in a suit blocks the young man's path. A short command to stop echoes down the street, causing the young man to involuntarily slow down his pace. The arrogant Mr. Ge Yun from an influential family steps forward, and with his entourage behind him, he mockingly asks the guy if he understands who is in front of him. Zhuan Yuanming's reply sounds like a slap in the face. He says that he is not interested and calmly walks on, completely ignoring the important master's status and threat. Choking with anger, the leader blushes. No one has ever dared so brazenly ignore his greatness right in the middle of the street. The servant is outraged by the boy's behavior, and Ge-yun silently watches the boy leave while his men grumble about how this puppy doesn't know the rules at all. In a rage, he remembers about the debts. The narcissistic gentleman orders his men to follow the guy because he beat up their allies and should not get away with it. Zhuan Yuanming walks along the sunlit pavement without looking back at his enemies, his mind occupied with something more important than the empty threats of street bullies. The path leads the young teacher to the majestic red doors of an ancient building, and he pauses on the threshold, shrouded in light, before entering the shop. In the silence of the empty hall, the guy turns to the shopkeeper, Tan. He is only interested in one thing, whether there is news about the mysterious object that he is looking for. At the sight of the guest, Tang Senkai breaks into a smile as he happily greets the ancient master, clearly appreciating such an important and rare customer in his shop. The shopkeeper admits that the rare herbs that the young man is looking for are almost impossible to get. He has been looking for them for days and nights, and only now the first important news has appeared. For the guy, this merchant, the only reliable channel of communication, for years he found rare resources, but now obtaining herbs requires special discussion. Demanding to simply name the location of the herbs because the hero does not intend to wait, his gaze turns icy, stating that the rest is only his concern. Making it clear that money is not a problem for him, Zhuan Yuanming promises the shopkeeper that he will win if he helps him get to the goal as soon as possible. Delighted by the young man's generosity, Tang Senchai breaks into a smile and gives a thumbs up, genuinely admiring his guest's unexpected generosity. The shopkeeper reports important news: an auction will start soon, where rare herbs will be displayed, and he promises to personally notify the hero as soon as he finds out the exact time. Maintaining a cool calm, the guy dryly thanked him for the valuable information, resolutely preparing to fight for the necessary resources. To give advice, the merchant calls out to the departing hero. His voice sounds anxious. He warns that valuable herbs have attracted the attention of many dangerous groups. Seriously warning about competitors, the shop owner emphasizes that all artifact hunters come from influential and very powerful clans. Tang Senzai explains the reason for the shortage, which now explains why rare herbs are so difficult to find. They are hunted by powerful clans, leaving no chance for others. Realizing the scale of the problem, the ancient master frowns thoughtfully, realizing that his quest is turning into a dangerous confrontation with powerful enemies. Sincerely worried about the guest, the shopkeeper gives a final parting word, urging the guy to be extremely careful because the upcoming auction will be full of traps. A slight grin touches Zhuan Yuanming's lips, but he only grunts in response to the warnings, showing complete confidence in his abilities and not hiding a slight excitement. Resolutely leaves the shop with a lollipop in his hand and a calm look. The guy declares that there will be no problems and goes to meet his dangerous competitors. He calmly descends the steps and leaves the building, unaware that someone is waiting for him outside, his every step echoing around the square. A sudden shout makes the hero freeze, and a stranger shouts his name loudly, blocking the way and breaking the silence of this sunny afternoon. A group of impudent guys gets in the way, and the gang leader makes a strict demand that if the teacher does not pay a high price right now, he will not leave alive. With icy disdain, Zhuan Yuanming asks again. The word price only causes him cold bewilderment. His gaze becomes sharp, and the atmosphere around him heats up. Freezing and tightly clutching the candy, despite the numerical superiority of the enemies, the guy looks absolutely unperturbed and ready to teach the impudent upstarts a lesson. Smiling enigmatically, the young man lets out a barely audible chuckle, and then, with a straight face, he hands the candy to the enemy as if it's the most important thing in the world. Not understanding what's going on, Ge-yun freezes in utter shock as he stares at the candy in his hands, not understanding how this cheeky brat dared to approach him. Perplexed, the assistant assumes the worst and whispers to the chief that this strange child is probably trying to bribe them in such a stupid way. The boss's patience is running out, and in a rage, he swings at his assistant, brandishing the ill-fated lollipop. Anger overwhelms him because of the absurdity of this whole situation. In anger, the scoundrel's eyes flash red. He shouts in rage, insulted to the core. Did anyone seriously think that his authority was worth one candy? The unflappable young man calmly walks away with his hands in his pockets. He seems completely indifferent to the showdown behind his back, leaving the angry boss alone with his resentment. Suddenly, the sky is pierced by 3 bright green flashes. Mysterious shadows of warriors descend to the ground, surrounding the teacher. The air literally sparkles with powerful magical energy. The path of the guy is blocked by mercenaries in black masks. One of them threateningly put forward a blade, demanding to give up the value. Their intentions are clear. They will not retreat without a fight. The leader of the bandits promises to save the guy's life in exchange for his belongings. Against the background of the majestic temple, the situation looks critical, but the hero remains icy calm. Zhen Yuanming points his thumb back with an ironic smile as he asks what kind of things they are talking about, suggesting that the robbers take the prize themselves. From such an unheard-of impudence, the masked mercenary falls into a stupor. He asks again if the guy is really ready to part with his property so easily. Confirming his words with complete indifference, the guy urges the robbers to just take what they want and not waste his precious time. Suddenly, an imperious shout is heard, causing the bandits to freeze, and the boss in the jacket returns, interrupting the brewing brawl with his sudden appearance. Instantly switching his attention to a new target, the mercenary orders the stranger not to move, creating a dangerous tension between the two groups in the square. Guiyun, furious, demands to get out of the way and declares that he is looking for Xuan Yuanming on an extremely important matter, and no one dares to stand in his way at this moment. A blade whizzed through the air, and the masked thief abruptly blocked the path, a huge knife in his hand, his gaze icy, and every movement breathing a hidden threat. As the tension grew, the attacker narrowed his eyes, never taking his eyes off the target, his voice sounding hollow and imperiously demanding an answer, asking if the teacher had passed anything to him. Faced with the threat, the boss of his gang only grinned. He remained completely calm and boldly confirmed the enemy's guesses with a short yes. The man's face twisted into a grimace of rage. His patience snapped, and he wasn't going to have any more idle conversations. "Get out of the way," he growled, preparing to force his way through. Realizing that peace would not solve the problem, the leader of the attackers waved his hand. 3 masked fighters instantly intercepted knives, and a sharp order was issued to take everyone. Masked mercenaries give chase swiftly, their movements full of determination and aggression. When enemies appear in front of the gang, Guiyun freezes in surprise, tension sparks in the air, and his companions are horrified to realize that they have fallen into a trap. Chaos ensues. Enemies attack from all sides. The gang leader tries to defend himself by shouting a question into the void, but the mercenaries act smoothly and quickly, pinning them in a ring. One powerful blow knocks the man off his feet. A sharp pain shoots through his body, and a scream gets stuck in his throat. Resistance is crushed by brute force, and hope begins to fade. It's over. The bandits are standing over the fallen enemies. Clenching their blades, a cold voice confirms the success of the mission. Their task is completed. The mercenaries took the prisoner to a luxurious mansion. Hidden from prying eyes, the majestic architecture of the building only emphasizes the power of its owner. Inside the spacious office, Mrs. Zhang was waiting for them, sitting cross-legged on the sofa with authority, and she met the newcomer with a heavy bag with a cold gaze. With a bow, the scoundrel tossed the bag at the customer's feet. "The man you asked for has been delivered," he rapped out, expecting a well-deserved reward. The satisfied woman adjusted her glasses, and a predatory, triumphant smile played on her face. "Well, you did a great job," she said with icy approval. Walking over to the bag, the lady of the mansion addressed the captive by name and reminded Xuan Yuanming of his audacity and refusal to give up Lingji, which now put him in her power. A spectacular lady in glasses eagerly opens a huge bag. She is sure that the long-awaited trophy is inside and looks forward to her triumph over her enemies. Ms. Zhang's gaze freezes. Shock and utter bewilderment can be read through the lenses of her glasses. Instead of what she expected to see, she sees something that was clearly not part of her plans. A terrified man suddenly gets out of the bag, shouting in rage about the abduction and the consequences, while the kidnapper in a stupor realizes the scale of her mistake. A tense silence hangs in the room. The lady is dumbfounded, and the masked mercenary just watches the failure in silence, unable to explain the ridiculous substitution. The angry hostess demands an explanation from her henchman. She points out the intruder, wanting to know where Xuan Yuanming has gone and who this extra guy is. Trying to calm the woman's anger, the masked assistant justifies himself by gesturing with his hand and urges her to remain calm, despite the unfortunate mistake. The mercenary shifts the blame to the young teacher. He points out the beaten prisoner, claiming that it was he who was supposed to deliver the package and hid it on himself. The domineering woman takes a step forward, harshly demanding that Guiyun hand over the goods immediately, ignoring his pathetic appearance and obvious confusion. The kidnapped man tries to regain a bit of dignity. He raises his thumb and defiantly asks the lady if she even understands who she attacked. Instead of answering, the prisoner receives a sharp and ringing slap in the face. The blow catches up with him instantly, interrupting the impudent speech and finally knocking down the arrogance of the unfortunate guest. From a powerful blow, the head of the kidnapped person flies off to the side. Mrs. Zhang spares no effort, putting all her rage and disappointment at the broken deal into the slap. The angry lady in glasses proceeds to the interrogation again. She imperiously points at the man, demanding to immediately give up the location of a valuable artifact. Gi-won is barely able to stand up. His face is burning with pain. Despite the beating, he continues to pour out threats, reminding of his high status and connections. The patience of the owner of the mansion has run out, and she swings for another blow, intending to beat the truth out of the obstinate guest by any means. After a new series of blows, the man finally loses his balance. He shamefully falls to the floor, while blood spurts from his mouth under the icy gaze of the hostess. The woman in the embroidered dress's anger flared up instantly, and she looked down on the defeated man, whose ridiculous appearance only further irritated her domineering nature. Crossing her arms, Miss Zhang shows complete disdain, her icy tone leaving no doubt. The status of the opponent to her, an empty sound, not worthy of attention. The man in the pinstripe suit froze in confusion on the luxurious carpet, completely unaware of what the rage of this domineering person had come down on him for. Suddenly, the mercenary cut in, his gaze from behind the mask filled with suspicion, and the accusation of pretending sounded like a death sentence. Instead of a formidable weapon in the hands of the detainee turned out to be an ordinary candy. The absurdity of the moment reached a peak, turning the tense skirmish into some absurd farce. Frozen in utter disbelief, the woman stared at the pink lollipop as if it were some alien object, unable to match it with the gravity of the moment. Fury flashed in the lady of the mansion's eyes with a new intensity. Just like a lollipop, the question echoed in the room, turning her anger into a mixture of shock and burning resentment. In a panic, Gae-yun tried to justify himself, clutching the candy in his hand, swearing that it was the only thing he got, but his words sounded extremely ridiculous. When the abductee got a grip on himself, he accused her of extreme cruelty, and stealing candy seemed to him the height of madness, and she looked with contempt at the drooping, pathetic kidnapper. Turning sharply to the mysterious assistant, the woman imperiously demanded an explanation. Her pointing gesture and stern look did not tolerate lies. She longed to know the truth. Panicking and apologizing to Lady Zhang, the mercenary swore that he expected to see the legendary Fire Lingji, and not the usual sweetness in the hands of this idiot. The enraged lady shooed the hapless assistant away with a sharp gesture, her anger like a storm that brooked no excuses or stupid mistakes from her subordinates. Giving the kidnapper one last chance to redeem himself, the owner of the mansion announced an ultimatum in an icy voice. Either he will deliver the artifact, or he will face an inevitable and cruel punishment. Meanwhile, Zhuan Yuanming walked confidently towards his goal, and with the support of a loyal assistant, he prepared to obtain the rarest demon beast core. After making a bold challenge to the Five Poison sect, the hero knew that their greed would be a great channel for gathering resources, and boldly stepped forward to meet the coming battle. Thinking about his own strength, he was confident that he could hunt demonic beasts alone without relying on the services of the greedy Tang Senkai. The guy's eyes are full of determination. He plans to use the upcoming auction as a chance to grow stronger and looks for an influential family ready to become his ally. Feeling the surge of Dharma-era energy, Zhuan Yuanming anticipates the moment when his true might will allow him to instantly break through 100,000 levels of body when someone calls his name. On a noisy street, a young mentor tries to get rid of an annoying stalker. The man follows her on her heels, ignoring the obvious reluctance to communicate. Insistently blocking the teacher's path, a colleague calls out for professional solidarity with a smile, while she can barely contain her anger at such impudence. Master Han chases after the beauty, insistently begging her to give him a chance. He flirts with her, offering to warm up together in a warm spring. Such a familiar suggestion outrages the young lady. She is shocked by his impudence and coldly demands to keep their distance, reminding them that they barely know each other. The impudent man is not at all embarrassed by the refusal. He just smiles and takes a step closer, confidently declaring that frequent meetings are the best way to get closer. Confidently, the colleague continues his offensive, slyly winking at He Qing-mei, making it clear that he will not back down and is ready to open the door to her life, whether she wants it or not. Without slowing down, Han makes his main statement, pointing a finger at the teacher, boldly announcing in front of everyone that he has fallen in love with her. Bragging about his status as vice president and the influence of his family on the South Island, the impudent man is sure that such an enviable position will not leave the beauty any choice. He Qing-mei can only grin sarcastically when he hears about his great achievements, clearly not impressed by his attempts to show off and present himself. The girl's patience is exhausted, and with a decisive gesture, she cuts off the flow of his bragging and bluntly declares to his face that she does not like him at all. Leaving the stunned boyfriend behind, the young teacher proudly walks away, and he is frozen in place, unable to realize that his status and wealth did not work out. Han's ego is hurt. He refuses to believe in rejection and convinces himself that the beauty just flared up, and her words are only the result of fleeting anger. A narcissistic guy blocks a lady's path, bragging about his high status and family, genuinely not understanding how such a girl can ignore him. Ching-mei looks at the annoying youth with undisguised annoyance. She directly and sharply declares that she doesn't like him at all, hoping that he will finally leave. Crossing her arms over her chest, the teacher looks cold and distant. She doesn't care about his words, she just wants this obsessive type to disappear from her eyes. Accepting the refusal as coquetry, the suitor only grins. Han is sure that the beauty is just being modest, and repeats the nonsense that girls always say no instead of yes. Continuing to push, the man calls the lady by name and promises mountains of gold. He vows to take care of her from the first day of school, not noticing how much she is disappointed. Enraged, Ching-mei realizes that this guy is a real stalker, and she can barely contain her anger as she looks at the obsessive boyfriend who doesn't understand even the most direct refusal. Suddenly, Xuan Yuanming comes into view, and the girl freezes when she sees a familiar silhouette, and a plan to get rid of the nerd instantly matures in her head. With a sly smile, the teacher abruptly changes her tactics. "Okay, I'll admit it," she exclaims, feigning surrender, which makes the narcissistic rich man ecstatic. Blinded by his own pride, the vice president is beaming, confident that his spell has worked, and complacently declares that he already knew about her secret feelings. But the boyfriend's joy does not last long. The young woman coquettishly turns away from him and goes to the master, leaving the stunned stalker far behind. Suddenly grabbing the fair-haired young man by the hand, she publicly declares that she already has a man and advises the annoying boyfriend to leave his illusions. In total shock from such an unexpected role, the teacher thought that his friend was up to something again. In turn, Ching-mei masterfully pretends to be a victim, coquettishly snuggling up to his spouse to save him from the illusions of the rich man. The teacher masterfully plays the role of a weak girl. She looks plaintively at the young man whom she called her husband, hoping that he will play along with her lies. Smug Han freezes in silent delight, which is immediately replaced by horror. His pride is wounded. He did not expect that the beauty already has a man. Shocked, rich man, enraged, demands an answer. He cannot believe that his beloved and this boy are really married, and tries to suppress the rival with his authority. Maintaining an icy calm, Xuan Yuanming curtly snaps, "No." His honest answer shocks the lady whose elaborate legend just fell apart. The girl does not give up and tightens her grip on the guy's hand. She declares to the vice president that even if they are not married, the hero is her boyfriend, and advises the impudent man to give up as soon as possible. The suitor makes a mocking face. He humiliates Ming, calling him a simple intern, and reproaches the teacher for her lack of ambition in choosing such an insignificant companion. Despite the insults, the beauty continues to defiantly snuggle up to the guy. She is determined to protect her choice and finally drive away the annoying rich man. Ching-mei, in a rage, cuts off the rich man. She declares that her feelings for a simple teacher are only her business, and advises the impudent person not to pry into someone else's life. Enraged, the stalker turns his anger on his opponent, imperiously demanding that Xuan Yuanming come over to talk, trying to unravel this guy's secret. Even without looking in the shouter's direction, the ancient master casts out a short phrase in a cold, indifferent tone that he doesn't have time, completely ignoring other people's ambitions. Just walking away, the young man declares that these showdowns do not concern him. His icy disregard hits the rich man's ego more strongly than any retaliatory insults. Taken aback by this audacity, Han lets out a shout and orders his opponent to stop, unable to bear the fact that some intern dares to turn his back on him. The vice president is furious. He is used to power and does not tolerate disobedience. His face is distorted with anger, and the order sounds like thunder to be listened to. He is in charge here. Maintaining an icy calm, Xuan Yuanming only throws out one short word. This indifference hurts the rich man's pride more than any blow. "You're just a pathetic trainee," Stalker says, trying to humiliate his opponent. But Xuan Yuanming just walks away, leaving him to scream into the emptiness of the blooming garden. An angry rich person gets personal, trying to hurt the teacher with questions about money. He is sure that status is measured only by property and looks down on the opponent. With a nasty grin, Han continues to push. He is sure that a simple teacher's salary won't even be enough for basic needs, let alone anything else. Women need security that you won't give. He throws out the final argument, his words laced with venom and a desire to prove his superiority. With a sharp slap on the shoulder, the vice president unceremoniously violates his personal space, trying to physically stop Xuan Yuanming and force him to submit to the force. A self-confident man scoffs at the guy's physique, bragging about his power. A stalker believes that physical superiority gives him the right to dictate his terms. "Stay away from Mei. It's better for her," he sums up, patting the hero on the shoulder as he waits for the submissive to agree to his terms. Calmly adjusting his hair, the ancient master ignores the threats, his silent contempt leaving the rich man in a stupor, leaving him completely bewildered behind. There was a decisive yes in the air, marking the beginning of a new and extremely difficult arrangement for the suitor. Trying to hide his excitement behind a sly grin, the vice president asks the guy hopefully and slightly defiantly if he is satisfied with this. The rich man bursts out laughing as he celebrates his victory over his opponent, his arms spread out in the air, confident of his superiority, while the teacher just watches the silly show in silence. The red-haired dandy grins self-confidently, throwing rude words in the girl's face. He is clearly trying to offend her with his impudent behavior. In response to the insult, a predatory, sinister smile appears on the face of the beauty. She is not offended at all. A plan of revenge is read in her eyes. The vice president suddenly freezes in utter confusion. Mei's gaze makes him feel something amiss, and his former confidence is instantly replaced by alarm. With icy calm and clear superiority, the teacher puts the impudent man in his place. She declares that Xuan Yuanming does not value his pathetic attempts at threats. Turning on her heel, the heroine walks away, showing complete indifference. She is too bored to waste time on empty conversations with such an insignificant enemy. The action shifts to majestic mountains shrouded in fog. The golden gate on the edge of the cliff leads to a secret abode hidden from the eyes of ordinary mortal people. A loyal servant is kneeling before the throne of the sinister Five Poisons sect. In a gloomy hall, under the supervision of stone dragons, the fate of those who dare to challenge is decided. The head of the Five Poisons, hidden by a deep hood, asks the question in an icy tone. He can't believe that someone would dare to show such audacity to him. The masked disciple falls to one knee, complaining to his master, claiming that he has never met such an impudent and unrestrained person before. With a bruise on his cheek, the guy retells the words of the enemy, who openly challenge the entire sect, inviting the master himself to come and strike back. In the center of the hall, a giant spider with an ominous red sign stands motionless, as the overlord coldly decides the fate of the fourth protector and his wayward disciple. The master of Five Poisons, sitting on a monstrous insect, makes a verdict. He orders the defender to deal with the problem on his own. The mysterious old man grins contentedly as he looks at the disciple. His thunder python is about to make a breakthrough, and this news fills his heart with dark joy. The fourth defender looks insane in the violet energy, and only needs a portion of fresh blood and flesh to complete the transformation of his snake. The old man is looking forward to the triumph. His python must turn into a legendary divine creature. For this purpose, he is ready to destroy anyone in his path. Meanwhile, in the ordinary corridor of Shufang College, a guy is walking with a book. He doesn't know yet that the shadows of the ancient sects have already started their hunt for his head. Suddenly stopping at the sound of his name, Xuan Yuanming's piercing gaze shows that he is ready to face any danger head-on. An already familiar red-haired guy blocks the teacher's path in the hallway of the academy. His loud shout made the guy stop and turn around to face him. With a challenging grin, the rich man holds out a bright flyer, demanding to arrange a meeting with Mei at this place. His tone does not tolerate any objections and refusals. Han stares at him with icy calm and obvious incomprehension, asking him directly why he needs this date in the first place. Anger instantly flashes in the vice president's eyes. He furiously shouts that the beauty ignored even the invitation on the old paper, and this really pisses him off. Having changed his anger to mercy, the bully promises to become a loyal patron at school in exchange for the service. He is ready to call the newcomer his younger brother and protect him. Han's gaze becomes sly and triumphant. He is sure that such an offer cannot be refused, and he waits for consent, anticipating his victory. Xuan Yuanming just grunts skeptically at the bully, unmoved by his older brother's threats and false promises of patronage. Walking away, the guy ignores the outstretched hand, a fierce insult flying at his back, full of impotent anger and resentment. The enraged vice president shouts after him, promising the young teacher a swift end, his authority undermined in front of the whole school by this audacious refusal. The young man walks into the Eastern College auditorium, a tense silence hanging in the air as he takes his place at the blackboard. The hero's attention is attracted by a bold girl in purple. She closely follows his every movement, as if evaluating. Whispers can be heard from all sides. Students discuss Qin Xiao's absence, and everyone understands that if the situation escalates, the Qin family will move to open and dangerous actions. Ignoring the gossip about how he inadvertently crossed the path of a powerful and vengeful clan, Xuan Yuanming calmly opens the book. A sudden noise makes the teacher look up from his reading, a cold gleam in his golden eyes as he senses a new threat approaching. A smug hand interrupts the youth's practice, his voice sounding triumphant. The time of impunity for the novice has come to an end. A committee from the Bureau of Education bursts into the classroom, bullying reinforcements, hoping to destroy the teacher's reputation with a single check. The arrogant vice president throws out a bold challenge. Malice is evident in his eyes. He is sure that he has trapped the guy in front of the whole class. Pass the exam, become a teacher, mince a narcissistic man. But behind the external calmness of the young man hides a steely will, ready to crush any intrigues of an envious enemy. The red-haired bully approaches almost directly, enjoying the moment, anticipating the newbie's disgrace, and not noticing how Xuan Yuanming maintains a frightening, icy composure. The condition is announced. Failure means immediate dismissal. At stake is not only work, but also honor. The opponent is jubilant, believing that he is not a match for him in the fight. The dastardly plan is revealed. The villain wants not only to fire the hero, but also to take a Qingmei for himself. A vile grin betrays his true, low intentions. Important guests enter the classroom. Han breaks into a fake smile, inviting the professors to sit down, and the spectacle of destroying the young man's reputation begins. The hall quiets down. The commission takes its seats, preparing for a harsh test. The hero stands alone against everyone, under the gun of dozens of incredulous and strict glances. These people from the Bureau of Education, the best experts, the instigator is sure that their severity will become a death sentence for the career of a teacher. The trap is closed. They are merciless about the quality of teaching. The vice president thinks triumphantly, already celebrating his victory, believing that an inexperienced young man will never pass this test. While a storm is brewing inside, life goes on outside the window. Passers-by do not even suspect that the fate of the great master and his future is being decided within these walls. Tired director Luo Fei minces after the icy beauty. Wiping away the cold sweat, he apologizes ingratiatingly, because the status of Sister Gao in these walls is undeniable and even dangerous. Gao Yingshu, cold and statuesque, only briefly says that everything is fine. Her cold gaze makes everyone freeze, and an aura of superiority fills the entire hall. In a panic, the older man does not understand why such an important person came to an ordinary college, whether she came just to drink tea or something more is brewing here. Luo Fei recalls the commotion in the morning. First, the Education Bureau sent a check from the academic heavyweights. The college has never seen so many luminaries before. Then there was him, a world-class genius who is being predicted to win the Nobel Prize, and the director is speechless as to why all the elites of the world have gathered in this humble place. This is just a technical college, the principal shouts to himself. He can't understand that a small institution has become the center of attention of such influential people. Suddenly, Gao Yinghui interrupts the flow of his thoughts. The older man flinches at the sound of his name, realizing that this woman sees right through him and doesn't tolerate idle chatter. Looking half a turn at the old man, the beauty declares that she came to find her father. The director is shocked. Why would an expert of this level personally check an ordinary intern? The situation becomes more and more complicated. Angry at first at the scheming Han Mingyu, who started this mess with the inspection, Luo Fei is now calm because the lady's father is on the commission and the teacher is under reliable protection. Striding resolutely to the classroom door, the young woman wanted to find out what kind of chaos was going on around the internship and who dared to challenge her interests. The panel is frozen. 4 venerable experts with stern faces are carefully watching the exam progress. Among them, Gao Yingshui's father, who is ready to judge the youth impartially. The challenge is thrown. Han Mingyu gives the guy a sign to start with a malicious grin. He is sure of the guy's failure and longs to see his shame in the face of a strict commission. A confident speech, Xuan Yuanming calmly talks about King Yinchuan, describing him as a wise leader who saved the dynasty from collapse during the Great Troubles. The vice president's angry attack interrupts the young man, declaring that the king was only a cruel tyrant. He is furious that the intern is challenging the canons of history. "You want to make me laugh to death," the scoundrel scoffs. He considers the teacher's words a ridiculous invention that has nothing to do with reality. Coolly and piercingly, the hero looks at the opponent. He claims that the knowledge of that is only dry book myths, far from what actually happened. The true image was different. The guy describes the greatness of Yinchuan, behind which stands the ghostly image of the ancient ruler. His words sound as if he saw everything for himself. Beside himself with anger, Han Mingyu openly calls the opponent a madman, unable to contain his emotions in front of the calm and confident master. "Accusation of lying, you talk like you've met him in person?" the vice president shouts. The situation in the audience is heated to the limit under the eyes of the shocked judges. The shocking truth is revealed. and the teacher confirms that he drank wine with the king. A vision from the past pops up before his eyes, confirming his incredible connection with history. An enraged man calls out to the judges, accusing Xuan Yuanming of insanely arrogant and demanding his immediate dismissal for lying so absurdly about meeting the king. Suddenly, one of the oldest professors interrupts Han's screams, and with a serious look, he declares to the entire audience that the young professor's words are actually true. The vice president's face is contorted with shock and bewilderment. He can't believe his ears. How an authoritative scholar could stand on the side of this audacious upstart. The professors are amazed at the depth of the guy's knowledge. They note that the hero described Yinchuan's character so accurately, as if he really devoted years to studying history. The audience bursts into applause, and the judges are delighted with the true spirit of the teacher that the young man showed, trying to convey the hidden truth about the distant past. Falling into a stupor and realizing the scale of his defeat, the vice president breaks out in a cold sweat at the thought that this guy is a real genius of historical sciences. Hatred flares up in Han's heart with renewed vigor. He refuses to recognize the success of the enemy and frantically searches for a new way to humiliate him in front of everyone. Giving up trying to argue about the story, the narcissistic man makes a sharp attack. He declares that the lecture is over and demands to change the topic in order to confuse the guy. Smiling maliciously, the vice president offers Xuan Yuanming to prove his competence in a completely different field, and he challenges him to turn the discussion into mathematics. Maintaining complete calm in the face of a new provocation, the ancient master calmly reminds his opponent that his vocation is history, not calculations. Abruptly interrupting the opponent, Han trying to suppress him with authority, he publicly declares that the teacher is fundamentally wrong and defiantly takes a step forward. An arrogant man goes on the offensive. He sarcastically remarks that a real teacher should know all the subjects and not focus on just one story. Han gestures smugly as he talks about teaching methods, claiming that only general disciplines allow you to think big and conform to norms. Keeping an icy calm, the guy honestly admits that he did not prepare for math at all and did not even bring a textbook for this lesson. The provocateur only grins in response to excuses, insisting that a true master must show his level here and now, even without training. Ostentatiously pointing out the colleagues present in the audience, Han suggests that a public test of knowledge should be conducted by several professors at once. Making no secret of his insidious plan, the vice president threatens that if the professors recognize the guy's level as low, then today's test will turn out to be a failure for him. Accepting the challenge, determined not to shy away from the argument any longer, the teacher calmly begins his explanation, preparing to impress everyone with his knowledge. Xuan Yuanming confidently moves on to the most complex topic of higher mathematics. He begins to analyze the equation and the deformed Hermitian-Yang-Mills equation. A passing girl freezes with surprise. Hearing from the office reasoning about such complex formulas, she cannot hide her utter amazement. The boy's voice echoed down the corridor. Realizing who was speaking and hearing the topic of the lecture, Gao Yingxie froze and cautiously peeked through the doorway. The beautiful woman couldn't believe her ears. From the study came arguments about higher mathematics, which only geniuses can do. She froze, peering at the confident back. Flustered, Luo Fei ran up to the lady, saying that there was only an intern holding a class. He was afraid that the inexperienced teacher would make a stupid mistake. But the young woman abruptly interrupted the headmaster, putting her finger to her lips and whispering more softly. The mistress' gaze was riveted on what was happening inside. Xuan Yuanming confidently states that in complex geometry, reported that two physical formulas are crucial for deep scientific research. In the audience, the professors froze in a daze, their faces betraying the extreme degree of shock to what they heard from a simple young intern. Standing quietly at the blackboard, the guy explains the connection of the Yang-Mills equation with quantum mechanics and the influence of the Keller-Einstein theory on the theory of relativity. In a rage and complete bewilderment, the vice president cannot understand the scale of what is happening and considers the hero's words incredible. A whole hour of intense lecture has passed, and the young man continues to fill the blackboard with complex calculations under the watchful eyes of the commission. Finally, Xuan Yuanming finishes the proof by demonstrating the step-by-step solution of both equations under stability conditions. The board is completely covered with calculations. Not hiding his skepticism, Han turns to the professors with a malicious smile, hoping that they will make fun of the guy and confirm the fallacy of his complex judgments. The old scientist with the pipe is stunned. He honestly admits that he is not able to give an assessment of the work, since the level of reasoning exceeds his knowledge. Confused, the man explains that the master's thoughts are too deep, and through his sweat and trembling, he admits that they barely managed to grasp the thread of logic. There was a heavy silence in the classroom. The badass guy was crushed by the truth. The intern and the professors were now swapped in this scientific battle. The arrogant Han, without admitting his mistake, openly mocks the young man, saying that even experienced teachers cannot comprehend the depth of his bold reasoning. The red-haired man is furious, and he points a finger at the teacher, accusing him of incompetence and that he was talking complete nonsense and impudent nonsense. Maintaining an icy calm, Zhuan Yuanming parries the blow, claiming that the critics' lack of understanding is only a sign of their own limitations and weak skills. The ancient master's gaze pierces right through, behind his shoulders. 5,000 years of secret cultivation, the accumulated knowledge of humanity is just a boring base for him. The upstart yells and appeals to the authority of the Education Association, thinking it unthinkable that the best minds in the country can be inferior to a youngster. The bully does not let up, trying to crush the intern with his status. He is sure that the lecture of a simple beginner cannot contain anything worthwhile. The situation in the audience is heating up. While the two argue in front of everyone, the members of the commission remain silent, carefully analyzing every word they said. Suddenly, one of the examiners interrupts the argument, and to the vice president's horror, he sternly confirms that Zhuan Yuanming is telling the truth, and it's not nonsense. There comes a moment of shame for critics. Professors bow their heads, honestly admitting to everyone that their level of knowledge is not enough to evaluate a genius. A badass man falls into a stupor. He cannot believe that the level of some youngster is so high that even the great scientists barely catch the thread of his logic. Haughtily, Han announces that the teacher's assessment is suspended. He is sure that the guy failed the test and mockingly tells him to get out. Suddenly, a mysterious guest enters the hall. She declares that the most difficult problem in geometry was solved by one of the teachers of this school, and she is amazed. The situation escalates, and the girl approaches the table where the two men are arguing while the vice president watches her warily. After carefully studying the notes, the lady glances at the young teacher, her eyes admitting, "You're amazing," she suddenly says out loud. Zhuan Yuanming remains icily calm, not bothered by any praise or insults because he knows the true value of his knowledge and the work done. To the shock of everyone present, Gao Yingseu declares that the work of a master and claims that this method is worthy of the Fields Prize, the world's highest award in science. Distracting herself from the young man, the woman turns to Han in anger, accusing him of ignorance. How he dared to call a brilliant decision a failure and a mistake. The bullying man falls into a stupor. His face contorts with shock and fear. He still can't believe that a real math genius is standing in front of him. Not going to forgive rudeness, the girl harshly orders the vice president to immediately apologize to the teacher for disrespecting him. The impudent man couldn't believe that the deputy director had to apologize to some trainee. He was seething with rage, not wanting to admit his complete defeat. The impudent man's angry tirade is interrupted by an experienced master who delivers a lightning-fast, strong, and sharp palm strike in front of the upstart. Enraged, Luo Fei instantly takes the side of the brilliant Gao Yingshui, acknowledging the correctness of her words and authority in the scientific debate. In a daze, the vice director learns the name of a national treasure, the realization making him turn pale as he realizes the scale of the girl's personality standing in front of him. The appearance of her daughter changes everything. The beauty's father, who heads the commission, welcomes her as the main hope, realizing that only her expert opinion has real weight here. The chief scientist puts an end to it. If his daughter confirms the knowledge of a young teacher, then the guy is really a genius, whose words are indisputable. The arrogant Han was completely crushed. The realization that he had offended a protege of such an influential family makes him break out in a cold sweat and panic. The representative of the association officially approves the success of Zhuan Yuanming. His research is declared the greatest honor for the entire educational institution. The enraged director strikes a sharp blow with his palm. He does not intend to tolerate the rudeness of a subordinate and demands an immediate apology to the young man. The ultimatum is delivered harshly. Either the vice director sincerely apologizes, or he instantly loses his position and career. Burning with rage and shame, Han bows his head, having to force out the words of apology to someone he thought was a jerk. Zhuan Yuanming keeps an icy calm. His complete indifference infuriates the enemy more than any blow, bringing him to an internal boil. Trembling with humiliation, the vice president bows low in front of the guy. The audience froze and the haughty official is forced to apologize to the one he despised. The hero's gaze remains icy. His complete indifference hurts the opponent more than any blow, forcing the narcissistic man to suffocate from his own impotence and anger. "I've already apologized. What else do you want?" Can be read in the opponent's eyes, his face contorted in a grimace of rage, and a shiver of unbearable shame runs through his body. Nevertheless, the master remains unwavering. But in order to save his career, the high-ranking scoundrel literally presses himself to the floor, begging for mercy in front of the silent young man. Accepting the apology only formally, Zhuan Yuanming leaves, leaving the defeated opponent on his knees in an empty classroom. the silence pressing down on the official more than the shouting. In the corridor, the teacher is already waiting. His triumph did not go unnoticed, but there are new challenges ahead that will require even more endurance and strength. Colleagues rush to meet the guy with disturbing news. Their faces are full of excitement, and intrigues at the academy are only gaining momentum, and they only dream of peace. Slightly surprised by the pressure of the allies, realizing that even after such a victory, he is not left alone, the young man thinks what else fate has prepared for the master in these walls. An excited beauty warns the hero that the vice president wants to personally evaluate him. In a panic, Zhou Liang laments that this is a trap, and Han is just looking for an excuse to fire him. The atmosphere is heating up because an honest assessment in this place is very rare. He Qingmi was furious. The scheming man had brought the commission to publicly humiliate their colleague, and she was willing to leave after him if the injustice prevailed. Maintaining an icy calm despite the pressure from outside, Xuan Yuanming dryly announces the completion of the inspection. The first stage of the enemy's treacherous plan has failed. The fat man does not believe his ears. Knowing the appetites and cruelty of bureaucrats, he is amazed how the master was able to avoid the net set up and not give cause for ridicule. The hero's gaze is directed into the distance. For him, this was not a test, only an annoying hindrance. He realizes that this is only a lull before a real storm within these walls. In a cold sweat, Zhou Liang thinks that the test was really so simple. He doesn't understand that for a genius of the young man's level, any traps of officials are just child's play. Without paying any attention to anyone, the guy passes by, leaving his companions in disbelief. Each step confirms that he is a cut above his persecutors. The trainees catch their breath, and Xuan Yuanming's words about the simplicity of the exam give them false hope, even though they understand that not everyone can have such a steely will and knowledge. Excited colleagues discuss the triumph. The teacher easily passed the certification, which was attended by the Education Bureau, but they do not yet know that the main predators have already smelled prey. The tension is off the scale. While friends are happy, behind their backs grows the shadow of those who are endowed with real power. A group of dignitaries surround Gao Yingshui, asking if the young teacher's knowledge is worthy of a Nobel Prize. Shocking everyone with her verdict, the beauty is sure that Xuan Yuanming is a genius whose mind has long outgrown the boundaries of ordinary textbooks and reached the level of the Fields Prize. A focused commission walks confidently past teachers, leaving colleagues in a daze, realizing that the scale of the new teacher's talent is frightening. Unable to believe their ears, the group decided to take a closer look. Rumors about Min's Nobel level spread instantly, turning an ordinary certification into a global event. Shock turns to panic. The teachers could not believe that such a high level is needed for a simple college. The majestic walls of the mansion shine in the sun, but intrigue is hidden behind the shine. While friends celebrate a triumph, the plan of those who are above the law is already maturing in the shadows. In a luxurious mansion, the predator has awakened. Zhu Rong, who is used to taking his own by force, greedily bites into a juicy watermelon while listening to a report about the new golden boy. The situation in the office is tense. The man reports that the Yuan family has weakened and become easy prey, but the sudden appearance of a mysterious master has confused the cards. This guy destroyed our plans last time, Yuan Biao says through gritted teeth. He's become a bone in the throat of those who are used to ruling the world from the shadows. The villain is triumphant. The assets of the Yuan family are almost in his hands. Now his main goal is to eliminate the audacious upstart who dared to stand in the way of his power. In a rage, Zhu Rong demands to know the boy's true strength. The hunt has begun, and this test will be a battle for Xuan Yuanming, where honesty will not help. When reporting on the enemy's strength, the informant reports this upstart, just a third-rank fighter, he says, trying to predict the potential of his new target. Bowing down, Yuan Biao begs the master to finish off the brash guy who dared to stand in their way. Remaining adamant, Zhu Rong says that he doesn't have time for small things. He finds it humiliating to waste his energy on a simple boy when great things are at stake. Priorities are set. The death of the Hallmaster Mahan. That's what worries the master. The hunt has begun, and the investigation of this death is more important for him than minor family squabbles. However, the villain decides otherwise. He takes out an artifact, a sinister pill that burns with dark energy. It is a gift and a curse, the price of which is too high for anyone. This pill will give you a breakthrough of 3 levels of cultivation, but will take away 10 years of life. The voice of the main one booms. In the hands of the scoundrel is the power that burns the future. The informant freezes in horror. 10 years of life for a fleeting power, fear fighting the thirst for revenge as he realizes the price he will have to pay for victory. There is a heavy silence in the room as Master Zhu Rong shouts out the traitor's name in a rage. The atmosphere is heated to the limit, and there is no turning back for his henchmen. If you want to be my man, Pay up. The master's overwhelming aura makes the villain tremble. Yuan Biao understands that the family's assets are almost there, but the risk is high. Clutching the pill, the scoundrel vows to eliminate Zhuan Yuanming. Now it's a battle where honesty won't help, and lust for power forces him to make a deal with the devil. Night has fallen on the schoolyard, where a sense of foreboding lurks in the shadow of dorm number 4. The silence here is deceptive, because this is where the guy should appear. Swiftly swoops from the sky like a bird of prey, the master leaves a trail of fire in the night sky, marks the beginning of the hunt for the one who dared to cross his path. The landing was quiet but domineering, and the man froze in the middle of an empty playground, spreading an aura of suppression around him that makes the very air of the school tremble. Wenbiao grins in anticipation, holding the magic flame in his hand. He passes sentence. Today the young man will meet his death, and there is no turning back. The scoundrel's mad gaze expresses extreme rage, confident that the victim will not be able to escape his bloody revenge. Suddenly, flashes of fire cut through the darkness, and more enemies are moving toward the target, their every move filled with power that can incinerate anyone who gets in the way of the deal. Below, minions are already bustling around, ready to fulfill the will of their bosses. Uninvited mercenaries surround the territory, realizing that the price of their mistakes is their own lives. One of the bandits gives the last instructions to his men. After betraying and making a deal with their lady, he has no honor left, only a thirst for power and fear of Zhuan Yuanming. This time in the bag to Lady Zhang should get a hero, the leader of the mercenaries commands. They plan to finish the job quickly, using cunning and numerical superiority in this battle. Accomplices dutifully nod, hiding their faces under masks. They know that their boss does not forgive weaknesses, so today they must become tools in the hands of the devil. The mercenaries rush to the 4th core. The leader gives the order to go ahead. Honor is forgotten. They are driven only by the thirst for profit and fear of Zhuan Yuan. In the stillness of the night, under the cold light of the moon, another dangerous enemy lurks. An accomplice in glasses is closely watching the target, ready to strike from the shadows. The villain deftly jumps on the windowsill, penetrating the victim's lair. He acts quickly and prudently, hoping to finish the dirty work before dawn. Once inside, Yuan Biao looks around the empty room in disbelief, the cold moonlight flooding the floor. But the main target, the mysterious guy, is gone. The bastard is nervous, sweat rolling down his face, wondering if this boy isn't here, running through his head, feeling the situation getting out of hand. Suddenly, a calm voice rang out from the darkness. "What's wrong?" The white-haired guy is standing right behind the enemy, completely in control of the situation. In a rage, the bandit charges, shouting curses. "The old newspaper is still looking for you. Die!" he yells, swinging for the final blow. The room is lit up with a flash of energy. The bandit attacks with all his strength, using magic flames, but his opponent remains unwavering and frighteningly calm. With one powerful kick, the guy knocks the spirit out of the attacker. Blood flies to the sides. Numerical superiority and cunning did not help the mercenary in this battle. Yenbiao shot back through the window. Unable to withstand the monstrous power of the ancient master, the hunter instantly turned into a victim in this night fight. The bespectacled mercenary is cornered, and Zhuan Yuanming stands in front of him with a frightening calm, completely in control of the situation in the dark room. Grinning, the scoundrel prepares a trump card. A magic flame flashes in his hand, the last hope to turn the tide of this unsuccessful battle. Claiming that a special pill will increase his cultivation by 3 levels, the criminal believes that the magic power will help him crush the youth. Before the enemy can finish speaking, the white-haired youth delivers a lightning strike. The mercenary is stunned by the speed of the guy who doesn't give him a single chance. With a powerful move, Zhuan Yuanming slams the opponent's face into the floor, all the pathos of the attacker vanishing when he is defeated with a single blow. The guy looks at the defeated Yuan Biao with icy disdain, annoyed by the empty chatter. Only the result is important to him, and not the boastful speeches of the mercenary. A moment of silence passes, and the teacher prepares to continue the night fight, realizing that there may be other opponents lurking in the shadows. 3 new masked raiders burst out of the window, and under the cover of night, the gang tries to take control, surrounding the unwavering young man. One of the bandits points to a man sitting with his back to him, hoping for a surprise effect, considering the guy an easy prey in this darkness. Calling for silence, the leader coordinates the actions of the group, not suspecting that their victim, as it turned out, is not a young man, but just another bandit from another gang. Whispering to his accomplices to hide, the leader orders them to immediately shove the captured prey into a bag, confident that the plan worked perfectly. The bandits pounce on the victim. In the dark, they roughly pack the prisoner in a huge bale, not realizing that they have caught the wrong person at all. After tightening the knots, the raiders rush to escape. The group coordinates the withdrawal, considering the mission successful, and quickly leaves the place of the audacious abduction. Meanwhile, the real Xuan Yuanming calmly watches the commotion from the window, ironically noting how lively the evening has started in his domain. The raiders deliver a valuable cargo to the Zhang family's luxurious estate. They don't yet know what kind of surprise awaits them inside this huge bag. The big wooden doors open with a bang, and without further ado, the leader bursts into the hall to the customer. Proudly, the leader declares to Ms. Zhang that the guy has finally been captured and brought right to her feet. Remembering the previous failure of the henchman, the powerful lady looks with disbelief. She strictly asks if the mercenaries made a mistake this time, because there is too much at stake. The bandit swears that he is right. He confidently assures the lady that the guy was taken directly from the target's house, and there can be no mistake. The mercenary proudly throws a heavy bag at the feet of the customer. He confidently declares that the guy was captured right in the house of Xuan Yuanming, and there can be no mistake. The powerful lady remains icily calm, but there is tension in the air, and she grabs the strings of the bag, ready to see for herself the success of a dangerous operation. The bag opens, and instead of a formidable enemy, a confused guy with glasses appears in front of her. Mrs. Zhang's face is distorted with rage. The mercenaries brought the wrong person. Realizing that the deal is under threat, the mistress of the house no longer wants to listen to explanations. She calls the mercenary to her, and her tone does not bode well. An enraged woman is not used to forgiving such punctures. In one sharp movement, she swings for a blow, putting all her anger for the failed task into it. A powerful slap knocks the mercenary off his feet. The mistake was too expensive, and now the hapless kidnapper will have to feel all the wrath of an influential lady. The lady of the house's gaze pierces the mercenary through and through, and she silently towers over him, and this icy calm frightens the kidnapper much more than any screams and threats. The woman's patience has run out. Not wanting to listen to excuses, she throws a fierce blow at the poor guy. The mistake cost too much, and you should not expect mercy for failure. An enraged Ms. Zhang is not used to forgiving such punctures. She puts all her anger into punches, beating up the loser for abducting the wrong person again. The formidable lady leans back on the golden sofa with disdain, looking at the performer as if he were nothing. Only one decision can be read in her eyes. She doesn't need this garbage anymore. The frightened mercenary begs for forgiveness on his knees, but the hostess is adamant. She does not understand how it was possible to make such a stupid mistake and jeopardize her important deal. Anger and disappointment distort her face. The woman finally realizes that she has entrusted the case to amateurs, and now she will have to look for more professional performers. With a domineering gesture, Lady Zhang calls out to her loyal man. Her tone is cold and her gaze is fixed on nothing. A plan for revenge has already matured, and there is no room for losers in it. The figure of Aju appears in front of the mistress, the faithful assistant bowing his head in anticipation of the order, ready to fulfill any will of his mistress without unnecessary questions and doubts. Time is running out. Her child's illness is progressing. The woman tells her assistant to immediately pick up these worthless people so that they no longer catch her eye. The verdict is final and harsh, and the enraged lady orders the loser to be thrown into the river to feed the fish, forever ridding herself of the witness of her shameful failure. Loyal Ajo bows his head to his mistress, a shadow ready to silently obey any order, even the most severe of his domineering mistress. Time is inexorably running out. The child's illness is progressing, turning the mother's despair into a cold rage. She is no longer going to tolerate these worthless people. Xuan Yuanming appears suddenly, like a ghost in the night, his calmness in the midst of chaos only more irritating to those who are used to absolute submission. An attempt to stop an intruder turns out to be a failure. Security is powerless over his confidence, and the tension in the air reaches its limit. Furious at seeing someone who witnessed Ms. Zhang's weakness, she vents out all the accumulated anger, unwilling to listen to excuses and empty words. How dare you come here? Read in the look of the owner of the mansion. The chic hall of the estate turns into an arena for the clash of two irreconcilable characters. Without fear in his eyes, the guy looks at the lady. In his eyes, only cold determination. He did not come to ask for mercy, but to claim his rights in this house. I'm angry, the hero challenges. His words sound like a warning. The situation is completely out of control, and there is no turning back. Stunned by such audacity, the woman cannot believe it. No one has ever dared to speak to her in such a tone, especially one whom she considers an absolute loser. When giving the final order, immediately grab him and throw him into the river to feed the fish. For Mrs. Zhang, this youngster is just trash that needs to be disposed of. An enraged woman points at Xuan Yuanming, who doesn't want to wait any longer and orders her guards to immediately finish off the defiant youth. Masked mercenaries from all sides rush at the ancient master. They are sure of an easy victory because in front of them, in their opinion, there is only an ordinary unarmed weakling. In the rush of battle, One of the fighters tries to stab him in the back, but the hero does not even turn around. A powerful magical energy is suddenly concentrated in his hand. With one sharp movement, the guy releases a glowing flash, and the attacker is thrown to the side, struck down by a crushing force that no one expected to see. Freezing with surprise, the woman admits that she underestimated his abilities, because such power cannot belong to a simple, worthless person. In an attempt to save face, Ms. Zhang offers a truce by calling him by his first name, and the lady pretends to be willing to forget her grievances for profit, but her eyes are smoldering with anger. Offering a huge sum, $1 million, the owner of the mansion explains that she needs the fire Lingji to save her son, and she hopes to buy the young man's consent. Wen Yuanming's reply sounds like thunder. The rare artifact has already been used. His face remains cold, and his tone leaves no room for further negotiation. The mistress of the situation is losing patience. Her face is distorted with anger. She is not used to receiving refusals and demands immediate compliance with her conditions. Enraged, the lady shouts the name of her strongest fighter. The situation escalates to the limit, and the woman is ready to go to the most extreme measures for the sake of her goal. An angry Lady Zhang demands immediate reprisal. She is not used to rejection, and her face is contorted with rage. Xuan Yuanming remains unyieldingly cold. A loyal fighter steps forward to block the young man's path, the heavy tread of an elite guard marking the beginning of the end for anyone who dares to defy the will of the Zhang family. The big guy taunts Xuan Yuanming, and in his eyes, the guy is only a low-ranked master whose limit of strength is nothing compared to true power. The giant's aura expands, filling the room with purple flames, and he boasts of the greatness of his family, believing that just the name of the family should inspire awe. Since the guy is already tired of empty chatter, his gaze turns icy and golden eyes flash. He invites the enemy to make the first move before finishing him off. Exasperated by the young man's audacity, which seems like madness to him, the white-shirted fighter clenches his fists, preparing to unleash all his crushing rage on the opponent. With a shout, the giant charges. Its powerful strike, enhanced with magical energy, was supposed to pulverize the opponent, leaving him no chance. A deadly fist passes just a millimeter from the young man's face. He doesn't even blink. His movements are elusive to the ordinary eye, and his calmness frightens the enemy. Ju is confused, his signature lunge only cutting through the air. The guy's speed is beyond comprehension, and the fighter's confidence is replaced by a chilling premonition. Going into a counterattack while the enemy is open, the young man strikes a swift blow. The outcome of this battle was decided the moment the fighter opened his mouth. The opponent is defeated. Xuan Yuanming indifferently leaves, leaving behind a broken fighter. His calmness is more frightening than the fight itself. Frozen in mute shock, the lady of the mansion can't believe that her elite security guard lost to some young man in a matter of seconds. Casting an icy glance over his shoulder, the ancient master is not looking for unnecessary problems, but his warning sounds like a final verdict. A guy with a cold rage in his voice asks not to make him angry. A dangerous glint flashes in his golden eyes. He makes it clear that his anger knows no mercy and does not make distinctions. A deathly silence reigns in the middle of the luxurious hall, and the winner goes into the darkness, leaving the lady alone with her shame and fear. Anger and powerlessness suffocate a woman she used to command, but today her power was trampled to dust by a simple stranger. Useless trash, the enraged lady takes it out on the beaten-up Ju, unwilling to admit that the enemy is simply too much for them. The bodyguard in horror warns the hostess. He firsthand felt the monstrous strength of the guy and realized that he was not so simple. Whirling around at the shout, Ms. Zhang realizes that a new piece of news is interrupting the tense atmosphere, making her forget about the young man for a moment. The disturbing news deafens the audience. The young master is again ill, the situation is heating up, and there is no time for revenge anymore. A moment later, the situation in the manor abruptly changes. The silence of the corridors is broken by the hurried click of heels. Someone influential rushes to intervene in what is happening. The door slams open, and a worried woman appears on the threshold, forgetting about propriety, calling out to her son in a panic, afraid to see the worst inside. The room is in chaos. Fragments of priceless porcelain lie on the floor. The hostess freezes in shock, realizing that the attack of the young master was much more serious. Zhang Juxi is in agony, his face contorted into a grimace of pain as he screams about the unbearable discomfort that the mysterious magic paper is causing him. Falling to his knees, the young man clutching his chest under the frightened gazes of the guards, the surrounding people are powerless before the unknown force that is tormenting his body from the inside. One of the bodyguards takes a careless step forward, and all he sees in response is a furious, mad look from the master, who has completely lost control of himself. With a powerful blow, the master throws the servant away. His glasses fly off, and blood splashes fly through the air. The guy's rage knows no bounds at this terrible moment. Choking with anger, Zhang Jiaxi curses everyone around him. He longs for the death of those who brought him to this state, while an aura of madness envelops his trembling figure. Rushing to her son, the lady of the mansion tries to hug him and calm him down. With a tremor in her voice, she asks about the pain, hoping that the nightmare will recede under her maternal care. Looking piteously at the mother, the son barely holding back tears from torment, his strength leaves him, and the looming threat makes everyone present forget about plans for revenge. The young man is panting, his nails digging into his palm, and his mother is looking at him in alarm. Mrs. Zhang's face turns pale with horror, and through her tears, she informs her son that the cure has been found, but the enemy is blocking the way to it. Her mother's despair adds fuel to the fire of hatred, and through the veil of pain for the young man, she sees the image of Xuan Yuanming, and the desire for revenge overshadows everything. The pain becomes unbearable, causing Zhang Jiaxi to cry out in frustration as he curses the ancient master and his family, vowing revenge. In a fit of rage, the young master is ready for anything. He begs his mother to find the enemy and tear him to pieces, regardless of his own condition. Clenching her fists, the lady of the mansion promises that the teacher will pay for all the suffering. He wants the blood and death of his enemy. Seeing her son's despair, Mrs. Zhang realizes that she must act and promises the boy that Xuan Yuanming will be destroyed for the evil he has brought to their family. A mother's love turns to a thirst for revenge, and a woman swears that she will not rest until the teacher pays for all her son's tears. Meanwhile, the hero walks carelessly, unaware of the storm of rage that is about to descend on his head. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Xuan Yuanming still doesn't know that his life is about to turn into hell, and now there are sounds coming from his pocket. An incoming call is displayed on the smartphone screen. The silence is interrupted by an insistent melody, which foreshadows important news for the hero. Keeping calm, the guy answers the phone, and on the other end, Tang Sanchai informs him that the auction they talked about earlier is finally scheduled and officially confirmed. He dictates the time and place of the meeting, tomorrow 7 p.m., Ximing Building. The young man calmly confirms that he has taken note of the information. Having finished the conversation, the ancient master continues on his way. He looks absolutely serene, unaware of the imminent meeting with a dangerous opponent. Suddenly, Xuan Yuanming freezes. A sharp gust of dark energy makes him alert. He instantly realizes that a true demon is lurking nearby. Without wasting a second, the guy releases his inner strength. Wrapped in an azure aura, he makes a swift dash towards the threat. The hero recalls that in the current era, monsters rarely enter the cities of people. Too polluted spiritual energy interferes with their usual development. Staying in the mortal world is very expensive for demonic beings, draining their reserves of strength, so there must be a good reason for this visit. A focused Xuan Yuanming notices a strange trail of fire leading to a luxurious mansion. The creature has already penetrated inside, leaving a seal of destruction behind. Deftly jumping down to the road in front of the building, the young man is ready for battle, not even realizing that the anger of Mrs. Zhang has already begun to make his life hell. The ancient master freezes in front of the entrance to the Tang Manor. He feels that a dangerous beast has not come here by chance. What is the purpose of this creature in the mortal world? An ominous aura is felt from all sides. This demonic beast is different from those that the guy met before. The air smells of menace, and you can't delay for a second longer. A trail of fire cuts through the sky, pointing the way to the mansion, and Xuan Yuanming makes a swift leap, determined to intercept the monster before blood is spilled. Inside there is peace. On the table is an exquisite cake decorated with ripe berries. No one present yet suspects that the shadow of death has already fallen on the house. Friends and helpers surround Tang Wanyu. The solemn moment comes. They smile and ask their president to close his eyes and make his most cherished wish. The beautiful lady obediently folds her hands. She is lost in her thoughts while the holiday lights are shining around her. At this moment, she seems absolutely happy. Behind the back of the hostess, the girls begin to whisper merrily. They are very interested in what their strict but incredibly successful and beautiful mentor dreams of. Beauties are sure that it is difficult for such a woman to find a worthy match in all of Qingzhou. They dream that a man who can protect her heart will finally appear next to her. There is a ringing laugh. Young ladies joke that the ideal chosen one should literally fall on them from the sky. They do not know how soon their words will become reality. As Tang Wanyu prays earnestly in front of the cake, her surroundings continue to speculate about the future, the atmosphere of the celebration reaching its peak moments before the chaos begins. A sudden rumble shakes the manor, and through the clouds of dust and magical currents, a mysterious youth with bright blonde hair appears spectacularly in the center of the courtyard. Frozen in mute shock, the hostess and her guests can't believe their eyes. Did their recent jokes about a man from heaven just become reality? The dust has settled, revealing a guy in plain clothes standing right in front of the party table, ignoring the cake and studying the beauty intently with cold eyes. Wen Yuanming's eyes cross, and there is no embarrassment on his face, only steely determination as the lady tries to understand the intruder's audacity. Friends whisper in delight. They are amazed by the spiritual power of the moment. The handsome man really fell from the sky, as if by order, right during the cherished prayer. Accustomed to power and control, Tang Wanyu is the first to break the silence, asking sternly and imperiously who he is and what he is doing here. Without a trace of fear, the hero reports a monster that has just invaded the estate and claims to have chased it all the way to the courtyard. The atmosphere heats up while the hostess stands in disbelief. The young man insists that he came for protection, although his appearance looks as suspicious and strange as possible. Looking down at the manor grounds, the ancient master feels that the enemy's aura has suddenly disappeared and directly asks the beauty if she has hidden the monster. Words about demons make Tang Wanyu tense up. The holiday is completely ruined because this strange guest brought with him the smell of danger and great trouble. Zhuan Yuanming's gaze is full of determination. He is sure that the trail has led him in the right direction, and he is not going to back down in the face of the lady of the manor. Perplexed, the hostess watches the uninvited guest. The birthday cake on the table seems superfluous in this tense and strange environment. Ignoring the status of the mistress, the young man is obsessed with one goal: to find the trail of a monster that has just disappeared somewhere in this territory. The young lady's patience is running out. A sharp shout makes the air ring. She is not used to strangers behaving so unceremoniously in her yard. There's a moment of heavy silence and the guy freezes, feeling the woman's withering gaze on him, her plans for the evening completely ruined. Tang Wanyu's cold tone cuts like a blade. She is sure that all the words about monsters are just a ridiculous attempt to attract her attention and make friends. With an imperious gesture, the owner of the mansion points to the exit. For her, this conversation is over, and the hero's ridiculous fantasies seem to her only an insult to her intelligence. Keeping calm despite the accusations of cheating, Zhuan Yuanming doesn't care about her opinion, because safety and lives are at stake. The ancient master bluntly declares that he saw the monster with his own eyes. The atmosphere is heating up. The smell of danger becomes almost palpable for both of them. Squinting mockingly, the lady thinks he's either crazy or an extremely bad actor trying to act out a scene from a cheap action movie. Arrogantly mocking the stranger, Tang Wanyu doesn't believe a single word he says and considers him a ridiculous upstart who is just wasting her precious time. The lady's companions fiercely support her, accusing the guy of lying and demanding that this handsome storyteller immediately get out before the guards come. Maintaining an icy calm, the young man makes a hand gesture, offering a deal. He only needs 3 minutes to prove the truth and find what is hidden from view. The lady of the house is not going to listen to any more excuses. Her eyes are full of contempt and anger, and with one sharp cry, she cuts off his speech, not wanting to continue this circus. Pointing to the exit, the girl sets a strict condition. If the impudent man does not disappear in the same second, she will call the police. For her, he is only an annoying hindrance in business. Suddenly, the tense dialogue is interrupted by the appearance of a maidservant. A shout makes Tang Wanyu turn around. The mood changes instantly and alarmingly. A terrified woman runs into the hall, barely catching her breath. She screams about trouble, and it is clear from her face that something terrible has happened, which does not tolerate any delay. The old assistant's face is twisted into a grimace of fear, and she can't help but tremble as she tries to tell the hostess the news that will change all their current calm. Horrified and feeling a chill run down her spine, the lady of the mansion sees Auntie Lu's condition and demands with growing concern that she immediately explain what happened. Through tears, a woman tells the terrible news. The little daughter of Tang Wanyu suddenly lost consciousness and fell into a coma. The guy's words about the monster take on a new meaning. The head of the house froze at the sharp shout, her eyes filled with anxiety. Fear of the unknown that was about to burst into her life. The old assistant is trembling all over, her grimaced face betraying the horror that she brought along with the fateful news. In a panic, the hostess rushes to the house, forgetting everything. The mysterious guy silently watches her, knowing that the time of calm has come to an end. Zhuan Yuanming stares after them with cold calm, a fatal warning in his gaze. The monster he was talking about is already here. The minutes seem like an eternity. The girl runs across the sunlit courtyard, but an icy chill of premonition of trouble has settled in her heart. Throwing open the doors, Tang Wanyu screams her daughter's name, and the luxurious room is filled with heavy silence, broken only by her ragged breathing. Little Ling lies absolutely still on the floor. Her sudden fainting is like a deep, frightening dream with no way out. The terrified mother hugs the pale child to her, begging for awakening, but the girl does not react, plunging into a mysterious coma in front of her relatives. Caught up with the lady assistant, Liu barely finds the strength to speak. She sees the grief of the mistress and understands that the guy's terrible words about the monster are beginning to come true. Demanding answers, the owner of the mansion asks how a healthy child could have died out in an instant. Now she knows this is not an accident, but the beginning of something sinister. The older aunt excuses herself in fright and says that she was just playing with the girl in the room when the atmosphere around her suddenly became heavy and anxious. A sudden spasm of terror engulfs the woman, and as she watches, the little girl, who just a moment ago was full of life, begins to weaken, losing touch with reality. A strange gust of wind blows into the closed room, and Liu Yi freezes in shock, feeling an invisible, sinister force fill the space around them. At the same time, Ling falls senseless to the floor, and the assistant looks at the lifeless body in a daze, realizing that something out of the ordinary has happened. In a trembling voice, the aunt ends her story, telling how the baby fainted. All attempts to bring her to life were in vain. She seemed to have fallen asleep. Tang Wanyu hugs her daughter to him in despair. Her cry for help pierces the silence of the house. The mother demands to call a doctor immediately, hoping for a miracle of salvation. The assistant, pale with fear, reports that the doctor has already arrived, and in her eyes you can read the realization that the words about the monster were not an empty threat at all. The doctor starts to examine the baby. The cold metal of the stethoscope touches the baby's chest, but the pulse and breathing seem strange, as if the life is draining out of the body. An oppressive silence reigns in the room as the women watch the medic's every move intently, afraid to hear the final and terrible verdict. The mother's voice breaks as she asks the doctor what is wrong with her daughter, not yet knowing that this is not a disease, but the beginning of the sinister curse that was warned about. A confused doctor informs President Tang that her daughter is completely healthy, according to the results of the examination, and the doctor adjusts the mask in confusion, not understanding the reasons for the fainting. In a rage, the hostess demands an explanation. If the girl is not ill, why she is still unconscious? The mother is not ready to put up with the impotence of modern medicine. Admitting defeat, stating that this case is beyond his knowledge, the man looks frightened by mysterious symptoms that defy logic. Intervening in the conversation, the bespectacled assistant talks about a certain doctor. Tang Wanyu listens carefully, realizing that an ordinary person will not help here. The secretary explains that Master Chen, a specialist in the most bizarre and inexplicable ailments, offers to immediately summon him to save young Lin. Without hesitation, the domineering mistress orders to immediately invite a specialist. She is ready to do anything to find a way to bring her daughter back to life. Hurriedly taking out her phone, the girl sends a message to the mysterious healer. The atmosphere in the room heats up. The silence becomes unbearably oppressive. Suddenly, a confident male voice is heard interrupting the commotion, and the stranger declares that there is no need to call Master Chen, drawing everyone's attention to himself. A young man with ashen hair tells the frightening truth. There is a monster lurking in the girl's body. He is the only one who understands the true essence of the curse. Not believing the brash young man, Tang Wanyu angrily orders him to get out. She still does not realize that in front of her, the only chance to save the child. Rushing to tell the president the news, the secretary informs him that the famous master is on his way, and the atmosphere in the room is heating up as the hero watches in silence. Suddenly, Xuan Yuanming interrupts the commotion, gravely stating that there is a dangerous evil spirit lurking in the room that needs to be exorcised immediately. Pointing to the sleeping girl shrouded in a dark haze, the master warns that an unknown entity has already begun to destroy the fragile bones of the child from the inside. The boy's gaze becomes piercing as he tries to unravel the mystery of why the monster chose this particular child and entered her innocent body. Enraged by the impudent young man's words, the assistant accuses him of deceiving and trying to confuse people with her silly tales about ghosts and evil forces. The bespectacled woman continues to pour out threats, promising that as soon as the true master arrives, the imposter's lies will be exposed in front of everyone present. A long-awaited guest appears on the threshold. The secretary exclaims with relief that Master Chen has arrived, while the president turns hopefully to the door. A man in traditional clothes confidently enters the room, accompanied by an entourage. He is ready to demonstrate his skills and deal with the problem that has arisen. Adjusting his monocle, the newcomer looks extremely confident. Others believe that only his mysterious knowledge can save the poor girl from the disease. Obsequiously greeting the guest, the assistant begs him to quickly examine the child. All eyes are riveted on the healer, while the mysterious young man remains in the shadows. Master Chen enters the hall with the air of a true expert. The bespectacled girl accompanying him is full of reverence, believing that only his knowledge will save Ling from her illness. Startled, the healer suddenly freezes, his confident face contorted with shock, and cold sweat rolls down his forehead at the sight of who is standing in the room. Master can barely utter a word as he looks at Xuan Yuanming, all his authoritative air instantly evaporating in front of this strange guy. Standing still and piercing the guest with a cold and calm gaze, there is a hidden power in the hero's posture that makes the experienced Chen tremble in fear. Not noticing the change in mood of the guest, the secretary turns to him with hope. She still believes in his greatness, calling him a master, and waits for an immediate miracle. Fiercely pointing at the boy, calling him a liar and a crook, the woman demands that the doctor ignore this child and start treatment as soon as possible. Suddenly, there is a loud bang as the healer's knees hit the floor, and the assistant froze in horror, not understanding why the great healer so suddenly fell on his face. While the ladies in the doorway are frozen in a daze, Chen bows his head in a deep bow, all his pathos gone, replaced by a sincere and deepest awe for the young man. The old man addresses the master with anguish, pressing his forehead against the carpet at Zhuan Yuanming's feet. This picture of complete submission plunges everyone present into silent shock. There is a heavy silence in the room. The secretary and the guests can't believe their eyes. The recognized expert is praying for what they just thought was a worthless tramp. Coldly cutting off any hopes of the old man, the teacher remained adamant, and this man was never and will never be his disciple. Accepting the rejection humbly, Chen thought that the greatest mentor didn't recognize him right away, but he admired the boy nonetheless. The old man is overwhelmed with feelings. His admiration for the hero and his family is comparable only to the eternity of mountains and the brightest light of distant stars. Forgetting his pride, the expert prostrates himself. In his heart, the true title of master has long belonged only to this young man. The dumbfounded ladies in the doorway are frozen in a daze, the shock paralyzing them and the acknowledged genius trembling in front of the one they thought was worthless. Confused, the lady of the mansion tries to bring Chen's attention back to the case by asking him to examine his daughter first. Anger flares in the old man's eyes and he abruptly cuts the woman off, outraged that she dares to distract him from the shrine. He points at the boy, and the old man tells him that when his master is here, any actions of Chen himself are just a pathetic fuss. Admitting the insignificance of his powers in the face of true greatness, the doctor feels like an ant at the feet of an elephant. In her confusion, Tang Wanyu can't understand how this tramp is connected to the terrible curse that is plaguing her little daughter. Looking skeptically at the commotion around him, Zhuan Yuanming expresses complete disbelief at the absurdity happening in this luxurious mansion with cold eyes and casual posture. With fervor, the bespectacled assistant proves the exclusivity of her mentor. She is sure that only Master Chen's experience can save the day at this critical moment. The statuesque and domineering President Tang promises a generous reward for healing her daughter, who is used to commanding without suspecting who is really standing in front of her. Abruptly cutting off his student's praise, a shocking statement is about to burst from the doctor's lips. He feels the presence of someone whose power is limitless. The great healer bows down to the guy in the simple shorts. Chen admits that compared to the true master, all his medical knowledge is just a pathetic fuss. The venerable master humbly bows his head before the hero. He asks to be called simply Xiao Chen, recognizing in a random young man his true mentor. Keeping calm, the young master only looks on in silence at the doctor's bustle, the doctor beaming with joy at being granted an audience, while others do not understand the true depth of this silent scene. After receiving the long-awaited approval from Zhuan Yuanming, the healer transforms with a serious look. He goes to the sickbed, ready to apply all his earthly knowledge. Entering the luxurious bedroom, the master sees the young daughter of President Tang lying motionless on a huge bed, whose life is dying out despite all the efforts of the city's doctors. An experienced healer's fingers are placed on Ling's wrist. He carefully listens to the pulse, trying to catch the slightest signs of an illness hidden from the eyes of ordinary doctors. Chen's face contorts into a grimace of utter bewilderment. What he feels under the patient's skin defies logic. The situation turns out to be much more strange and dangerous. The overbearing Tang Wanyu bursts into the conversation, demanding immediate answers. She is used to buying the result, not knowing that there are forces of a different order involved. The doctor's verdict sounds like a bolt from the blue. The girl is absolutely healthy. He realizes that ordinary medicine is powerless in front of this mystical mystery. Her pulse is steady, her breathing is even, and there is no scientific illness. But the girl doesn't wake up, and Chen feels his authority melt in the face of the mystery. Falling into despair and rage, the president realizes that the unknown scares her most of all. She does not yet know that salvation is standing next to her in the most ordinary shorts. The mother's desperation knows no bounds. She is furious for an answer, ready to do anything to save the child. Her cry for help echoes throughout the estate. The master realizes his complete impotence. A recognized expert in medicine is forced to admit that his level is too limited to solve this mystical mystery. The mysterious Zhuan Yuanming appears in the room. His words sound like a sentence for an invisible entity. He gives the dark forces one last chance to leave voluntarily and without a fight. The unwavering young man starts a cold countdown, promising that after 3 seconds there will be no mercy. The atmosphere in the bedroom is heated to the limit. The boy's gaze pierces the darkness that envelops the child. He vows that he will not allow evil to be reborn and will forever banish the creature that dared to encroach on the girl's life. Calls all those gathered to silence despite the strange appearance of the savior. An experienced healer feels that only this master is able to perform a miracle. We have to trust him, Chen insists, because he sees the young man as a force beyond the reach of conventional science and is willing to stake his authority on this slim chance. Not hiding her contempt, the assistant in a strict suit sees in the guy only a madman who absurdly shouts into the void and pretends to be a great magician. The assistant is sure that the guy himself needs medical help. While the mother is trembling with fear and the healer is waiting for a miracle, she continues to pour insults at the hero. But the masks are thrown off. A bright flame of true energy bursts out in Yuan Ming's hand. An ungrateful animal, its power finally manifesting, silencing everyone. He lunges forward, summoning magic power, a blue glow enveloping his hands as he furiously orders the invisible entity to get away. Energy cuts through the air, throwing dark clumps. The guy stands over the lying girl, protecting her from the darkness that swirls under the very ceiling of the rich hall. Freezing and concentrating power in the palm of his hand, sparks flash around the hero, and black claws of a demon materialize from the void, eager to absorb his light. Out of the crimson mist appears the eerie face of a demon with burning eyes and sharp horns. The creature is grinning right in front of the hero's face, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The witnesses watch in horror. Ling Wanyu is frozen in shock, and the healer and assistant begin to understand that there really is something evil in the room. A huge dark spirit hovered over the audience, announcing the castle with a chilling threat. Death awaits anyone who dares to stand in the way of the ancient monster. Still in disbelief, the assistant looks around in panic, trying to realize that the guy's frantic screams were a warning of real trouble. The shadow of the demon descends on the skeptical assistant, and the girl falls to the floor, crying out in horror for help when the sharp claws come within an inch of her feet. Seizing the initiative, the young man directs the flow of magical energy towards the demonic mask in one powerful movement, forcing the creature to step back. The final chord of the battle, the magic spear pierces the flesh of the enemy. The light of true power blinds everyone, putting an end to the debate about who is the real master here. An eerie demonic mask hovered over the boy, exuding pure bloodlust, the creature stunned by the audacity of a mortal who dared to challenge death itself. With icy calm, the hero lunges, his eyes shining with determination, and his words sound like a death sentence. He has come to take the life of the one who sows chaos. A flash of azure energy cuts through space. A powerful magical stream falls on the dark entity, leaving the demon with no chance of escape. A defeated enemy begs for mercy and horror at the master's feet, the shadow of the demon's former greatness melting away as he realizes that he has encountered the true power of this world. The final stroke of mercy puts an end to the battle. It is too late to ask for forgiveness. The magic spear pierces the enemy's flesh, erasing him from existence forever. The hostess froze in a daze, trying to comprehend what she saw. The proud girl a moment ago did not believe in fairy tales, but now fear froze her elegant body. Ling Wanyu struggles to find her words as she addresses the young man. All her skepticism shattered in an instant as the frightening truth about the master's identity was revealed to her. Casting a cold glance to the side and reminding him of his warnings, after all, the young man had repeatedly said that demons among humans are not a myth, but a cruel reality. The lady's eyes are filled with a silent question and shock as to how such creatures could exist in a normal, peaceful world, and why she was so blind to this threat. The hero's voice echoes from ancient times, and he begins a story about 2,000 years ago, when the world of immortals was engulfed in flames of great chaos. Yuan Ming recalls the terrible harvest where a third of the great practitioners fell overnight. Death did not choose the worthy ones. It just took everyone who stood in the way of chaos. The cause of that catastrophe was an alien species, a ruthless invader from other worlds who brought only insanity, disrupting the natural order of this existence. The image of true evil rose before his eyes, a faceless and formless demon. This creature had no flesh, feeding only on the fear and souls of its many victims. He did not believe that the nightmare would return after 2,000 years of oblivion, but the signs were everywhere, and an ancient evil had awakened, bringing the world the news of a new bloody era. The shocked lady pleads with Mr. Yuan Ming for the truth, her eyes filled with a silent question as to how such eerie and ancient shadows could lurk in their peaceful life. There's no time for explanations. He casts a cold glance. The young man knew that demons among humans are a reality, and now every second of delay is deadly. Without saying anything, he walks away, leaving the lady in a daze, his voice echoing back to the time when the heavens were ablaze and the world of immortals was drowned in an ocean of chaos. Ling Wanyu stared after the hero in confusion, unable to comprehend the scale of the threat, but a sudden child's cry from the back of the room made her heart clench with new fear. Rubbing her eyes, little Ling calls out for her mother. She doesn't know yet that the familiar and safe world has just collapsed, giving way to the shadow of the great ancient calamity. The mother rushes to her daughter, holding her tightly in that fragile embrace, all her determination to protect her only treasure from the looming darkness of the past. Looking over his shoulder, the president tells the assistant to immediately find Mr. Xuanyuan. She is ready to go to any humiliation and fulfill any of his conditions for the sake of forgiveness. The assistant doubts because the price is too high, and the guy's audacity knows no bounds, but in the eyes of the hostess, there was a horror that does not tolerate any objection. Even if the hero demands $1 billion, give it back, the mother shouts. She understands that money is nothing compared to the power that has awakened and now threatens them. Obediently agreeing, the secretary went to carry out the order. A heavy silence hangs in the room, interrupted only by the quiet breathing of the little daughter, who does not yet know about the trouble. She recalls the legends of martial artists and demons that she used to think were fairy tales, but now Tang Wanyu realizes that the world of business was just a screen for darkness. The hostess's gaze becomes hard. Reality has changed forever, and the ancient forces have returned, and the usual laws of logic will no longer protect her family from the impending storm. The next morning arrives, and the majestic Qiming auction building shines in the sun, hiding intrigue and deadly danger for others behind its golden facade. Meanwhile, a powerful enemy gives orders to his men, his eyes filled with rage, and he is determined to find out everything about those who dare to stand in the way of his treacherous plans. "Don't let anyone in. There will be important guests from the Qin clan here today," the leader commands as he puffs on his cigarette. The trap for the Tang family has already started to close. The guards pledge their allegiance to the master. The mercenary army is ready for battle, while the unsuspecting mother tries to find protection from the shadows of the past. The self-confident Gay Yun receives reassurances from his men. The guards promise that no one will enter the territory without a special invitation. An enthusiastic merchant reports to Xuanyuan about the latest rumors, confident that his informants have provided them with the most valuable information for the case. Tang Senchai describes the auction with a sense of profit anticipation, saying that the lots today are simply great and worth competing for. The assistant's eyes light up at the mention of the target, confirming that the highest quality spiritual herb that the young man needs is at stake. The men's path is blocked by the imperious hand of the security guard, who stops the couple with a sharp gesture, preventing them from taking a step towards the entrance to the closed event. Unwavering and cold stranger dryly demands to show an official invitation, ignoring the puzzled looks of uninvited and very strange guests. With a silent question, Xuanyuan turns to his companion, sweat forming on the fat man's face, who clearly didn't expect such a serious obstacle. In a panic, Tang Sensei realizes the scale of his failure. It turns out that the all-knowing informant did not even suspect that the entrance is strictly by pass. The guy looks at the would-be assistant with icy sarcasm. His disappointment is obvious. The vaunted news was useless in front of a closed door. Finally losing patience and drives the heroes away, the guard orders them to get out, because without the cherished paper, they have absolutely nothing to do here. In desperation, the merchant begs the man for mercy, but the stern guardian is adamant. He drives away the uninvited guests in a rage, demanding to stop this farce immediately. Another gentleman comes out to the noise, and the security guard immediately rushes to report to the boss about intruders who are trying to slip inside the elite institution without any invitations. Gummon's gaze freezes on the silver-haired boy, recognition mixed with shock flashing in his eyes. Unable to believe that this is the same youth, taken aback, the merchant looks from the young man to the strange guest. The atmosphere heats up, and he timidly asks if these two really know each other. Maintaining an icy calm, Xuanyuan declares with slight disdain that he doesn't know this person personally, but only once gave him an ordinary lollipop. Confused, Tang Senchai freezes in a ridiculous pose, question marks swarming over his head, the mention of a penny sweet at such a serious moment baffling him. A naive fat man tries to use the connection through a lollipop as a pass. He asks the hero to negotiate with a friend so that they are finally allowed inside the building. The words about sweetness make the master indescribably furious. He jerks sharply and his face contorts with anger. This innocent phrase touched him to the quick. Shouting about an old grudge, the man says that because of that ill-fated lollipop, important papers fell into the hands of the mad Lady Zhang. That incident almost cost him his life under her blows. The inflexible Gaeyun delivers the final verdict. Burning with a thirst for revenge for the past humiliation, he declares that today Yuan Ming will never cross the threshold of this institution. Because of the words about sweets, the master gets enraged. He rudely shouts at an old acquaintance at the entrance, recalling old grievances and forbidding the young man to cross the threshold of the establishment. A massive security guard with a scar on his face comes out to the noise, sternly demanding to stop the farce and explain why the guests are having a quarrel before the auction starts. The bully suddenly freezes, staring intently at the calm guy's face, his anger instantly replaced by shock when he recognizes the legendary personality in the child. Not noticing the change in the big man's mood, Ge-yun continues to complain about the impudent boy. He is sure that now the hero will be thrown out in disgrace for his audacity. The incredible thing happens. A huge fighter falls to his knees right in front of Yuan Ming. He bows his head in a deep bow, calling an ordinary-looking guy his master. The master freezes in silent horror, his face paling from the realization of the mistake. He never expected that the elite guards would grovel so much in front of his opponent. Maintaining complete composure, the boy declares distantly that he is not anyone's teacher and looks at the kneeling giant with a slight bewilderment. In a panic, Bigman explains that since his older brother Chen honors the young man as a great leader, then he must also swear allegiance to him right here and now. The giant named Chen Da-Kui is full of compliments. Comparing the teacher to a star and a mountain, he swears that he is his main character and landmark in this life. Taking advantage of the moment of absolute triumph, Yuan Ming asks a simple question. Now that the scoundrel is put to shame, no one will dare to block his way inside the building. A mighty fighter bows before the young man. The giant recognizes his strength and, putting aside pride, begs him to accept deep reverence right in the middle of the street. The brazen instigator Ge-yun tries to stop the guy, but in a panic, he shouts to the guards that they can't let him in, hoping to start a conflict with someone else's hands. Enraged by Chen Da-Kui's stupid orders, he shuts up the provocateur with a powerful blow, making it clear that no one else will dare to tell him what to do. Horrified, the guard explains that since his brother honors the teacher, he swears loyalty and is now ready to personally punish anyone who stands in the way of the master. Yuan Ming enters the building majestically through the golden doors, accompanied by a loyal companion. He looks like a true leader for whom there are no barriers. Inside the luxurious hall, a social reception is held. Aristocrats and rich people enjoy elite drinks, not even suspecting what a formidable guest has just arrived. In the shadow of the pillars, young gentlemen hold idle conversations. The atmosphere of the holiday is saturated with falsehood, while rumors of strange events in the mountains spread through the hall. Zhu Ranran tells a friend the latest news. She heard that a powerful demon dog appeared in the depths of the Tianshui Mountains, scaring the locals. Alarmed by what she has heard, the girl freezes in amazement at what she has heard. The thought of a legendary demon excites her mind, because such creatures only bring chaos and great changes. Whispering about the unrest on the mountain, the ladies say that the demon's power is so great that it has caused a real monster riot, endangering the safety of the entire region. Many of the prisoners escaped, taking advantage of the commotion, says Zhu Ranran, realizing that the situation was getting out of hand. Still worried, the girl adds that the organizers of the auction gathered the strongest martial artists for a reason. This event has a hidden and dangerous purpose. The main task is to create a group of hunters to go to Mount Tianshui. Their goal is to destroy the demon dog, Yuan freezes, struck by the scale of the upcoming battle. Suddenly in the crowd, the girl notices a familiar silhouette. This is Yuan Ming. His appearance here seems extremely suspicious to her and makes her heart beat faster. Not understanding what is going on, Zhu Ranran asks her friend about the reasons for her confusion, and she tries to keep her cool and replies that she just saw an old acquaintance among the guests. With a sly smile, the girl reminds that Xinjia will be arriving soon. She sees this as a chance for the Wan family to escape from collapse with the help of his powerful influence. The beauty assures that the master is favorable to her. At the auction, he will buy valuable spiritual herbs and will definitely support her family in a difficult hour. Unimpressed, Yuan Di dryly replies that she understands the situation, and she turns away, lost in her thoughts about the demon, her duty to her family, and her teacher's sudden appearance. Meanwhile, the hero walks through the hall. His companion warns him that the auction is full of the elite of the South Island, and everyone is here, a dangerous master or an influential lord. Continuing the conversation, Tang Sangchai adds that the competition for the rare spiritual herbs that the guy needs will be fierce, and the competition among the masters promises to be extremely high. Unimpressed, the young man discusses buying herbs with the old man and plans to use the Ruishi bank account to cover any expenses for the sake of achieving the goal. Yuan Ming and his companion walk confidently into the luxurious hall. A waitress passes by with drinks, unaware of what great masters are nearby. Mesmerized looking around, seeing the glitter of gold and columns, The beauty is amazed at what she saw. It was the first time she was in such an incredibly expensive place. Rejoicing at the high payment, the girl dreams of using the money earned here to buy her mother a healing tonic so that she can recover and get stronger as soon as possible. Remembering that the ancient master has already cured her mother's illness, but the full rehabilitation still requires funds, the beauty is willing to work hard. Zhu Yinyi stumbles and lets go of the tray, the glass of drink flying straight towards the arrogant guest. The liquid spreads like a bright spot on the expensive dress of the visitor. The beauty watches in horror as the drink hopelessly spoils the lady's elegant outfit. Looking at her soiled outfit in shock, Liu Ling froze in indignation in the middle of the hall as the glass rolled desolately on the shiny floor. It was a hot-tempered guest, pointing furiously in the face of a frightened girl and shouting at the whole hall, accusing her of blindness and extreme clumsiness. Trembling with fear, the waitress bows low and apologizes non-stop to the irate lady, realizing that this mistake could cost her her job. The irate guest froze in indignation in the middle of the hall, furiously demanding answers for spoiling the evening and expensive outfit. The terrified Xu Yinyi is trembling with fear. She tries to justify herself by timidly reminding that the collision was accidental, but her voice is drowned out by the noise of panic. The hot-tempered lady starts shouting, pointing furiously at the waitress's face, accusing her of blindness and saying that the status of a servant does not give the right to make mistakes. A brewing scandal interrupts the appearance of a statuesque man who calls out an angry woman by name, causing everyone in the audience to instantly turn around. Xu Ginghua saunters over to the scene of the accident, a slight smirk on his face and a cold calm in his eyes as he asks his companion what caused such a storm of emotions. The woman immediately starts complaining to her companion, pointing at the wine stains, exposing the waitress's usual carelessness as a planned insult. Not letting up, the guest continues to get angry. She is outraged that this girl still did not admit her guilt completely and did not fall on her knees in front of her. Shifting his gaze to the pale beauty, his tone becoming menacing, Xu Ginghua declares to the poor girl that she is now in really big trouble. The man looms over the waitress with an arrogant air, asking her icily if she even knows who she dares to run into and who is standing behind his lady's back. Out loud, the scoundrel announces that Xu Yinyi has doused the daughter of an influential manager of a local empire that can wipe out any enemy in powder. The shocked girl makes excuses to the crowd. She insists that it's not her fault, because the arrogant stranger herself stumbled upon her, provoking this ridiculous conflict. Two men in suits watch the scene unfold from the side. One of them genuinely does not understand why a rich couple turned on a defenseless waitress. One of them hastily orders his friend to be quiet, explaining that they are the children of powerful bigwigs from Tang groups, with whom it is better not to engage in open disputes. The corporation has made billions in just 3 years, and its representatives are known for their unbearable conceit. While condescending to the terrified heroine, Zhu Ginghua calls her an ignorant girl and confronts her with a tough choice that brooks no objections. The villain voices his demands. Either the waitress will pay a huge sum for Liu Lingling's ruined clothes, or she must immediately kneel down to apologize. The red-haired woman crosses her arms over her chest, looking haughtily at the victim. She declares that a simple apology on her knees in such a crowded place will clearly not be enough. An insidious smile spreads across the rich heiress's face. She clearly enjoys her superiority and comes up with an even more humiliating punishment for the poor man. The scoundrel points her finger at Xu Yinyi and offers her a deal. She's willing to hush it up if she lets herself get slapped in the face in front of everyone in the audience. Frozen in a daze from such cruelty, the beauty remains silent, realizing that she has fallen into a trap among people who know neither pity nor the limits of what is allowed. Liu Lingling's arrogant companion sneers at the defenseless waitress. Enjoying her confusion, he is clearly on the side of his cruel hostess. Towering over the young girl and smiling at the man with a threatening voice, he orders them to stand still to receive their punishment. With an evil grin on her face, the heiress swings for a powerful punch. She declares that this slap will be a lesson for the clumsy waitress. The hand is shrouded in an ominous purple-pink glow as it strikes, the enraged woman promising that in the future, the beauty will run away from her in terror. Suddenly, something gets in the way of the villainess, and the general confusion underscores the unexpected turn of events. At the last moment, a mysterious young man appears between the victim and the aggressor, and he easily grabs Liu Lingling's hand, covering the trembling girl. The enraged scoundrel tries to escape, furious that a stranger would dare to interfere and stop her fair punishment. Worried, the waitress tearfully recognizes her savior. "Brother Xuanyuanming," she whispers, not believing that help has come at the most desperate moment. Pointing furiously at the boy, demanding that he immediately let go of the lady's hand and not pry into other people's affairs? Shugin Soa threatens the stranger and warns that only then will he remain unharmed. The guy remains unperturbed. His cold gaze and strong grip make the arrogant rich woman feel real fear and powerlessnyi for the first time. Xuan Yunming's gaze was filled with cold bewilderment at the brewing conflict. He sternly asked how his old acquaintance ended up here. A frightened Xu Yinyi timidly explains to the savior that she works part-time as a waitress here. She did not expect to meet him in such a humiliating moment of despair for her. The arrogant Liu Lingling writhes her face in rage. Looking at the unexpected protector with disdain, she rudely asks if he is the brother of this pathetic girl. Imperiously demanding to settle scores immediately, the rich woman is sure of her impunity and believes that the appearance of a guy is a great chance to punish both of them at once. Unwavering, the teacher, with icy calm, declares to the arrogant lady that all the blame lies solely with her, and he sees through the situation. Pointing at the woman, the guy firmly dictates his terms. His voice sounds like a sentence. The offender is obliged to apologize to Xu Yinyi for her actions. The heiress's companion bursts into derisive laughter. He mockingly asks if the guy has lost his mind, demanding an apology to the ordinary waitress. Picking up the taunt, Liu Lingling considers the situation absurd, a cheeky grin playing on her face. She is not used to asking forgiveness from those below her. The enraged woman can barely contain a cry of indignation. She can't believe that some commoner dares to demand such a low step from her, the lady. Having lost the remnants of her composure, the rich woman swings to strike. She demands to expose her face, threatening that otherwise her revenge will be much more cruel and bloody. Resolutely covering the terrified girl, Zhuan Yuanming stands like an unshakable wall, ready to fend off any threat in this hall. Losing control, the scoundrel screams, "Girl, you dare to hide?" She swings, putting all her magic power and burning hatred into the blow. The waitress closes her eyes in fear, anticipating an imminent strike. Liu Lingling's deadly energy has already touched her face, but the protector is not going to back down a single step. A sudden contrast. While the scoundrel seethes with anger, the guy remains icy calm. He is preparing to seize the initiative in this skirmish with a barely noticeable movement. Stunned by what is happening, the rich woman's companion shouts her name. Panic in his eyes, he understands that the situation is getting out of control because of the pride of the mistress. "I will kill you," Xu Ginghua shouts in rage as he charges, the bundle of blue energy in his hands shining, promising to crush the insolent youth who dares to stand in their way. He doesn't even change his expression, just lifts his legs slightly to strike back, showing complete superiority over the clumsy fury of his attackers. A powerful kick catches up with the opponent in flight. A dull sound of collision is heard, and all the aggressiveness of the attacker is broken by the crushing power of the commoner. With a single movement, the guy sends the enemy flying, which slams into the wall with a crash, leaving deep cracks as the guy calmly puts his hands in his pockets. Liu Lingling is frozen in shock, holding her hand to her face, looking at the fallen ally in the broken wall. She is spewing profanities, unable to comprehend her failure. Seething with rage, she shouts threats. The heiress can't believe that a simple guy dared to raise a hand against her, because even her own father never beat her. As always, the unflappable hero delivers a series of sharp blows. The sounds of slaps echo around the hall, and the cheeky smile instantly disappears from the stunning girl's face. Xuan Yuanming is frozen, looking at the defeated opponent with cold eyes, and the hall is filled with heavy silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of the humiliated Lingling. Suddenly, 3 massive guards appear in the doorway, led by the stern Chen Dekui, whose appearance makes the surrounding people shudder with fear. Feeling supported, Liu Lingling breaks into a squeal, pointing her finger at the guy, accusing him of assault and demanding immediate violent punishment. At the same time, Xu Ginghua crouches in pain and agrees with the hostess. He begs the big man to teach a lesson to the impudent person who dared to make a mess in such an elite place. The goon takes a decisive step forward, giving orders to his men to capture the violators. The atmosphere heats up, foreshadowing an early and bloody denouement. Triumphant, the bastard anticipates the torment of the enemy. A trickle of blood flows from her split lip, but in her eyes there is a mad gleam of quick and merciless revenge. Situation takes an unexpected turn. Instead of a stranger, the guards twist the heiress and her henchmen. The shocked girl does not understand why she was betrayed. In a rage, the big man cuts off Liu Lingling's screams. He declares that no one dares to violate the order of the auction, and now the perpetrators will answer to the full extent of the law. Security guards carry out unwanted guests. The head of security personally monitors the order, while Zhuan Yuanming watches the scuffle with cold indifference from the side. Perplexed, Yuan Chuda calls out to the guy. She is afraid that his temper will turn into trouble again, and demands an explanation right in the middle of the luxurious auction hall. Tired of empty threats, the ancient master barely holds back his rage, his eyes clouded with anger. The girl once again dared to meddle in his plans. The beauty tries to reason with the hero, but he cuts off the conversation. Her advice and care are unnecessary now. She only asks dryly what he is doing here. When asked by the girl, the young man admitted that among the lots there was a rare spiritual herb, exactly the treasure for which he was ready to take any risk. Horrified, the young lady warns the guy that this herb is already reserved by the powerful Qin Zhao. Conflict with such a person is a sure path to self-destruction. At this remark, Zhuan Yunming just raises an ironic eyebrow, genuinely surprised that in a fair auction, an item can be taken in advance if the winner is to be revealed by bidding. Losing her temper, the Yuan family heiress recalls that he has already crippled Qin Xiao, and a new clash with the clan over the grass will be fatal and very dangerous for him. The girl's friend gloatingly intervenes in the argument. Calling the teacher a fool, she is sure that he is digging his own grave, challenging those who are much higher than him. With a haughty smile, Zhu Ran is looking forward to the punishment. She believes that Master Qin will soon appear and make the impudent person know the true pain for every impudent word he says. A sudden shout made everyone jump, and the tension in the hall reaches its limit as the echo announces the arrival of the one whose wrath Yuan Shude was so afraid of. With an arrogant grin on the threshold, Qinzhou freezes. His appearance whispers about the impending reprisal, and the thirst for revenge for his brother promises the hero a quick and painful death. The first to notice the familiar silhouette of a friend of the beauty, with a joyful exclamation, she calls out to the guest, drawing the attention of others to the arrival of an important and influential person. A smug guy confidently enters the center of the luxurious hall. His powerful aura suppresses those present, and the girls freeze, meeting the one who should administer justice here. By rushing to greet the master and emphasizing how long he and the girl have been waiting for him to appear, Zhu Ran hopes that his visit will put an end to their opponent's audacity. Keeping a stern silence, the newcomer's gaze is sharp and cold. The scar on his face and the menacing look give him away as an experienced fighter who is not used to wasting words. Presenting in his most elegant image, Yuan Shude looks flawless, trying to make a proper impression on the mighty master. Seeing the beauty, Qin Zhao transforms. A smug smile appears on his face, and he does not skimp on flattering compliments, admiring her appearance. Responding to the flattery with a flirtatious gesture, the lady notes the increased strength of his cultivation. She skillfully manipulates his pride, predicting him the glory of the greatest master. Hearing the praise, the newcomer bursts into loud laughter. Vanity takes over, and he does not even try to hide his superiority, enjoying the moment of triumph and strength. Confidently claiming leadership in Qingzhou, the master is convinced that he has no equal among the younger generation, and this arrogance only fuels his thirst for revenge. Deciding to get straight to the point and reminding the beauty of the purpose of their meeting, Zhu Ran pushes her to make a request to the master that should decide the fate of their abuser. With a smirk, the self-confident man approaches the girl. His gaze is full of superiority. He is hungry for power and does not hide his selfish intentions. The master throws up his hands, showing off his physical superiority, and says that the lady can just ask him to do something. Embarrassed by Qin Zhao's pressure, the girl hesitates, but the severity of her family's problems forces her to stay in this golden hall. Venturing to talk about the troubles of her family, Yuan Shude talks about the changes that have shaken the former greatness of her family. With bitterness, the heiress recalls the betrayal of Yuan Biao. The treacherous uncle teamed up with the mountain lord to get his hands on the entire family inheritance. Humbling her pride, the young lady begs the master for protection, hoping that the power of the opponent will help the family overcome this protracted crisis. Qinzhou frowns when he hears about the enemies from Wolf Mountain. The name only irritates him and makes him want to retaliate. Waiting for an answer, the beauty sees the flame of excitement flare up in his eyes and understands that the trap for the enemy is ready. Smiling ominously in anticipation of his triumph, Qin Zhao is confident that no one on his land dares challenge his absolute leadership. Although Green Mountain is not located in the city, the master believes that the local snake is always stronger than any dragon that comes from other mountains. Boastfully, the man promises the beauty to settle the conflict. He is confident in his influence and declares that he will easily convince the Green Wolf clan not to interfere in this matter. The lady looks at him with hope and doubt, shocked by such confidence, and asks if he really has such great power. The master's words soothe her, and looking at his unflappable profile, she feels relieved, believing that she is now under the hero's reliable protection. Suddenly, the idol is interrupted by someone calling Qin Zhao's name, distracting the two young men from their conversation. A wounded Ga Yun rushes to the master for help, his pathetic appearance and hasty appearance indicating that something out of the ordinary has happened. Rage instantly flashes in the man's eyes. He sternly asks the victim about what happened, demanding to immediately name the person who dared to touch him. The opponent in the striped suit says the name of the enemy in a trembling voice. He can't believe that there was a daredevil who decided to challenge their authority and teach him a lesson so cruelly. The victim recounts the humiliation in vivid colors, telling how, on the orders of Zhuanyuan Ming, the bully mercilessly beat him in front of everyone. Hearing the name of a longtime opponent, Qin Zhao becomes infuriated. The guy, the same impudent person who has crossed his brother's path more than once. Yi Yun confirms the identity of the abuser. At this moment, the master thrown off. The wounded master is ready to turn this insult into an excuse for a bloody massacre. Enraged, the head of the Qin clan is looking for a teacher. Now he will avenge the humiliation of his man, who was severely beaten on the orders of this impudent youth. Suddenly, a calm but icy voice is heard. The hero appears from the shadows, causing the men to flinch. The atmosphere in the hall instantly becomes heavy. The ladies present are frozen in amazement, riveted to the spot by his aura. He stands unwavering, his cold gaze promising his enemies a quick reckoning. Trying to save face and shout insults, Qin Zhao calls the opponent a brave dog, not realizing that he has gone too far in his fearlessness. The enraged fighter unleashes his inner energy. A red flame of rage erupts around him, and he is ready to grind the impudent man to powder right here, in front of everyone. Trying to intervene and reaching out to the young man, the girl wants to prevent the inevitable collision before the situation finally explodes. Yuan Shude insistently invites the hero to come and pay his respects to the strongest master, and she hopes that a formal greeting will ease his anger. However, the young man's response is short and sharp. With icy calm, he rejects the offer, challenging the entire elite. From now on, there is no turning back. Conflict is inevitable. In a panic, the beauty begs Zhuanyuan Ming to show prudence, because she is only trying to save him from imminent reprisal. But the teacher does not listen to the girl and only smiles coldly. Pride does not allow him to accept help from those who consider him weak. Losing his patience and looking directly at the boy's stubbornness, Zhu Ran believes him to be a madman who seeks his own demise. The girls decide to leave the young man at the mercy of the master. If he does not see the obvious danger, then let him take responsibility for the consequences of his pride. Remaining adamant, the guy remains cool, his eyes burning with the icy calm of a man who has nothing to lose in this argument. Suddenly, the silence is interrupted by a furious shout, and the opponent in the striped suit demands to reveal Chen Dakui's location, otherwise his situation will worsen significantly. Defeated Guiyun does not intend to back down. He wants revenge and promises to finish off all his offenders today. Qin Xiao chimes in with a cheeky grin, stating that there is no need to look for anyone. His people have already picked up the trail. The tension reaches its limit. The master demonstrates his superiority, enjoying the moment of triumph over the enemy. A bound prisoner is pushed into the hall. The last door is closed with a trap, and there is no way back. Fiercely demanding submission, a henchman in a camouflage t-shirt orders the enemy to immediately kneel, demonstrating the master's undisguised aggression and strength. The big man looks down with disdain on the fallen prisoner. The bound enemy humbly bowed his head before the power of the Qin clan, while the heavy tension builds in the hall. With a cheeky grin, the leader turns to Chen Dakui. His arrogant gaze and confident posture speak of complete triumph, enjoying every second of power. Mockingly, the villain puts his foot on the prisoner's back. "What do you say now?" he throws, forcing the enemy to literally press into the floor under the weight of his superiority. The bound big man can't believe that his master and Qin Zhao have formed an alliance when he sees everything that's going on around him. Exasperated by the victim's silence, the scoundrel stares at Chen Dakui's face, waiting for a plea for mercy, but the silence in the hall only makes him more violent. Assuming the pose of a true tyrant, the man gives an ultimatum. He declares that he gives the enemy only two ways, and neither of them promises the prisoner an easy escape. The heir of the Qin family demands to make a fatal choice, join him or remain loyal to his enemy. The hero's gaze is cold next to him. The trap is closed forever. Zhuanchuda's anxious gaze is constantly focused on the chaos that is taking place, and she becomes an unwitting witness to the brutal massacre. Turning his attention to the girl, the scoundrel pointing out her connection with Zhuanyuan Ming, the last hope of a peaceful outcome disappears. The situation has reached the point of no return. With a cheeky grin, Qinzhou issues an ultimatum, demanding that the enemy bow down before him, leaving Beauty no choice in this dangerous power game. The villain leaves, leaving behind a heavy silence. The lady freezes, realizing that the imaginary freedom hides only the beginning of a grandiose catastrophe. Qin Xiao promises to save the Wen family, but there is treachery in his eyes. He weaves intrigues, disguising a trap under the guise of generous help in a crisis. Still standing in the opulent hall, clutching her clutch, a vague sense of foreboding grips the young lady as the shadows of the past begin to thicken around her. Her friend persistently urges Yuan Chuda to accept Qin Zhao's offer, believing that this is the only way to safety without noticing the true threat. Determination flashes in the beauty's purple eyes, and despite her fear, she decides to step in, knowing that procrastination can cost someone their life. In the middle of the grand hall, a girl blocks Zhuan Yuanming's path, desperately trying to reason with him before the situation gets out of hand. The girl's eyes are full of anxiety and pleading. She warns the young man that today the circumstances are stronger than him, and any mistake will be fatal for him. Zhuan Yuanming responds with icy indifference, his cold gaze and brief, and that cut down the hope of a peaceful outcome, provoking an inevitable conflict. The tension reaches a peak. The beauty is forced to voice a strict demand. The hero must apologize to prevent the inevitable reprisal. Looking down on him, the young man does not hide his disdain. The girl tries to reach out to him, but runs into a wall of icy and frightening calm. Yuanchuda's voice trembles with indignation as she reminds him that this place does not condone impertinence, and a guy's self-confidence can cost him his life in an instant. The beauty begs the teacher to leave for the common good, but Zhuan Yuanming remains unwavering, his silence pressing harder than any words, foreshadowing a storm coming soon. The young man's icy gaze pierces through, and with a hard grin, he throws an insult, finally breaking the last thread to the peace agreement. Rage surges through her, and she doesn't believe he's so reckless as to ignore the deadly danger hanging over his head. Defiantly turning away, the lady seethes with anger. His unwillingness to listen to advice turns sincere concern into burning resentment and impotent anger. With a fateful ultimatum, Yuanchude demands that the teacher kneel down and apologize, hoping that this humiliation will save him from imminent execution. Zhuan Yuanming's gaze turns even colder, the short and sharp refusal echoing through the hall, destroying any hopes of a reasonable outcome. In desperation, the beauty shouts at the careless young man in the back. Struck by his stubbornness, the conflict becomes inevitable because the young man's pride was higher than instinct. The girl throws out a final snarky phrase, comparing the hero's significance to an empty space. The tension in the air has reached its critical peak. In a rage, Zhu Ranran points her finger at the youth. She can't forgive the young man for his audacity and cold disregard for the respected Yuan family heiress. The hero's patience snaps, and with a sharp, subtle movement, he slaps the face, silencing the arrogant girl right in the middle of her angry tirade. From the force of the blow, the girl falls to the floor. The shocked companion in a purple dress freezes, not believing that someone dared to raise a hand on her friend. Holding her flushed cheek, the victim shouts out accusations. She appeals to morality, trying to humiliate Zhuan Yuanming in front of everyone present. For his part, the young man just looks down at her coldly, his silence and indifference scaring her more than any rude cursing in return. Using a secret technique, a stream of blue energy escapes from the ancient master's hand, rushing directly to the throat of the offender to deprive her of the power of speech. Magic instantly catches up with the target. The hero passes by without even turning around, while invisible shackles tighten around the girl's neck, interrupting her scream. Terrified, Zhu Ranran clutches her throat as she tries to say something, but all that comes out of her mouth is an indistinct wheeze, her voice completely gone. The realization of helplessness overwhelms her, and panic is reflected in her wide eyes as she realizes that she has crossed the path of a monster. Distraught, Yuanchude calls out to the teacher, who demands an explanation as she sees her friend suffocating from his mysterious influence. Zhuan Yuanming frowns coldly, annoyed by the noise coming from the girl. He orders her to be quiet, barely able to contain the dark rage building inside. The young man casts an icy glance. A dangerous gleam flashes in his eyes. He does not intend to tolerate arrogance and is ready to teach the audience a cruel lesson in power. Mocking the beauty's failure, Qinzhou revels in the moment, seeing that peaceful persuasions have failed, and now a brute, undeniable force is stepping in. With a grin, the villain turns to the beaten Chen Dekui, who is on his knees, bound hand and foot, realizing that his fate now hangs in the balance in this hall. The torturer demands an immediate choice. The prisoner trembles with fear under the gaze of the enemy, realizing that any decision may be the last for him. Terrified, the defeated giant rushes between two fires. He recognizes the power of the master, but is panicked by the revenge of Qin Zhao, who is famous for his ruthlessness. Images of two men appear before the prisoner's eyes. He understands that Zhuan Yuanming is incredibly strong, but the second one is not a person who is easy to deal with. Taunting the bully, Ge promises him certain death if he dares to disobey or show excessive curiosity. With a sneer on his face, the enemy laughs at the situation of the prisoner. He calls him a dog who has the dubious honor of serving the interests of a powerful clan. As he saunters off, throwing a final barb about the bones on the master's table, the scoundrel leaves Chen Dekui alone with his unbearable fear and shame. Continuing to mock the bound prisoner, the scoundrel in a striped suit promises to feed him scraps and tells him not to waste time. When Qinzhao talks about honor with feigned grace, he says that he doesn't want to force him, even though he knows that the big man is too scared to say no. The prisoner shivers with rage and humiliation, cold sweat rolling down his face as he agonizes over the choice between a shameful life and certain death. Suddenly, Chen Dekui finds the strength to protest, overcoming his fear and announcing his choice at the top of his voice, which shocks the enemies present. The scoundrel responds with an icy silence to the impertinent words, while the ancient master watches the scene, assessing the warrior's unexpected resilience. Looking thoughtfully into the distance, Xuan Yunming realizes that the big man, like his brother, was much smarter and nobler than his arrogant captors thought. An angry shout makes the prisoner flinch. The enemy did not expect resistance from someone who already considered his thing, and now his rage begins to boil. The villain flashes a crimson aura of power, looming over the bound man, threatening to repeat what he said, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Despite the bloody wounds and unbearable pressure of the force, Chen Dekui firmly repeats the name of his true master, his gaze filled with determination and disdain. In the final act of defiance, the hero defies fate, proudly declaring that he would rather accept death than become a dishonorable dog on a leash from tyrants. Raising a flaming fist over the victim, the scoundrel's face is distorted with rage, and the crimson aura portends a quick reprisal. He is hungry for blood and does not intend to retreat. A terrified captive begs for help. Looking into the void, he is wounded and weak, but his cry is the last attempt to reach out to someone who can stop this nightmare. Suddenly, an icy-eyed youth appears from the shadows, casually intercepting a deadly strike with one hand, showing overwhelming superiority. There is a deathly silence. The savior stands unwavering, covering the prisoner with himself. Qinzhao is shocked. His most powerful attack was stopped by an ordinary guy. The enraged leader of the clan stares at the stranger, a death sentence in his eyes. He is not used to resistance and demands an answer for his audacity. The white-haired hero only grins in response. A cold blue energy envelops him. He is not afraid of threats and is ready to teach the tyrant a lesson in true power. The audience in the hall froze in horror. They whisper about the madness of the daredevil because Qinzhao, a ruthless killer who knows no mercy to his many enemies. His reputation as a villain precedes him. They say he has already taken the lives of 8 people this year. It seems that the fate of the young man is sealed, and he will only become the 9th shadow. A collision is inevitable. Xuan Yunming defiantly removes his hand behind his head, showing complete disregard for the opponent's strength. This provocation brings the villain to the peak. The insulted tyrant trembles with anger. For many years, no one dared to speak to him so boldly. He is preparing to unleash all his rage on the strange young man. Enraged by this behavior, Ge Yun demands immediate punishment for the impudent outsider. He wants to teach a lesson to the madman who dared to forget about his place in this world. Wrapped in a crimson aura of bloodlust, Qinzhou accepts the challenge, anticipating an easy victory, unaware that his own fate hangs in the balance. Suddenly, a beautiful woman intervenes in the conflict, trying to reason with the tyrant, calling him to mercy and reminding him of the rules of the sacred auction. The guest of the evening insistently asks not to arrange a bloodbath. Her calm voice sounds like an order that is difficult to ignore, even the most inveterate scoundrel. Skillfully manipulates the scoundrel and reminds him that the main purpose of the visit is a rare spiritual herb. The villain's attention switches from murder to profit. The announcement of the opening of the auction is carried around the hall, causing the crowd to fall silent, tension hanging in the air, and the young man just silently watches what is happening. The villain decides to temporarily retreat, giving the young man a ghostly chance to live a little longer. He is sure that his prey will not go anywhere from this golden cage. With a venomous grin, Xiaoqin promises to get even with the offender immediately after the auction. For him, this debt of blood has become a matter of honor and personal satisfaction. Feeling the heavy gaze and insistent touch of the scoundrel, Yan Shude realizes that she has fallen into a dangerous game, where not only the lot is at stake. Seizing the opportunity, the scoundrel lures the girl into the seclusion of the second floor. His intentions are vague, and an imperious gesture does not leave her the right to refuse. The angry beauty blames Xuan Yuanming for all the troubles. She understands that because of his antics, she was in the midst of a brewing conflict at the auction. For the sake of saving this man, the heroine is ready to take a desperate step. She decides to sacrifice herself, obediently following the domineering tyrant to the second floor of the hall. The frightened assistant runs up to the master. The poor guy trembles with fear after what happened and tries to find protection from his young and cold-blooded boss. Perplexed, the merchant asks the young man about the reasons for the enmity with a dangerous opponent. He does not understand when exactly their conflict managed to escalate into a real bloody revenge. A quiet dialogue in the shadow of the pillars underscores the gravity of the situation, and Tang Sansai addresses the master with reverence. realizing that now their every action will be under the gun. A battered fighter enters the conversation and warns that the younger generation of the clan is now at the peak of their strength, their authority is unshakable, and their influence in the city is growing with each new day. The wounded ally looks anxiously at the teacher, despite his injuries. He calls on the master to be extremely careful because the enemy does not forgive such offenses. Maintaining an icy calm in the face of a threat, Zhuan Yuanming's gaze remains resolute, and the empty threats of enemies don't matter to someone who is used to winning. The master warns the faithful companion of the consequences of the choice. Since they have decided to follow him, life in Xingzhou will become unbearable while the enemy wants their quick blood. The final question sounds like a challenge to fate. The young man carefully looks at the guy, wanting to find out the truth, whether there is a shadow of doubt or bitter regret in his soul. Bowing his head to the hero and realizing past mistakes, the bruiser swears unwavering loyalty, ready to follow the new master to the very end. The battered but determined giant, with tears in his eyes, begs not to leave him. In this desperate appeal sounds the sincere devotion of a man who has found support. Deep in thought, the young man is looking for someone who can represent his interests among the influential clans, becoming his sword and shield in the upcoming protracted game. Images of rare spiritual herbs pop up in his mind, collecting these artifacts from the hands of great families, the key to gaining true power and achieving his goals. The teacher's eyes rest on Chen Dekui, and he sees him as an ideal tool for completing tasks, assessing the potential and resilience of his new companion. The hall is filled with noise. The auction is officially open. The attention of hundreds of people is focused on the stage, where the fate of the rarest treasures will soon be decided and a lot of blood will be spilled. The first lot, an ancient sword from the imperial tomb, is presented to the public, and legends say that when it was found, the sky was lit up by the light of stars, the sun and the moon. Seeing the blade, Zhuan Yuanming freezes, his eyes flashing with recognition. Is this the legendary legacy of Zion? The mysterious weapon arouses a dangerous interest in him. The auctioneer stirs interest by claiming that the true power of the sword is hidden. None of the previous owners were able to awaken its spirit, turning the blade into a mystery. Bidding begins with an impressive sum of 500,000. The host announces the start, and tension hangs in the air. The hunt for the imperial artifact has begun. Hundreds of people were gathered in the sumptuous auction hall, and the mysterious item was shrouded in a glow on the stage, attracting the eyes of all the impatient audience. The auctioneer announces that if there are no bids, the unique lot will be withdrawn from the auction. He calls out to the hall, trying to arouse excitement among doubting collectors. A confident voice breaks the silence, and the silver-haired guy, number 7, resolutely raises the sign. His first bid, an impressive 500,000 yen. There is acrimonious laughter in the audience, and rich people in expensive suits mock the young man, believing that he spends his fortune on an ordinary piece of rusty iron and old junk. The host, impressed by the guy's audacity, encourages the crowd. He recognizes the courage of the younger brother and asks if anyone else is ready to join the dangerous game. Qin Zhao enters the fray with a haughty grin. This domineering number 1 man raises the bid to 600,000, wanting to show off his superiority. Tension builds around the teacher. Arrogant onlookers watch the duel of purses, while the guy remains icy calm under the pressure of the crowd. The opponent casts a scornful glance at the hero, mockingly asking why he needs this piece of paper. He is sure that the victory and the artifact are already in his pocket. The auctioneer solemnly announces the current bid of 600,000 yuan from Qin Shao. The hall freezes in anticipation. Is this the limit, or someone is ready to go even further? Without a shadow of a doubt, the silver-haired youth raises his hand. A loud 1 million, shocking the audience. He is determined to take away the legendary legacy of Zion. When Qin Zhao picks up the tablet, the sum of 1 million seems to be the final point, followed only by the triumph and possession of the artifact. From the height of the balcony, the scoundrel casts a contemptuous glance at the hall. The opponent seems worthless to him because he is always ready to outbid any bet for 100,000. Only smiling enigmatically, without a shadow of doubt, the ancient master raises his hand, shouting out a shocking amount, 5 million yuan. The hall is terrified. The young man's companion is panicking. Spending that kind of money on a piece of rusty iron is madness, not worth gambling with fate. Trying to reason with the hero, Tang Sanzai begs him to calm down. The atmosphere is heated to the limit, and the price for the lot exceeded all reasonable expectations. But Zhuan Yuanming is unwavering. With icy calm in his eyes, he declares that the price doesn't matter as long as he has the money to do it. Realizing that the situation is out of control, Yunchudi asks the companion to retreat and advises to forget about this ill-fated lot. The beauty tries to calm Qin Zhao's anger. She is sure that it is not worth wasting nerves and resources on competing with a madman who goes all in. But nothing works on the scoundrel. He is furious. A devious plan is brewing in his head. He believes that he will make the upstart lose all his fortune on this useless piece of paper. With insane passion, he makes a new move. In 5 million, the head of the clan decides to go to the end, just to humiliate the opponent and gain the upper hand in this battle. Seething with anger, the young lady thinks that the teacher has problems with his head because he does not understand why he should spend fabulous sums on an old broken sword for the sake of battle. Resolutely raising the auction plate number 7, the hero raises the bid to 10 million with one short shout, plunging the entire hall into complete shock. Viewers can't believe their ears. While some admire the guy's wealth, others openly call him a loser who just throws money away. There is a growing hubbub and disdainful laughter in the audience, and influential guests whisper to each other, considering the hero a reckless fool who spends a fortune on nonsense. The host of the auction is trying to cool down the participants' fervor. He admits that the chance of finding the spiritual energy of a legendary weapon in this sword is almost zero. Backstage, an auction house employee looks at Zhuan Yuanming with sympathy as he urges the crowd to calm down, realizing that the situation is getting out of hand. Perplexed enemies do not understand how a simple person took such money for such a daring bet. Qinja looks at his opponent in a rage, and his henchman with a broken face tries to guess where the upstart got 10 million and whether he is bluffing now. The battered assistant is grinning maliciously. He is sure that the guy is just pretending to be rich and will not be able to pay when it comes time to give millions. With an evil smile, the scoundrel decides to wait for the final. He anticipates the disgrace of the opponent and believes that soon he will lose everything, trying to buy out a useless lot. The auctioneer calls a bid of 10 million. The scoundrel glares at his opponent, and his battered henchman wonders if this audacious upstart is bluffing. Grinning maliciously, Qin Zhao is sure that the guy will become a laughingstock in front of everyone when the time comes to hand over a huge amount of money. The auctioneer's hammer freezes in midair as the host solemnly shouts out the final price, ending the intense bidding process for this mysterious and valuable artifact. The deal is officially closed, and the room falls silent as the auctioneer congratulates the young man on the purchase of an ancient sword, which has become the main lot of the evening. The atmosphere is heated. The host demands immediate payment on the spot so that the buyer can pick up the blade. All eyes are riveted on the guy. There comes a moment of truth. While the crowd is waiting for shame, the hero's companion calmly assesses the situation, preparing to prove to everyone that they have the right tools. Effectively pulling out a bank card, declaring that he will pay for the purchase of his younger brother, Tang Sanzai confidently silences all the malevolent people in the hall. After the successful payment, the merchant cries with emotion, and the host officially hands over the ownership of the ancient sword to Mr. Zhuan Yuanming to the roar of the crowd. Silently, the teacher walks over to the booth, looking at the ancient weapon that now belongs to him, ignoring the whispers and shocked faces around him. Resolutely raising the sword high in the air, the young man takes what should rightfully belong to him, ending this scandalous auction with a complete victory. Bursting into malicious laughter, the scoundrel openly mocks the ancient master, calling him a fool for choosing a useless lot. The man throws up his hands dramatically. He doesn't believe that someone gave 10 million for a piece of rust and finds his situation extremely funny. The former owners of the sword mockingly offer to buy the scrap back for pennies. The hall shakes from humiliating jokes addressed to the guy. Ignoring the crowd's venom, he tightly grips the scabbard of the ancient blade, sensing a hidden power that ordinary people can't see. The auction host tries to warn the buyer. He is sure that the sword is hopelessly damaged by time, and any attempt to get it will only destroy the relic. To which Zhuan Yuanming only confidently replies that this material is eternal. His calmness and faith in the quality of weapons put others in a complete dead end. The rich guests in the hall twist their faces with disdain. They are sure that the guy just went crazy with grief and is trying to justify his ridiculous spending. Other auction participants continue to add fuel to the fire. They think that the young man is just delusional in reality, not wanting to admit a crushing failure. Even Yuan Chudi looks at the teacher with undisguised pity. She urges him to stop torturing himself and finally face reality. Suddenly, the hall is lit up by a flash. Zhuan Yuanming unleashes the energy of a sword that has been dormant for 2 millennia, silencing every naysayer in the hall. The surprised audience freezes as the hero tightly grips the hilt. The air around him begins to vibrate, and the first flashes of unbridled blue energy burst out from under his palms. Skeptics rub their eyes in disbelief. Rich people who have just laughed at junk are horrified to see a glow that can only come from a true artifact of the spirit. The faces of the ill-wishers are distorted by a grimace of shock. They cannot believe that the young man, whom they considered a madman, holds in his hands a treasure that surpasses their dreams. A powerful burst of mana shakes the foundation of the building. Sword light blinds the crowd, and a thunderous rumble silences anyone who dares to mock Xuanyuan Ming. What is it? The eyes can't stand it. People shout in the crowd and cover their faces with their hands, trying to protect themselves from the blinding rays coming from the ancient blade. The elders and experts of the auction fall into a daze. They instantly realize the scale of their mistake. This is not a rusty steel, but a legendary divine-grade weapon in front of them. The price of this sword no longer matters. Collectors burn with burning shame and regret, realizing that they missed out on a priceless artifact, considering it garbage. Standing in the center of the storm, the ancient master's gaze cold and resolute. The blade energy recognized its true master, awakening a power that had been dormant for 2,000 years. The magic weapon in his hand pulsates with primordial power. Now everyone in this hall sees the true reality that the young man was not delusional. He was the only one who saw the greatness of the artifact. Above it, the spirit of the great azure dragon is embodied. This majestic phenomenon finally confirms that this is not just a sword, but a legend that has returned to the world. The hall was filled with a roar of astonishment, and one of the guests froze in horror, not believing his eyes as an ordinary-looking sword can spew out the power of a true flying dragon. The experienced auctioneers are in disarray. They are used to rare spiritual blades, but this aura was different. No known artifact possessed such frightening power. The former world seemed to split in two. As a gigantic azure dragon appeared above the youth's head, the ancient spirit awakened, causing everyone present to tremble with trepidation. The old master paled as he realized the truth. This isn't just a spiritual weapon. This is something beyond the realm that has appeared in this world in such shocking grandeur. A man who has seen thousands of blades admits defeat. Even his knowledge is not enough to determine the level of this treasure. The sword is above all earthly ranks. Legend has it that such heavenly treasures belong only to great sects. No one expected that a forgotten artifact would find its master in an ordinary youth. The history of the sword stretches back to the great warrior of the past. She was the hope of humanity for ascension, and her blade preserves the memory of those glorious and terrible times. 2,000 years ago, she had gone to the demon lair to save the world and disappeared forever, and with her had gone that sword, now a symbol of hope. The ancient evil, the invisible demons, had once again returned to this world, and it was at this fateful moment that the great master's blade once again saw the light, ready for a new battle. Xuanyuan Ming looks into the shining steel, wondering if it was an accident or if fate itself brought back the ancestral weapons when the world was once again on the brink of destruction under the shadow of demons. The guest froze. The mysterious stranger's gaze is riveted to the villain's hand. She does not believe her eyes, having recognized the legendary form. In his anger, Qin Zhao's aura trembles as he realizes that this is not just steel, but an artifact whose power surpasses any spiritual weapon of the present time. The frightened beauty is confused. She blames the teacher for a fatal mistake. How could he miss such a treasure? Is he blind and does not see the true divine essence? The blade in the hands of the young man flashes with azure flames. This is not an accident. The ancient steel smelled the blood of demons that once again began to seep into the world from the eternal darkness. It's just luck, Yuan Shudi tells herself, and it's easier for her to believe in the random luck of a blind cat than to accept that fate has given the guy the key to saving the world. Greed has gripped the hall. The rich and collectors are losing their minds. The stakes are rising instantly. $20 million for a relic that can turn back the course of history. Points flashed with cold excitement. 50 million. Bidding turns into a battle. No one understands that this sword cannot be bought. It can only be earned. The scoundrel's anger reaches the limit. He is ready to give up his entire fortune. For him, this is not a symbol of hope, but only an instrument of power for which he will lay out 100 million. Xuanyuan Ming is unwavering. He hears only the whisper of his ancestors in the crowd shouts. 100 million years when the survival of humanity is at stake under the shadow of an ancient evil. The tension in the air can be cut with a knife. The young man is silent, looking at the shining steel. He knows that the blade has returned not for bidding, but for the great battle that has already begun. The young man clutches the hilt of the ancient sword, the vibration of steel echoing the beat of his heart, the blade recognizing its true master in the face of the coming darkness. Only meekly looking at others, in the golden eyes of the teacher froze a mute question, hiding the great wisdom of ancient eras. Surprised by the refusal, the bastard could not hide his reaction, although for him the relic is only an instrument of power, for which he was ready to trample anyone in his path. The auctioneer announces the start of the second round. The audience froze in anticipation, not suspecting that ordinary bidding turns into a decisive battle for fate. 3 spiritual herbs shine in the window. These rare gifts of nature can change the balance of power, becoming the key to healing or incredible power. A beautiful assistant takes out the lot under the spotlight. Each plant, a priceless treasure for which greedy cultivators will shed a lot of blood. The host describes the wonderful properties of herbs for alchemy. He skillfully kindles the fire of greed in the hearts of those who are used to buying life itself for money. The crowd in the hall is losing patience. Shouts from the stalls merge into a single hum. The rich are eager to possess artifacts, regardless of the true price. The auctioneer slyly winks, feeling the atmosphere heat up. He knows that today the bids will be record high, and the final is unpredictable. The initial price, 100 million, thunders through the hall. But for Xuanyuan Ming, it's just dust, because the survival of the entire human race is at stake. Qing's furious shout cuts through the silence of the auction. Blinded by his lust for power, he puts a fabulous sum on the line, hoping to crush the will of the competition with his strength. The head of the clan claims the lot. The young master is close to breaking through, and any delay is unacceptable. The whole hall feels an aura of dangerous pressure emanating from him. Calling out for reverence and demanding to give up his spiritual herbs, the scoundrel promises to remember this gesture, but in his voice you can hear not gratitude, but a hidden threat to everyone. The rich people present in the hall hastily retreat. No one dares to contradict the influential Lord Qin, for fear of incurring the wrath of his clan and losing their future. The hall is filled with whispers of flattery. People bow to Qin Zhao's authority, recognizing his dominance. It seems that the outcome of the auction is a foregone conclusion, and the lot is already in his hands. A sudden, icy calm breaks Qin Zhao's triumph, and a new bid of 2 million hits backhand, causing the arrogant master to freeze in mute shock and rage. The crowd freezes in horror. Who is this madman who decided to challenge the master himself? The air in the hall heats up with a premonition of imminent and bloody reprisal. The mysterious young man at number 7 calmly holds up the sign, his cheap clothes contrasting with the opulence of the hall. But his confidence betrays his true strength. Angrily, Qin Zhao grits his teeth as he recognizes his nemesis. This upstart once again got in his way, turning an ordinary auction into a battle for honor and survival. The loyal dogs of the clan are hungry for blood, considering the young man's audacity a death sentence. But they do not yet know that today their master is facing someone who knows no fear. Confused, the pink-robed beauty doesn't understand why Xuanyuan Ming, who already has a valuable sword, would enter into a new risky game at the auction. Breaking into a scream, the girl tries to reach out to the teacher's mind. Her indignation spreads around the hall, but the guy in a black t-shirt does not even turn around. Enraged, Yuan Shudi announces that she is washing her hands of him, and she no longer intends to answer for the consequences of his recklessness and arrogance in the face of danger. Xuanyuan Ming responds with icy calm, his question cutting the air, and if he has money, who can forbid him to dictate his terms? The leader of the bandits is amused, seeing the quarrel of young people. For him, this conflict is only an excuse to mock the puppy who dared to raise his head in his hall. With a mad grin, the scoundrel raises 2 fingers. His bet is 300 million. He is sure that this amount will crush the upstart beggar mentally and physically. Mocking, he calls the ancient master's son and provokes him to show the contents of the wallet. The villain longs to see the moment of shameful defeat of the hero. A predatory look and a sinister grin betray an insidious plan. The enemy reminds that the auction organizers are cruel to those who throw empty words to the wind. Listening to the threats in silence, Xuanyuan Ming knows that making a false bid here is punishable by death, but his gaze remains unwavering and domineering. With a final gesture, the number 7 sign goes up, and the young man's voice booms through the entire hall, announcing the incredible sum of 500 million and putting an end to the argument. Qinja grins in anticipation of victory, confident that his bet of 700 million will be the decisive blow that will crush any opponent in this hall. The room freezes when the stakes cross the reasonable line. Billions are at stake, and the tension between the 2 masters reaches a peak, turning the bidding into a real battle. The self-confident scoundrel makes a new move, shouting out the amount of more than 1 billion. His imperious pose and bold gesture say that today the victory will remain with him. The audience whispers in bewilderment, looking at the simply dressed young man. No one can believe that this modest stranger is able to compete with the richest clan. Xuanyuan Ming's gaze turns icy, and a retaliatory move matures in his mind, while others wonder if he has the courage and money to make another leap. At the last moment, the young man's companion grabs his hand in horror. He understands that one careless movement can lead to death at the hands of the guards of this auction. In a shaky voice, the merchant begs them to stop, reminding them that they only have $1 billion in cash on them. Further price increases for them, pure madness. If the price goes up even a little more, "We'll be bankrupt," panics Tang Sanchai, knowing that Qin Zhao's anger will be as terrible as an empty wallet. But the young man is adamant. Half a year of waiting for these spiritual herbs does not allow him to back down. The flame of determination and iron will is burning in his golden eyes. The assistant is sobbing with powerlessness. Because their enemy is the powerful Qin Zhao, no one in the city would dare to lend them money to go up against such a formidable leader. The overconfident opponent bursts into cheeky laughter, enjoying his superiority and trying to publicly humiliate Xuanyuan Ming in front of all the guests. Looking down on the opponent, the enemy openly provokes the young man. He demands to show his true skills and make a bet that he will not be able to cover. The boy's golden eyes flash with a flame of iron will. Despite his status as a poor bastard, he has no intention of backing down in the face of pure arrogance. Feeling the taste of blood, the scoundrel continues to mock, shouting insults. He is sure that the fear of his power will make the teacher give up and shamefully run out of the hall. A loud shout about a bid of 2 billion makes the hall shudder. The assistant pales, realizing that the wrath of the scoundrel will be as terrible as bankruptcy. The shocked people present can't believe their ears, who dared to challenge the city's leader and put such an unimaginable fortune on the line. Suddenly, the doors of the auction hall swing open, revealing a mysterious delegation, and a majestic silhouette in the doorway catches everyone's eyes. A statuesque and domineering woman resolutely enters the hall, accompanied by guards, her cold beauty and aura of power instantly overwhelming everyone present. The guests whisper in confusion, struck by her temperament. The beauty of a stranger can only be compared with her obvious high position. A trembling clarification is carried around the hall that this is President Tang herself, an influential person from Qingzhou. Now the rules of the game at this auction are changing dramatically. Tang Wanyu, the richest woman in the city, enters the hall, her domineering aura and cold beauty instantly silencing the crowd, recognizing her status and power. Without wasting time on formalities, the lady resolutely enters the bidding, announcing in a loud and confident voice a staggering bid of 2 billion. Those present in the hall froze in silent shock. No one expected that the stakes would soar to such heights, and the audacity and financial power of the guests threw the men into awe. Whispers spread around the room. People can't believe their ears that a huge sum for a simple guy. Rumors that an influential lady is still single have flared up again. Xuanyuan Ming is the center of attention, a young man with ashen hair, maintaining an icy calm despite the insane price placed on him. The crowd finds only one explanation, but only Alphonse, who is supported by the president. Only such a connection could justify such a generous investment. Standing in the crosshairs of hundreds of eyes, the mysterious image of the ancient master and the unexpected support of the lady make him the main mystery of the evening. On the balcony, another woman is choking with rage, shocked by what is happening and feels betrayed, unable to hide her angry disappointment. "I was so wrong about you," beauty rushes through her head. She thought he was just a poor teacher, and now she sees him in the epicenter of the struggle of the most influential people in the city. Yinchudi is overwhelmed with resentment and disdain. She is sure that an honest person cannot have such money. In her eyes, the teacher's reputation is completely destroyed. Angry that losing at an auction makes him mad, Yuan Jue is not used to backing down and is willing to go to extreme lengths to get what he wants at any cost. A loyal assistant tries to keep the master from taking a rash step. He understands that an open conflict in such a place can turn into a disaster. The crafty Ge Yun whispers about a devious plan. Even if the teacher takes the herbs now, this is only the beginning of the game, where the strongest and most agile wins. Restraining his anger, the leader decides to retreat for a while. He sits down in a chair, burning his opponent with a look and promising himself that the young man's triumph will be short-lived. A hammer blow announces the final verdict. The auction is officially completed, and the precious lot finds its owner to the cheers of the crowd. The host solemnly announces the name of the winner. Xuanyuan Ming, an ordinary-looking guy, becomes the owner of the rarest spiritual herbs of the auction. Calmly, the young man waits for the transfer of the treasure. His calmness among the luxurious hall impresses those present and attracts all eyes around him. Ready to pay for the purchase, while maintaining dignity, the teacher does not look for handouts, considering that a fair price should be paid for a valuable resource. An influential lady thanks the hero for saving her daughter. She presents herbs as a gift, showing everyone high patronage and boundless trust. Half an hour passes, the passions in the hall begin to subside. The ancient master considers the case closed, not suspecting what a storm of emotions is flaring up behind his back. Keeping his dignity, the guy leaves, accompanied by friends with the goods. He keeps his dignity and intends to pay everything in full, not accepting empty handouts. Suddenly, a young girl calls out to the hero. She wants to thank the young man again, but she can't let him go without expressing her sincere admiration. Humbly, Xu Yinyi asks for a meeting with the teacher, while her mother insists on returning the visit to personally thank the savior. and feed him dinner. The teacher is not used to such attention, but decides not to postpone the visit for a long time. Xuan Yuanming agrees to come today. He is interested not only in the reward, but also in the state of her mother's health after the past events. Suddenly, a third figure intervenes in the conversation. An influential lady approaches the ancient master, demonstrating her high patronage. Oblivious to the interruption, Tang Wangyu offers to give him a ride in her car. She is full of gratitude and deliberately emphasizes her hero status in front of everyone present. Calmly accepting the offer, the teacher understands that this gesture is not just a courtesy, but the beginning of a strong union. Confidently walking to the exit, the lady asks the guy to wait a little because she will drive the car herself. Half an hour passes. The passions in the hall gradually subside as the characters leave the building, leaving behind a trail of innuendos and envious glances. Together with his companion, keeping a straight face, Xuan Yuanming's mind is occupied with the future union, while the subtle tension of the moment hovers around them. Suddenly, Xu Yinyi freezes and looks into the guy's eyes with lively curiosity. Her direct question pierces the silence of the corridor, catching the guy off guard. Looking away, the young man is lost in thought, his voice carrying the bitter wisdom of a man who has learned the price of gold and knows that true happiness cannot be bought. Listening carefully to his confession, the beauty tries to understand the depth of his words. A sincere dialogue is formed between them about things that are more important than any earthly riches. Stopping at the exit, the lady sympathetically notices the eternal seriousness of the hero. She shares her observations about the life of the rich, hoping to see a happy smile on his face. Xu Yinyi's gaze becomes piercing and clear as she asks the simplest yet most difficult question, wanting to reach out to her companion's true heart. The word happy echoes in his mind, and Xuan Yuanming freezes, as if trying to find in the depths of his soul an answer that he has long forgotten how to give to himself. Memories transport the boy to a quiet night under the shadow of a magical tree. In the moonlight, he turns to his mentor, looking for support in the ancient traditions of the past. The old master can sense the disciple's presence without even turning around. The atmosphere is steeped in calmness and strength accumulated over many years of grueling training. With pride and awe, the young man announces his great achievement. The 9th level of body tempering has been reached, opening up new horizons of true power. Beaming with pride, having reached the 9th level of body tempering, the young man longs for the recognition of the mentor and is ready to conquer new heights of true power. The old man approves of the student's success, promising to pass on the secret techniques as soon as he makes a breakthrough, consolidating the bonds of succession under the shadow of the night tree. There is determination in the hero's eyes, and the mentor predicts a great future for him, believing that his exceptional qualities and diligent cultivation will make him the strongest of all. The master paints a majestic picture of their shared ascension, this prophecy of glory inspiring the hero, linking ancient traditions and his personal ambitions together. Memories break off, returning to the harsh reality. Now the teacher is left alone, and the weight of the past falls on the hero's shoulders, emphasizing his current loneliness. At the exit of the building, young people are waiting for enemies. An arrogant couple disparagingly discusses poor friends, preparing an unpleasant trap for them. Spiteful critics rejoice, noticing the absence of a defender. Without his cover, a couple seem easy prey to them, and the conspirators decide to immediately strike their blow. The man in the hat has a sinister grin on his face, full of fierce confidence, and openly declares his intention to deal with the siblings without mercy or mercy. Enraged by the audacity of her opponents and blinded by her anger, Lu Lingling promises to make their lives a nightmare and leave them crippled for trying to fight. Goons from the Tang group come to the rescue. The conflict escalates and the numerical advantage is now on the side of the enemy, and the situation for the heroes becomes critical. An enraged woman points her finger at her enemies, blinded by anger, and promises to turn their lives into a living nightmare and leave them crippled for daring to fight back. The bandits grin ominously. New goons come to the rescue, ready to execute any order. The numerical advantage is now clearly on the side of the scoundrels. The situation for young people becomes critical. The enemies are full of cruel confidence and openly declare their superiority, not hiding their intention to deal with them. Brooding and detached despite the mounting tension, Xuan Yuanming remains icily calm as he sinks into his inner memories. The companion looks anxiously at the silent hero. She tries to understand what he is thinking at such a dangerous moment, when the enemies are literally breathing down their backs. Upon reflection, the guy admits that the sudden question reminded him of the distant past. A shadow of sadness slips across his face, contrasting with the aggression of the people around them. Gently, the beauty convinces the young man that the most important thing in life is happiness and the ability to enjoy the moment. she tries to distract him from dark thoughts with her optimism. In a funny way, Xu Yi emphasizes that although it seems easy to enjoy life, in practice it requires a lot of effort. She sincerely wants to cheer up the hero. The girl's face lit up with a bright smile. She sincerely wants to see her brother happy in the future, hoping that the upcoming battles do not harden his heart completely and forever. The peaceful dialogue is interrupted by a rude shout. The ominous figure of the enemy appears in front of the couple, and the atmosphere instantly heats up, marking the beginning of the inevitable fight. The appearance of the enemies was spectacular. 4 guys blocked the way, clearly hinting that the walk was over. Did not wait, their leader in Panama snidely through. His glasses flashed, and Xu Jinghua looked like a villain from a cheap movie, but he wasn't lacking in confidence. Poking a finger at the impudent face, the beauty did not remain silent. She indignantly screamed, "Again you are what? Last time was not enough." The situation has escalated. The crowd of jocks surrounded a couple of friends from all sides. "What else are they up to?" the girl asked, realizing that the matter will not end in peace. Suddenly, another person got into the argument, and in a rage, she yelled, looking into the girl's eyes so that she would shut up. "No one here cares about her opinion." Threats rained down. Liu Lingling crossed all boundaries, saying that today she would teach the scoundrel a lesson so that she would be afraid to go out on the street. Let her prepare for disgrace. At the same time, Xuan Yuanming maintained an icy silence. His gaze became razor-sharp. Insulting an idiot from his enemies was the last straw in his patience cup. Rubbing his hands together contentedly, the Panamanian villain told the guy that his protector Chen Dekui was far away. Now they would watch him wriggle out of his grasp when he was all alone. "It's time to teach you a good lesson," the bastard announced grandly, striking a dramatic pose, clearly enjoying his moment of triumph. "Charge!" Xu Jinghua commanded, and the bandits took off, and the peaceful day finally turned into an arena for the inevitable and heated fight. 3 bullies confidently blocked the path of the pair. The leader in a Panama hat and his companion looked down, and a small henchman is ready to mock easy prey. Keeping an icy calm, the white-haired guy covered his companion. The girl was noticeably scared. She understands that a serious conflict is brewing. A small bandit in a red t-shirt grins, letting out greasy compliments. He is sure that before him is a defenseless victim with whom you can do anything. Grinning, the impudent heiress gives full permission for the massacre, anticipating how they will trample on the dignity of this proud young man. Interrupting the bandits' stream of threats with a short word, Xuan Yuanming's gaze turns heavy and his lips tighten as he begins his game of cat and mouse. Bursting into laughter and taking the young man's words for a plea for mercy, the scoundrel reminds that they, the servants of the king of hell, and the guy is not destined to leave here alive. Pointing at the security camera, keeping a straight face, the guy calmly clarifies whether the bandits are not afraid of problems with the law after a fight. The bandits are triumphant. They turned off all surveillance in the area in advance. Now this place is a blind zone where no one will hear screams for help. Instead of fear, the teacher looks relieved and straightens his t-shirt, realizing that now he doesn't have to hold back in front of the cameras either. Xuan Yuanming's eyes flash with a golden glow. He makes a sharp lunge towards the enemies. From the victim, he instantly turns into the most dangerous predator. Not expecting such a turn, the bully did not even have time to react. The guy moves faster than a shadow, instantly breaking the distance and preparing for his attack. Slipping under the giant's arm, the blonde fighter, with one precise, lightning-fast movement, cuts down the enemy, causing the massive body to lose all balance. A powerful kick sends the bandit flying for a long time, the air whizzing through space as the enemy helplessly flies away from this dangerous guy. The young man freezes, casting an icy glance over his shoulder. No fear in his eyes, only cold contempt for those who dare stand in his way today. Enraged, the leader gives the order to finish off the impudent man. The surrounding enemies prepare to attack, but the guy remains frighteningly calm, waiting for their first move. A moment later, the ground is littered with the bodies of fallen enemies, and those who had just threatened death are now groaning on the ground, realizing the strength of their opponent. The survivors try to hide behind the name of the influential Tang group. They shout threats, hoping that the status of their masters will force this monster in human form to retreat. The scoundrel's words only elicit a cheeky grin, and the guy steps forward, reminding them of their own boastful threats, which now sound ridiculous. In a fit of hysteria, Liu Lingling demands an apology on her knees. She still believes that the power of her clan is able to save the situation and subdue this strange youth. Instead of an apology, the impudent woman gets a ringing slap in the face. The blow is so fast that she barely has time to realize that here and now her status and connections mean absolutely nothing. The shocked scoundrel clutches her cheek, her eyes filled with rage and disbelief, unable to comprehend that some commoner would dare raise a hand to her right on the street. Zhang Yunming strikes swiftly, ignoring the status of the heiress. His movement is subtle, and his words are full of cold disdain for those who are used to humiliating others with impunity. Trembling with humiliation and pain, the red-haired lady froze in hysteria. She was used to the whole world bowing down to her clan, but now her power is crumbling to dust. At the same time, Xu Jinghua is seething with anger, threatening the boy with violent reprisals, and his eyes are filled with fear, which he tries to hide behind his shouting. The scoundrel is about to leave, but the enemy tries to stop him with an imperious shout. The atmosphere is heated to the limit, and passers-by froze in anticipation of a new outburst of anger. Waving his arms in a pompous manner, the scoundrel still considers the young man a powerless child, and does not believe that such a weakling will decide to do something, not realizing what true power he is facing. Suddenly, a luxurious black car pulls up to the sidewalk, a stately figure gets out of it, and the arrogance of the offenders is instantly replaced by obsequious awe. An elegant lady steps out of the car, her cold gaze and flawless appearance silencing the crowd. She is the epitome of true power in this city. The offenders turn pale when they recognize the guest, President Tang. They exclaim in horror, their former self-confidence disappearing, replaced by an icy sweat and a sense of disaster. A woman rushes to the president with a plea for salvation. She hopes for protection, not suspecting that their fate has already been decided by this mysterious and brave young man. Tang Wanyu leaves the car, her icy gaze and question causing the crowd to freeze. She is the very embodiment of power that does not tolerate unnecessary noise. In a hurry to justify herself, the offender in a checkered dress points at the young man, accusing him of impertinence and hoping for the patronage of her mistress. The silver-haired youth maintains a cold calm, showing no fear, only a slight disdain for those who hide behind other people's backs. Obsequiously, Xu Jinghua bows, trying to smear the guy. He is sure that the authority of the Tang group will crush anyone who dares to fight back. Suddenly, the president asks if they dared to offend Mr. Xuan Yuanming, and there is a dangerous steel in her voice that foreshadows disaster. Trying to save himself, the man babbles about the bastard's guilt. He has not yet realized that he made a fatal mistake by crossing the road of the wrong person. There is a ringing slap in the face. A statuesque woman hits backhand, stopping a pathetic lie. Her anger falls on those who considered themselves inviolable. Falling to the ground, unable to comprehend what is happening, the former confidence of the scoundrel is replaced by icy sweat and animal horror. The unfortunate schemer looks up, full of pain and incomprehension. Now he is just a non-entity, crushed by the power that he hoped for. Frozen in shock at seeing your partner get slaughtered, "What are you doing?" escapes Lu Lingling's lips as the fate of their group collapses. A sudden slap in the face cuts off the woman's scream, and the president, full of icy determination, strikes, silencing the schemer's companion and realizing the depth of her mistake. The stunned woman clutches her flushed cheek, her ears ringing with the furious command to go blind, and her former arrogance instantly evaporates under the president's hard gaze. Pointing her finger at the culprits, the statuesque lady's voice trembles with anger as she publicly denounces them for their audacity and foolish attempt to provoke the most powerful person. Turning to the young man, Tang Wanyu bows her head in reverence, her cold tone replaced by sincere remorse for not looking after her subordinates. The president admits her guilt to Xuan Yuanming and laments that she allowed the children of executive directors to behave so brazenly and defame the name of their company. The schemers froze in silent horror, unable to believe their eyes because the one they despised was the master of their formidable mistress. Knowing no mercy for the scoundrels, with an imperious gesture, she orders the couple to immediately fall to their knees, depriving them of any remaining dignity in the face of true power. The president's gaze is piercing, demanding not just words but complete humiliation, an apology to the ancient master, their only chance to survive in this moment. With a thud, the villains fall to the hard floor. The former schemers are now mere shadows, crushed by the power of Tang Wanyu's authority and the mysterious grandeur of the young teacher. Xu Jinghua is sweating profusely as he babbles excuses, his confidence replaced by animal fear, because he didn't even know about the young man's connection with the group leader. The scoundrels prostrated themselves before Zhuan Yuanming. The lady's gaze is stern, and she demands redemption for their insolence. Now their fate is in the hands of the teacher. Looking coldly at the traitors, the president's voice sounds like a sentence. She turns to the young man, recognizing his power and asking how he wants to punish them. Considering everything, the guy remains unwavering. In his eyes, icy indifference to the pleas of enemies. He briefly throws the woman the right to judge, not wanting to get his hands dirty.